Good morning to each one of you, and a heartfelt welcome to the third day of this enlightening academic program. Today promises a series of illuminating sessions and discussions designed to deepen our comprehension of Valitiya Anusandhan Paddhati. Let us now immerse ourselves in spiritual vibrations as we begin the day with a Vedic mantra chanting by the talented Roshan Oja.
Hari Om Sahasrasi Rekha Purukha Sahasraksha Sahasrapata Sabho Meggung Sarvatas Pritavatya Tishthaddashangulam Purukha Evedaggun Sarvan Jadabhutan Jacca Bhavyam Utamre Tatvasye no Jadannenati rohati Etavvanasya mahimato jyayanscha purukhaha Padosya vishava bhutani tripadasya divi Tripadurdhva udait purukhaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapata Hari Om.
Thank you, Roshan Oja, for setting such a harmonious tone for the day. Now, our first academic session of the day is on reading Vedantic text pedagogically by the esteemed Professor K. Muthalakshmi ma'am. Let's gain insight into this enriching topic. Professor K. Muthalakshmi ma'am is currently serving as the Pro Vice Chancellor at Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalade, Kerala. She specializes in research on philosophical traditions, Kerala streams of Sanskrit tradition, pedagogical traditions, conceptual and methodological approaches in Sanskrit Shastra traditions, and Buddhist traditions. Professor Muthalakshmi ma'am has received the Pratibha Puraskaram from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit in 2019 and the Kerala Sahitya Academy Award for the Best Translation of Chairaka Patrakam in 2008. Ma'am, I welcome you to the dais.
Namaste, everybody. Very good morning to all. I would like to convey you my thanks for collaborating with the Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit in organizing this August workshop, this valuable workshop on research methodology, especially focusing on Indian research methodology. So I feel honored and privileged to be here with all of you, representing our university, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala, to be here with all of you. Thank you for the organizers once again. And my presentation today is titled as Reading Vedantic Text Pedagogically. So, why a talk on pedagogy matters in a workshop related to methodology? That is a topic of discussion that is relevant also, that I will explain through the slides. And I have included several ideas, a number of ideas in these slides. I think each slide can be developed further to become a larger body of academic text, be it academic paper, research paper or presentation. I have just pointed out some conceptual areas which can be developed further. And let me start my presentation with a shloka from Sushruta Samhita. This is a shloka from Sushruta Samhita, Chikilsa Sthanam, 28th chapter. Shloka is this: Satata Adhyayanam Chinta Paratandravaloganam Tadvidyacharya Sambhasha Buddhi Medha Karo Ganaha. Satata Adhyayanam. So, for explaining shlokas, I will be using Sanskrit. So I will be using a language mixed with Sanskrit and English. Satata adhyenam chinda paratandravaloganam tadvidyacharya sambhasha buddhimedha karoganaha. Actually, Sushruta has given this shloka. Through this shloka, he suggests some means to improve one's intellect. Buddhi medha karo ganaha. Buddhi and metha, he has distinguished between buddhi and metha. For buddhi, he gives the meaning as the knowledge we gains from reading, listening, etc. And metha is retaining that knowledge, retention of that knowledge to a larger period, to ever, forever. So he has distinct meanings for buddhi and medha. So these are the means to develop, enhance buddhi and medha. Satata adhyenam chinta. Satata adhyenam, continuous, consistent learning. Chinta, critical thinking. Paratantra that is very much relevant today's academic world. Paratantra avaloganam, parashastra avaloganam, anyashastra avaloganam, interdisciplinary learning. Tadvidyacharya sambhasha, the discussion and dialogues we have with the Tadvidyacharyas, experts in respective fields. Disciplinary, who have expertise in disciplinary fields like that. Tadvidyacharya sambhasha. Actually, Sushruta has given this shloka as a means, as suggestions to enhance the buddhi and medha. But in a lecture on pedagogy, I think this shloka has a relevance. In our university, when we introduced these outcome-based education, OBE, outcome-based teaching, learning and evaluation, we decided to implement, choose some outcomes as university level program outcomes. They were continuous learning, self-directed lifelong learning, and critical thinking, and interdisciplinary learning, and communication ability and ethics. So when I compared the outcomes we chose as program outcomes of our OBE and this shloka from Sushruta Samhita, I found a similarity. Actually, Satata adhyenam is consistent, lifelong, self-directed learning. Chinta is critical, analytical thinking in the context of Shastra. Paratantra avaloganam is interdisciplinary learning. Tadvidyacharya sambhasha is communication ability, and like that. So I thought, for beginning a lecture on pedagogy, this shloka will be a good start. And I told you why pedagogy matters in this workshop, in this lecture. So all of us are teachers or would be teachers, like future teachers, and we have to rely on an effective pedagogy for our teaching, and originality in pedagogical practices, that is an essential element of maintaining creativity in teaching. And pedagogy, and there is a connection between pedagogy and Anubandha Chadushtaya is the concept of four anubandhas, which form, which decide, which is crucial in determining the textual structure and narrative structure and conceptual structure. For Anubandhas are Adhikari, Vishayaha, Sambandhaha, Prayojanam. Adhikari is the addressee, the learner to whom we are addressing. Vishaya is the subject matter. And the fourth one is Prayojanam, that is outcome. Adhikari, Vishayaha, Sambandhaha. And the third one is Sambandha. Sambandha, what makes Sambandha unique among Anubandha Chadushtaya is that it is relational in character. Sambandha. It is the connection between Adhikari and Vishaya, Vishaya and Prayojana, Adhikari and Prayojana, Vishaya and Prayojana, like that. So, pedagogy is designed in accordance with the Anubandha Chadushtaya. In modern day syllabus designing, we fix a target group. Whether it is for UG or PG or MPhil or PhD, we decide a target group. In accordance with the target group, we design the syllabus and curriculum. So, the Adhikari is important. That whom we are addressing, the addressee, the learner is important. Vishaya is important. Outcome has to be stated in today's world. Outcome has to be stated, not in today's world. It is an age-long, ancient sloka. And Sambandha. Actually, when in my student days, I thought Sambandha is of not that much importance, because Adhikari, Vishaya and Prayojana. At that time, I didn't know the importance of Sambandha. But later on, I understood the importance of Sambandha. Without Sambandha, Adhikari, Vishaya and Prayojanam will not be effective, will not be able to function fruitfully. So pedagogy as a medium to connect with texts, learners, changing times and different disciplines. So we have to design a proper pedagogy to adapt to what? Okay. To adapt to changing times, to changing disciplines and changing structure of learners, changing learning habits. For over generations, the learning habits of students change. We see that. So pedagogy we has to design new kind of pedagogy in accordance with the. Is this the problem? Okay. So the element of connection becomes relevant through pedagogy. Then we can view pedagogy as a methodology. We can read the text in accordance with the pedagogy inbuilt in that. We can read the text following the thread of pedagogy incorporated in that. Because Shankara as a guru, in his works we can delineate an effective thread of pedagogy in his works. So, identifying pedagogy inherent in inbuilt. In that time, pedagogy is different, content is different. It is not like that. Pedagogy is inherent, as research methodology is inherent in Shastra, our ancient Sanskrit texts, and they are not distinct entities. Like that, pedagogy is also inherent, inbuilt in Shastra text. So we have to identify the innovation in textual research. So we can view the text as a research resource in Shastra tradition. And we can identify subtext. Actually, we know Shankara is the Advaita Acharya, his main philosophy, his main theoretical contribution is Advaita. Let it be like that, but we can identify so many subtexts through the reading of his text. One of the subtexts is pedagogy. So we have to identify, to my feeling, as to my experience, the texts are never exhausted. Sanskrit texts are never exhausted. Reading and reading, we get new meanings from them. The thread of pedagogy, when we read closely, we can perceive the thread of pedagogy as a subtext in Vedanta text. So in two ways that helps. It acts as a way of approaching the text, and it acts as a way of identifying how a text speaks to us, how a text, Shankara's text speaks to us pedagogically also, conceptually also, philosophically also, the text speak to us pedagogically also. Shankara's text, Vedanta, not Shankara's alone, Vedanta text speak to us. Then, I'm not. Okay. Then I refer to Sambandha, the importance of Sambandha among the four Anubandhas, Anubandha Chatushtayas. So I'm repeating, Sambandha is relational in one minute. Previous. Yes. Role of Sambandha. Pedagogy is shaped, I am repeating, pedagogy is shaped based on connectedness between various components. Adhikari Vishaya, Vishaya Prayojana, Adhikari Prayojana, and Vishaya and Prayojana. So Shastras have always conceptualized connectedness or sambandha as the basic component of textual structure. So it is one of the four anubandhas, other three being adhikari, vishaya and prayojana. Sambandha determines the whole process of textual structure as well as discourse. How the discourse is to be structured, that also depends upon the sambandha. Without sambandha, there will not be an effective functioning of other three. Next. Then Sambandha is relational in character. I have already told. There are references to several types of sambandhas in our Shastra texts. In Bhashyas, Upanishad Bhashyas of Shankaracharya, in the starting beginning of each bhashya, he says, what is the sambandha there? In Kathopanishad, in Chandogyopanishad, in Brihadaranyaka, he states, what is the sambandha there? One of them is Pratipadya, Pratipadaga Bhava, between the text and subject matter. But then is Grahya, Grahaga Bhava, Guru and disciple. Prapya Prapaga Bhava, between Prayojana and Adhikari. Bodhya Bodhaga Bhava, Guru and disciple. Shankara has enumerated different kinds of sambandhas in his Upanishad Bhashyas. Previous?
Grahya Grahaka Bhava, Guru and disciple. Bodhya Bodhaka Bhava. What is the difference between these two? Because both are Guru and disciple.
Yes, maybe, but Shankara has used these words, this terminology to, that is Guru and disciple. Okay. But Bodhya Bodhaga Bhava and the Grahya Grahaga Bhava are told by acharyas in their works. Not that much. Not that much differences. But
Grahya means it is grahan karne yogya.
Right.
Means that is topic.
Okay.
And that bodhya means that to topic. bodhya जो बोधन करने योग्य है.
Not that much difference is there.
No.
Is the second one text and disciple?
Pratipadya.
Grahya grahaka bhava with extra disciple.
Yes.
Grahya grahaga bhava. Maybe like that.
Grahitum yogya grahyam. Grahak, the disciple.
Actually, only
And
minute differences that will rest on how we interpret the meaning. How we interpret it. That is the only thing, only minute.
The text is what to be grasped.
Yes.
The disciple is the one who grasps.
Yeah, okay. That can also be said. And
All that depends on the Prakaranika artha.
Prakarana artha, that depends on the interpretation we give. That's all.
Because we are not from Sanskrit.
Okay.
Is there a difference between Grahya and Bodhya?
Oh, okay. That
Grahya for me, being from the non-Sanskrit, is absorbed.
something to be grasped.
To grasp.
Grasped.
So Bodhya is to teach.
Something to be known. Bodhya, something to be known. No. Bodha is know, to know. Something to be known, something to be grasped. So only minute difference is there.
And the term sambandham itself.
Sambandha. The relation between link, connection between entities more than one.
So they are saying that there should be connections between all.
Yes. Guru is distinct, Shishya is distinct, text X is something. The classes will be going on, everything will be going on, and exams also will be conducted, but outcome will not be got.
But in the slide prior to this, Sambandha was explained that it is the relation between the other three of the unbelievers.
Yes.
But in this particular slide, it doesn't show up on the same that Guru and disciple is what of
Yes, I know.
Several types of sambandhas This is something other than what we know.
I understand.
Yeah, one sambandha is nothing part of Arabana. No, different sambandhas have been narrated. So, depending on the context, what sambandha is more relevant. That's what Vedam is trying to say.
Yes, I understand his doubt. Actually, Adhikari, Vishaya and Prayojana are the Adhikari. Guru is not included in them. Maybe that is his doubt. Here, I have Grahya, Grahaga, Bhava, Guru and disciple. But Shankara has used the relation between, in Kathopanishad Bhashya.
Not essentially restricted to only the relation between the other three.
Other three, mostly other three, generally other three, but Acharyas has used spontaneously, freely, like that.
Can Bodhya be linked to Buddhi and Grahya linked to?
Not, oh, okay, you can interpret.
No, I'm from a non-Sanskrit background.
Yes. Grahya, not Medha. Grahya is to grasp only, no?
Okay.
To grasp only, not Medha. Medha was interpreted as retention, to retaining that knowledge. Grahana is to grasp only. So there is enough to think on this, enough to discuss on this, like that. Next slide. These are, next slide also, these are 3 verses I quote from Mimamsa Shloka Vartika of Kumarila Bhatta. He is, in the beginning of Mimamsa Shloka Vartika, he shows the importance of Sambandha. And this shloka, Siddhartham Jnata Sambandham Shrotum Shrota Pravartade Shastrado Tena Vaktavyaha Sambandhaha Saprayojanaha. Siddhartham Jnata Sambandham Shastram Shrotum Shrota Pravartade. Shrota, the listener, the learner, the disciple. He's Shishyaha Pravartade means Unmukhaha Bhavati. He will be interested to learn which Shastra. Siddhartham Jnata Sambandham Cha Shastram Shrotum. Siddhartham. Siddhaha Arthaha Yasmat. Yasya Saha Tadu Shastram Siddhartham. Its outcome should be known. Its outcome should be attained. Jnata sambandham, the sambandha should be known. Sambandha should be known or suggested or declared. Siddhartham jnata sambandham cha shastra. A shastra should be siddhartha and jnata sambandha. Artha and sambandha are to be stated at the first. So, artha and sambandha. Artha should be got and sambandha should be known. Tadrisham shastram shrotum shrota pravartate. The learner will be interested to learn the shastra, that kind of shastra. Ataha shastradau tena vaktavya sambandha saprayojanaha shastradau. The beginning of shastra, vaktavyaha, it is to be stated, sambandha along with prayojana has to be stated. That is the meaning. The next verse, yavat prayojanenasya sambandho nabhidhiyate asambandha pralapitvad bhavet tavad asangatihi. Yavat, as long as the prayojana and sambandha are not stated. Yavat, not nabhidhiyate, not stated, then asambandha unconnected pralapa, it will be an unconnected pralapa. So it will cause asangatihi, unconnectedness, irrelevant utterance. It will be an irrelevant utterance. Next. Tasmat vyakhyangan ichchadbhihi sahetuhu saprayojanaha shastravatara sambandhaha vachyaha na anyastu nishpalaha. Tasmat ataha vyakhyangan ichchad, one who aspires to interpret shastras, he has to state sahetuhu saprayojanaha shastravadara sambandhaha vachyaha. Sambandha, shastravadara sambandha vachyaha. Sambandha has to be stated by him along with the hetu, the logic behind it, along with the prayojana, outcome has to be stated. Anyaha shastra vyavaharaha na vachyaha. Saha vyavaharaha nishphalaha eva bhavati. Nishphala, it will be nishphala, meaningless. So Kumarila, these are the Kumarila Bhatta shloka, first chapter, 17, 28, 25, fifth verses. And next slide once more, prior formats. I have that Icha I have given in red. So why I gave it in red will be shown in the next slide. So the sambandha, how the sambandha can be done? Sambandha has to be born from our ichcha, our passion for teaching, our passion for learning, our passion for interpreting, our passion for discourse, our passion for writing a text. So different kinds of ichchas have been referred to in our Shastra text. These are all subtexts. I already told the pedagogy is a subtext. So we can delineate the Ichcha also as a subtext throughout the Shankara's discourses. Ichcha can proceed from different sources, from the perspective of speaker, from the perspective of author, learner, commentator, listener. So we have several references to that. Pratipadayisha, vyachi, that san pratyaya is denotes ichcha, jitnyasa. Like that, jitnyasa is the jnatum ichcha. Then pipasa, daham, it is thirsty. Pipasa, like that. Shushrusha, shrodum ichcha. So san pratyaya denotes, in most cases, san pratyaya denotes ichcha. So pratipipadayisha, Shankara has used that word, pratipipadayisha. I have not given in detail here. Pratipipadayisha, pratipadayidum ichcha. Shankara has the ichcha to pratipadana, ichcha for pratipadana. Pratipadana, elucidation. Elucidate something. Like that. Yes. Vyachikhyasa, vyakhyadum ichcha. Interpret. Commentator only. Different Sanskrit is a rich language. No, so many terms will be there to denote with small distinct meanings. There will be too many padas. Vyachikhyasa, vyakhyada, vyachikhyasitasya grandhasya nirvighna parisamaptyartham, like that. Vyachikhyasa is there. Chikhyapaisha in Nyaya Sutra, Valsyayana Bhashya, that term occurs. Khyapaidum, to make a passion to make others known. Khyapaidum icha. Then these are all from the perspective of speaker, author, and they are pratipitsa, vividisha, jitnyasa, all from the perspective of learner. Pratipitsa, pratipattumicha, that synonym for jitnyasa. Vividisha, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishadi asti, vividisha, vedidumicha, jitnyasa, jnadumicha. So, Sambandha is materialized through Ichha, and Ichha from both sources complement each other. So, teacher should have a passion for teaching, student should have a passion for learning, and both the passions have to be complemented.
Can you please gloss each of those terms, ma'am?
Pratipipadesha. Vyachikhyasa, vyakhyadum Ichha. The Ichha for come and interpret. And chikhyapaisha, khyapaidum icha, to make others known. Khyapanam, khya means to knowledge. Khyati is prasiddhi, prashasti, no? So, khyapaidum icha, chikhyapaisha. I haven't included the references, but I have with me, because everything is not it is not possible to include everything. Pratipitsa, so, Pratipattum Icha. Pratipattum means jitnyasa, synonym for jitnyasa only. Jnatum Icha. Pratipattihi jnanam. Pratipattum Icha. Vividisha. Also, we can say in the general sense, we can say that they are synonyms. Pratipitsa, Vividisha, and jitnyasa. Next slide. So, we have to ask what is the role of Ichha in generating or transacting knowledge. So it liberates the whole process from being a purely technical one. And it makes the process genuine and rooted in experience. And it liberates the sambandha from the conventional roles. We have some conventional role. Guru has to be like this. Shishya has to be like this. Sometimes the relation between Guru and Shishya will transcend the defined roles. So, the passion liberates Sambandha from the conventional roles to form a unified experience of knowledge. Guru and Shishya will together reach a point where the knowledge becomes an experience. Next. Then now come to Shankara's works. This is the first. I have quoted three contexts, three references from Shankaracharya's work. The first one is from Brahma Sutra Bhashyam. Prathama Adhyaya, third Sutra, Shastra Yonitva Adhigaranam. So, in between the commentary interpretation, Shankaracharya says, I will read the sentence. Yadyad vistarartham shastram yasmat purusha visheshat sambhavati yatha paninyadehe jneye igadesharthamadbi saha tadopyadhigatara vijnanaha iti prasiddham loge. So the meaning is, Yadyat vistarartham shastram yasmat purusha visheshat sambhavati. The scholarly people, scholars, write so many books, so many shastras. They start so many shastras. The Panini Vyakarana Shastra Vistaraha eva Paninina Kritaha. Evam cha Paninyadehi Igadesharthamabi. Panini has elaborated on a number of words. Their origin, their prakriya, their usage, their functioning, etc. But for sure he would have known more number of words than he had elaborated. Tatopyat ज्ञेयैकदेशमेव तैः उपपादितः. ज्ञेयस्य what quantity of padas he had known, tasya ekadeshameva, only partial materializing eva he would have done. Jnayasya ekadesha eva he would have presented. Tadopyathikadara vijnanaha, he would have known more number of words than he had elaborated. That is the meaning. He would have known more number of words than he had elaborated. So what is the message as teachers and students? What is the message we get from this statement? So a teacher should require more knowledge not than the student, than what he intends to teach. What he intends to teach, the teacher should acquire more knowledge. So only we are human beings, we can transact only a partial part of what we know. So that is the limitation of as teachers or human beings. So a teacher should require more knowledge than he intends to transact to others. So Paninihi ज्ञेयस्य एकदेशमेव उपदेशरूपेण आदिशत्. उपदिष्टात् अधिकतरमेव विज्ञानं तस्य आसीत्. उपदिष्टात् अधिकतरमेव, he should have known for more number of words than he had elaborated through his Ashtadhyayi. So this is only a passing remarks Shankara makes in that Adhikarana, but this is a relevant message. This gives a relevant message related to pedagogy. And then this is a quote from Upadesha Sahasri. How should a teacher function? Shishyas, I will read the line. It's a long sentence. Shishyasya, but simple only. I think when I read, you will be able to get the meaning. Shishyasya jnana agrahanam lingaihi buddhva sujanabhihi buddhva lingair buddhva, comma agrahane hetun adharma, enumerating so many things. Adharma, laugiga pramada, nityanitya viveka vishaya asanjada dridhabhurva shrutatva loga chindavekshana jatyadya abhimanadin tat pratipakshaihi shruti smriti vihitaihi apanayed akrodhadibhihi ahimsadibhischa yamaihi jnana aviruddhaischa niyamaihi. I will try to explain the meaning. A teacher should be able to identify whether the student has understood the subject he has taught. So if he has not understood, he should be able to know whether he has understood or not. Shishyasya jnana agrahanam. Not jnana grahanam, jnana agrahanam, whether the student has understood what he has taught, he has elaborated. Jnana agrahanam, the student will not say, katham, how the teacher can know, lingaihi, suchanabhihi, through suchanas, through symbols or suchanas. The teacher should be able to know. Jnana agrahanam suchanabhihi buddhva. Tadanandaram, afterwards, agrahane hetun, there will be many more reasons if the student has not been able to understand what the teacher has taught. Not only because he is not intelligence wise, he is not below like that. Not that. There will be several reasons. Adharma, Laugiga Pramada, unethical, some unethical elements will be there. Laugiga Pramada, some mistakes will be there from the part of the teacher or the student. Then Nitya Vivega, then he will not have the maturity to be there. Maturity, that loga anubhava abhavena, maturity. He will not have the maturity. Then he will be proud of jatyadi abhimana. He will be proud of something. I don't have to learn like this, all that. Jatyadi abhimanadin. So there will be many reasons if he has not understood what the teacher has taught. So what should the teacher do? Teacher has to address the hetu. Jnana agrahane hetun. Actually, I had to hetu it be given in red. Hetu is very relevant there. The teacher has to identify the hetu of jnana agrahana. The reasons for not why the student has not understood what he has taught. The hetu. So he has to address the hetu. So he has to avoid the hetus. So tat katham tat pratipakshehi shrutis, only through ethical ways he has to avoid the get rid of the hetus of from the part of the student. Jatyadi abhimanadin tat pratipakshehi shruti smriti vihitaihi apanayet. I have given the full sentence. Akrodhadipihi ahimsadipihi yama and niyama. Instructed in Yoga Sutra, yama, that physical disciplining and mental disciplining and the social disciplining, they are elucidated through yama and niyama. Ahimsa, satya, steya, brahmacharya, aparigraha. Then niyamas are shaucha, santosha, tapas, swadhyaya, ishvara, pranidhana. So mental and physical disciplining. He has to avoid the reasons for the student, why the student was not able to understand what the teacher had taught. So this is Upadesha Sahasri. The text is Upadesha Sahasri. It is written in the form of dialogue between a guru and a shishya, and I will be giving more references from Upadesha Sahasri in coming slides. And then Upadesha Sahasri, there is another statement he is making. The teacher, punah punaha bruyat yavat grahanam dridhi bhavati. The student has a firm grasp on the subject. So the teacher has to win. Again and again he has to repeat what he has taught. So like that. Punah punaha. Next. And the former slide. Jnana pradibandha nivartanam guruna karani. Different learning capabilities, incapabilities. So Guru has to address the diversity of the disciplines. Okay. Disciples. Okay. In this, this is a process of learning. And there is an Adhikarana called Avritti Adhikarana in Brahma Sutra. It is in the 4th chapter. If I remember correctly. Avritti Adhikarana, first chapter, 4th Adhikarana. First Sutra, 141. And so the subject matter discussed in Avritti Adhikarana is that in the context of Vedanta, that goes through a different direction. What is the subject matter is that Shravana, Manana and Nididhyasana. Whether one sadhaka has to do Avritti, repeat Shravana and Manana, and Nididhyasana, or is it one time only? The Anushtana has to be done only once. So that is the discussion. So, but I think reading over and over that Adhikarana, reading closely that section of Brahma Sutra Bhashya, it came to my mind that this Adhikarana, this interpretation of Shankara is something relevant to the pedagogy. He says, I will read, Darshana Paryavasanani Shravanadini Avartyamanani Drishtarthani Bhavandi Drishtarthani Prayojana. the siddha prayojanani bhavanti, become meaningful. Darshana parya, shravanadini anushtanani, shravana, manana and nididhyasana, they have to culminate in darshana. They have to culminate in ultimate jnana. They have to culminate in the stated outcome of the shastra. Darshane paryavasanam bhavitavyam. Darshana paryavasanani shravanadini. For that, to gain the outcome, they have to be repeated. Avartyamanani. Only then they will be drishtartha. The artha, the outcome will be attained. He shows an example. Yatha avaghadadini tandula nishpatti paryavasanani. Tandula nishpatti. We have to get tandula from its purvarupa. What is that called? Umi, Malayalathil Umi pare. That we have to the outer, get rid of the outer layer. Husk. Okay, husk. We have to get the outer layer and get the tandula, the rice. So for that we have to do avakadam. Nellukuttu in Malayalam we will say nellukuttan. We will have to we do avakadam. Only then the husk is yes. Only then the husk, we can get rid of husk and we will get rice. So, how many times avakada has to be done? Yes, till it is removed. So, avakadadini tandula nishpatti paryavasanani. Tandula nishpattau eva paryavasanam bhaved. Tandula nishpatti has to be attained. So, like that, so the example he gives is, so like that, shravanadini, darshane eva shravanadinam paryavasanam, darshane eva bhavitavyam. For that purpose, it has to be repeated, the practice. So, through these words, statements, he is showing the importance of practice, abhyasa. Showing the importance of practice or abhyasa in the learning process. So, avaghadadini tandula nishpatti paryavasanani. And in pedagogy, what is the importance of practice? Anekamshopete laukika padarthe samanya visheshavati ekena avadhanena ekamamsham avadharayati aparena aparam. Ekena avadhanena ekavara prayatnena ekaha amshaha avabuddhaha. We know the one. So like that, I have read this Avartyadhikarana so many times. After reading so many times, it came to my mind that I can connect this with pedagogy. So, reading over and over again. So, the practice or abhyasa has its own role, its own determining role in the process of learning. So, ekena avadhanena ekamamsham avadharayati aparena aparam syadidi abhyasa upayogaha. Abhyasasya upayogaha padhane shodhe gaveshane shodhe कीदृशः इति प्रश्नः. तस्य समाधानं शङ्कराचार्यैः अत्र दत्तम्, अस्मिन् भागे दत्तम्.
That is being talked about is not a meaningless rote learning.
No. He is. Yes. He is pointing to that. I will come to this.
Because in the Western pedagogy, what they say is they connect this to structuralism.
Okay.
They say meaningless rote learning.
No.
But that is not meaningless.
No. He specifically shows this is not a meaningless effort, meaningless exercise. So, ekena avadhanena ekamamsham apohadi aparena aparam idi yujyade tatra kramavati pratipattihi. It's a gradual process of learning. Kramavati pratipattihi tattu purva rupameva atma pratipattehe. This is the purva rupam of self-knowledge, highest level of knowledge. And in the next sentence is addresses what you have just now said. Natu tattvamasi vakyarthat prachyavya avrto pravarta. You should not go away from the tattvamasi vakyartha. You should not prachyavana means you should not go away from the ultimate outcome, ultimate prayojanam of the shastra. Let it be any shastra, but you should not go. So that refers to it should not be a meaningless exercise. Tattvamasi vakyarthat prachyavya avrtau na pravartayed. Just the exercise, just exercising, just the repetition is not an effective one. He specifically says that. And then this is the last one. Is the most, I think this is the most inspiring statement I have read in his related to pedagogy in his works. Vichitra prajnatvat pratipatrinam. Why avritti is needed? Why abhyasa is important? Because Vichitra prajnatvat pratipatrinam. Pratipattaraha vichitra prajnaraha bhavanti. The learners have different capabilities. Vichitra prajna. Vichitra means unique, different. Prajna bala. Knowledge, the capability of knowing, learning. Pratipatta means learner, the student or disciple. So, through vichitra prajnatvat pratipatrinam abhyasa is needed. Avrti is needed. So some students may learn from once. So some students may learn from 2 times. So like that. So through this passage, through this vakya, Shankara tells us to address the diversity of students. That is very much important, the diversity of students. And learners have different diverse learning capabilities. So we have to, as teachers, we have to address the diversity of students. Not only in these pedagogical matters, in everything, in anything, students are diverse cultures, different languages, different surroundings. So, as teachers, we have to address the diversity of students. That is the thing. And next. And this is Parartha Anumana. Yesterday also there was references to Parartha Anumana. I could attend only in the afternoon session. So there was reference to Parartha Anumana. All of you may be knowing what Parartha Anumana is. Parartha Anumana is inference, and Parartha Anumana is the conveying the thing. The knowledge what one has gained to others. So only if the knowledge is communicated through a systematic way, the listener will be able to grasp the meaning. So, Panja Avayava Vakyam Pratijna in Nyaya philosophy, Panja Avayavaha Pratijna Hetu Udaharana Upanaya Nigamanam Panja Avayavaha Uktaha Bhavanti. And this is a shloka from Dashashloki, Shankara's Dashashloki. Actually, this is not a poem written from the Nyaya, using the Nyaya methodology, but spontaneously that method has been included. That Shankara spontaneously includes that methodology, that kind of arrangements in this shloka. The shloka, I will recite the shloka. Na bhumir, na toyam, na tejo, na vayur, na kham, nendriyam, va na tesham samuhaha, anaigandigatvad, sushuptega siddhaha, tadego vasishtaha, shivah kevaloham, aham kevalaha shivaha, aham brahmasmi, aham shivaha kevalaha. So, to reach that knowledge, we have to go through a process, a procedure. There is a procedure to reach that knowledge. So there is pratijna, na bhumihi, bhumihi atma na bhavati, toyam atma na bhavati, tejaha atma na bhavati, vayuhu atma na bhavati, kham nama akashaha, akashaha atma na bhavati, indriyam atma na bhavati, even their samuha is also not atma. So this is the statement. Kutaha? He has to show the reason. Anaigandigatvad, anityatvad. They are all anitya. Their Atma is nitya. According to Advaita philosophy, Atma is nitya. They are all anitya. So, tesham anityatvad. Panjabhutanam, indriyanam, tesham samuhanam cha anityat. They are impermanent. They are because of their impermanency, anegandigatvat, they are not Atma. Then we have pratya hetu udaharana. Sushupteiga siddhaha, sushupto, during sleep, our knowledge, our experience is just kevala. We are not aware of the roles we are playing in our Jagrad Avastha. We are not aware. They're just this pure experience. Not 100% example, but not similar. But the udaharana is only like that only. Not 100% photocopy. But just a similarity is there. Sushuptega siddhaha. Tad means upanayaha. Tad means tasmat karanas. Because of that. Ekaha avashishtaha, shivaha kevala, ekaha panjabhutanam, indriyanam, tesham samuhanam cha anityatvad, avashishtaha kim bhavati, aham tattvam bhavati, avashishtaha, avashishtam shivaha kevalaha aham tadeva atma iti. So, very spontaneously, he is a great poet also, Shankara. So very spontaneously, he has incorporated this Pancha Avayavas in this shloka. Pratijna hetu udaharana upanayaha. There may be different, small differences in that. But so this I have cited only one shloka, and there are 9 other shlokas. Dasha shloki. There are 10 other. This is the samahara of 10 shlokas. And the second shloka is Navarna Shramachara Dharmaha Name Dhyarana Dhyana Yoga Dayobi. These are not Atma. Varna Shramachara Dharma. They are not Atma. Kutaha Anatma Shrayaham Mama. I am not explaining. Anatma Shrayaham Mama Dhyasahana. The reason is shown. And then tadego vashishtaha, tad is the tasmat karanad, upanayaha, that can be applied here also. That is upanaya. Tadego vashishta shivako kevaloham. Like this, the other shlokas are written. In this manner only, other shlokas also written. And then, next slide. Discussion and okay. And I have already told the Upadesha Sahasri written in the form of dialogue between Guru and Shishya. And the Shankara has through his different bhashyas, he has emphasized, highlighted the importance of discussion and dialogue. He is naming it differently. Tadvidya Samyogaha, Brahadaranyaka Upanishad Bhashye. He has termed like that. Tadvidya Samyogaha, Tadvidya Samyogaha, Taihi Saha Vadagaranam, Vidya Prapti Upayaha. That is, means the discussion held with the scholars of each discipline, different disciplines, is the upaya for Vidya Prapti. And in Chandogya Upanishad Bhashya, he has used the word Tadvidya Samvadaha. Tadhacha Tadvidya Samvade Viparita Apurva Vijnana Upajanah Samshaya Nivirtischa. What is the prayojana of Tadvidya Samvada? Viparita Grahana. We can get rid of our contradicting knowledge and mistaken knowledge. Apurva Vijnana Upajanaha. We can gain unique kind of knowledge. Samshaya Nivirtischa. We can avoid our doubts also. We can clear our doubts also. That we can do from Tadvidya Samvada. Then Charaka Samhita, you will be knowing Tadvidya Sambhasha. Charaka has given the importance of Tadvidya Sambhasha. Adhyayanam, Adhyapanam, Tadvidya Sambhasha Cheti Upayaha. And Charaka has given a lot of description how this Sambhasha can be done. And next is Chaturvyuha method. Actually, Chaturvyuha method is originally from Vinaya Pitaka of Buddhist literature written in Pali. So, Arya Satyas, all of you may be knowing what is Arya Satyas. Arya Satya, Buddha has written, put forward a concept of Arya Satya. Dukkha, Dukkha Hetu, Dukkha Nirodha, Dukkham, Dukkha Hetu, no, Dukkham, Dukkha Karana, Dukkha Samudaya, Dukkham, Dukkha Samudaya, Dukkha Nirodha, Dukkha Nirodha Upaya. That is the four Arya Satyas, the group of Arya Satyas. So, Buddha is approaching, he has making this as a background to go forward in his philosophy. So, this Arya Satyas. In Ayurveda, Dasavaisheshika Sutra by Bhadanda Nagarjuna, this is a methodology. This method to address an issue, the reason of that issue, the solution for that issue, the means. That is Dukkha, Dukkha Samudaya, Dukkha Nirodha, Dukkha Nirodha, Upaya, like that. So in this Dasavaisheshika Sutra, Bhadanda Nagarjuna says, Chaturvidhyam Adhigridam Arogye. We can approach the Ayurveda Shastra in a fourfold manner. Arogyam, Arogya Lakshanam, Arogya Sadhanam, Arogya Phalam. I have not written like in this, I am saying Arogyam, Arogya Lakshanam, Arogya Sadhanam, Arogya Phalam. Then the third sutra, here Bhadanda Nagarjuna writes, Anarogyam, Anarogya Lakshanam, Anarogya Sadhanam, Anarogya Phalam. So an issue to be addressed, its definition, its sadhana and its bhala. So Ayurveda has adopted the methodology of Arya Satyas in its discourse. And there is a shloka in Ashtanga Sangraha directly refers to Arya Satyas. Yatha pratijñātam iti kramena vedoyam ashtanga nidher nibaddhaha abhyasyato margamiva Arya Satyam samjayade swartha parartha siddhihi. So, a chikilsaka, a physician who practices his science following the lines of Arya Satyas, he becomes successful in his profession. Abhyasyato margamiva Arya Satyam samjayade swartha parartha siddhihi. So in Upadesha Sahasri, we can identify a certain amount of similarity with this Arya Satya method. I have already told that Upadesha Sahasri is in the form of dialogue between Guru and Shishya. Guru. The first I have written the dialogue from the part of from the part of Shishya. The Shishya says to Guru, Dukkham Anubhavami. I'm sorrow. I experience sorrow. I'm sorrowful. Dukkham Anubhavami. And he further asks, Kimayam mama swabhavaha uta naimitikaha. Whether this dukkha is the inherent quality of myself or is it born from a certain specific karana. Naimittigaha, certain born out of a specific nimitta. Kimayam dukkha anubhavaha mama swabhavaha uta naimittigaha. Yadi swabhavaha name mokshasha. If this is my swabhava, my inherent nature, then I don't have any asha in moksha, because swabhavasya avarjaniyastvad. Swabhava cannot be got rid of. Swabhavaha avarjaniyaha bhavati. Atha naimittigaha. If it is naimittiga, born out of a certain nimitta, then nimitta parihare mokshopapattihi syad. So nimitta has to be parihrita. Nimitta has to be avoided, got rid of. Then I can experience moksha. This is the question. This is the doubt raised by student to teacher. Then the teacher says, Shrunu Valsa, listen. Na tavayam swabhavaha kintu naimittika. This dukkhanubhava is not your swabhava. It is naimittika. It is born out of a specific cause only. You are actually this blissful nature, ananda nature, not a dukkha nature. So the student asks again, Kim nimittam? Kim va tasya nivartagam? Ko mama swabhavaha? Yasmin nivartite naimittika bhavaha? Roga nimitta nivrittaviva rogi swabhavam prapadyeya. Dukkha anubhavaha asti. I experience sorrow, dukkha. So, what is its cause? Kim nimittam? Kim va tasya nivartagam? What is the means to get rid of that dukkha? Ko mama swabhavaha? What is my essential nature? And yasmin nivartide? If when that dukkha, that nimitta is eradicated, I can get my inherent essential nature, attain my essential nature. And the example is what? Roga nimitta nivartaviva rogi swabhavam prabadhyeya. When the nimitta of roga is got rid of, roga nimitta nivrittihi, roga nimittasya nivrittihi. When the nimitta of the cause of roga is got rid of, then what happens? Rogi swabhavam prabadhyade, rogi swasthadam pratipadyade. Like that, when the nimitta of my dukkha can be got rid of, I can attain the blissful nature, my swabhava. The swabhava which is different from dukkha. So this is the question. So Shankara Nudguru answers avidya nimittam. So the Vedanta Advaita philosophy speaks of a perspective. So avidya is the one that obstructs our right perspective. So avidya nimittam. Vidya tasya nivartika. Knowledge is power. Vidya tasya nivartika. Avidyayam nivarta. Knowledge gives us gives us a good perspective to see the world. Vidya tasya nivartika. Avidyayam nivartayam. When avidya is got rid of through vidya. Tannimitta abhavat, avidyayaha abhavat, mokshyase janma marana lakshana. That is the outcome stated in Advaita. Janma marana lakshanas. We will obtain our own swabhava. So, I found a little bit similarity between this kind of dialogue, this systemic kind of narration to the structure of Arya Satyas. Dukkham, dukkha samudayam, dukkha nirodham, dukkha nirodha upayam. Avidya, dukkham, dukkha nimittam, dukkha nivartagam, tasya outcome, tasya prayojanam also. Somewhat similarity. So, next slide. And I am coming to a close. My presentation is coming to a close, and the points I have elaborated here are summarized here. Sambandha, the importance of sambandha, connection between different components of a textual discourse, and ichcha, role of ichcha in maintaining that sambandha, that transaction of knowledge, that process of learning, Parartha Anumana, discussion and dialogue, Chaturvyuha method. These are the points I have described here. So, understanding pedagogy accords a comprehensive perspective comprising methodology, content and narrative structure of text. That is all I have to say now. Thank you.
The lecture, in fact, addressed about the pedagogical aspects, especially from Shankara's literature, with regard to Vedanta. First of all, I thank Madam for this wonderful presentation, because such a way, perspectives need to be seen in the literature. Based on this, before you ask any question to Madam, I have a question to all of you. Can we connect this? Can we connect this with methodology? Because Madam has spoken about pedagogy. As a researcher, I know that it can be done. Any ideas?
So,
The relationship between the supervisor and the student.
Yes.
also,
One-to-one in a class, it could be one to many. But in a research context, it is going to be one-to-one.
Exactly.
And I have one question. You have quoted Upadesha Sahasri. The teacher is Shankara Bhagavatpada. But who is the student there? Is there a mention of that student? What is his age, if at all?
No. There is no reference that Shankara is the teacher. No reference. He has written a book.
Okay.
Upadesha Sahasri he has two parts. One Gadya Prabandha and a Padya Prabandha. It is in the form of a dialogue. That's all. That's
Now,
all.
what would be the age of the student? This is my question. The hypothetical student, if that is what you're saying, what would be the age of this hypothetical student?
Maybe that in Tarka Sangraha, Grahana Dharana Paduhu Balaha, he should be able to understand, grasp things. He should be able to communicate what he feels. Grahana Dharana Paduhu, that's the only requirement. Not age.
So not biological age at all.
Not biological age.
More of an intellectual age.
Yes.
you're talking of.
That not biological age. It is that is the practice we see in text. In Tarka Sangraha, it is written, Balanam Sughabodhaya Kriyate Tarka Sangraha. This Tarka Sangraha is written for the purpose, for the sake of balas. So who is a bala? Bala is Grahana Dharana Patuhu. Grahane Dharane cha Patuhu. He is capable of grasping things. He is capable of understanding and analyzing things. That's all.
So an 18-year-old can become a bala.
Yes.
Vyakarana Kavya Kosha Shastraha. Yes. No, I'm coming to English translation. He has studied the Vyakarana, Kavyas, Kosha, etc., everything, but not Tarka.
Okay.
That person, that scholar is considered to be the Bala. Bala means not child.
I can.
That's why we should not go with the Natu Stanandhaya,
Natu
not the
Stanandhaya.
infant who is drinking milk.
I can be a bala for your Shastra. You can be a bala for my Shastra also.
So it is connected to the level of ignorance that one person has.
Yes.
So the avidya.
a person who doesn't know,
Oh,
that person is known as Bala.
okay. Where is it, that definition?
Bala.
Ajna bala.
Okay, because this is very important from my discipline. This is because I make a very clear distinction between pedagogy and anthragogy. Because if you use the word pedagogy, pediatrician, ped means a child.
Okay.
But anthra is applicable to adult learners.
Okay.
So learners like, us in a UG classroom, because you referred to UG classroom and PG classroom. Because pedagogy is a word that comes from the West, which is taken into mainstream higher education as well. So this this definition of Bala is very important over here, and that is linked to avidya in that particular discipline.
Yes.
Not in the sense of Brahma Vidya,
Yes.
but avidya, laukika pravritti avidya.
Even Shankara Bhagavad denounced an old man who was reciting continuously and decreeing Banaras.
Right. And
He is about in the last phase of his life. He is
But-
not talking about the God. He is only reciting the
so that's only the repetition.
also Bala.
Okay.
Such a way, maybe that terminological differences might be there, but the concept is same.
So you
Pedagogy and andragogy that you are referring to, maybe as Sanskrit is, I don't know, that is not my problem.
correct. No, but what I'm trying to say is we don't take those children and plonk them there like how we do in the Western system. You're 5 years of age, you go and sit down in LKG. You're 10 years of age, you go and sit down in. So it is linked to biological age, whereas in ancient days it was linked to how much or how less you are using your.
Dakshinamurti Stotra, Madatavar Mule, Vruddha Shiksha, all the disciples are
Exactly.
Guru Yuva. The teacher is very young.
Exactly. So Shuka Brahmam.
Time.
So, all these
So the closest that comes to this bala that you're talking about is seen in the Western methodology as Peter Pans. They're called as Peter Pans. They're biologically a certain age, but then they're not able to contribute and bring themselves up. They want to behave like children all the time. They don't want to take responsibility for their own studies. They don't want to do their work.
That is why our Shastra said, Ajivanam Adhiyeta Vipraha. That Vipra Shabda is applicable to all.
Correct. Not a particular community.
Of course, there are
As the Bala, it's very interesting. The terminology is in Sanskrita. As the word Bala is linked to a relatively a person who is relatively new to a subject. Similarly, which is not directly connected to the biological age of a person. In the same way, Vruddha is also there. Vruddha does not necessarily mean aged. Tasya dharmarate rasit vruddhatvam jarasa vina. When describing King Dilipa, Kalidasa says, he was established in dharma and also he was vruddha, means he was mature. So vruddha here in this context is mature without getting jara, aged. So hence, becoming matured without being aged. So that was so the terms bala, vruddha when used in the context of education, say they don't really or they don't invariably point to the biological age of a person. So that clarity is there.
The word Vayovriddha.
Vayovriddha, Jnanavriddha. Vayovriddha is biological. Jnanavriddha is a person with matured with knowledge. Vayas samikshate. So hence age was never a factor in the context of learning.
And I think the perspective through which we read the Shastras is important. So, a close reading, we can delineate such kind of things from Shankara's works. That the statement Vichitra Prajnatvat Pratipatrina, as we have that concept in our mind, only because of that we can identify that statement from him and project it. That is the thing. Please.
Ma'am, actually I want to contribute here. In Manusmriti they said age, bio-age also for learning Vedas 5 to 8 like that. So it means that this concept is fine, but it doesn't mean bio-age also not considered.
And the Manusmriti is different, Vedanta is different, no? Vedanta is a different Shastra.
But ma'am,
So according to each Shastra, the criteria differs.
And ma'am, I would like to ask, add to what sir asked, whether we were able to link it or not. So this is like that. Not I have read it that not all students are researchers, but all not every student is a researcher, but all teachers are researchers. All yes, like yes, like what does that mean? That as ma'am pointed out that in one class a certain methodology or certain we use a certain method to teach. That doesn't mean that same methodology will work in with the other set of class as well. Even with the same section, let's say we are teaching UG class in a one classroom, section A, that method cannot work with the same batch with section B. So a teacher will have to keep on experimenting, and that's what I was able to link. And that's why ma'am said the abhyas, why it is important, and that. So I really enjoyed the session, ma'am. It was very wonderful.
Somebody has that.
See,
When we look at this Avritti,
Yes.
the Western methodology criticizes our methodology because they hit us on this Avritti. But I think it has got more to do with the language itself. Because in Sanskrit, you read it 10 times, 10 different meanings are going
Yes,
to come.
yes, yes.
But you read an English text, you read it 10 times, it's going to be like the same. So that Avriti is not applicable to their context, to to their own languages, and that is why they don't see the value of Avriti over here.
And Shankara specifically points out also, Tattvamasi Vakyarthat na prachya vidavyam iti.
Tattvamasi is a simple sentence, but then no matter how many times we read it, that bodha doesn't happen, and that the way we interact with the world also doesn't help us do that. So this Avriti is important for us.
Yes.
Whereas you take a chemistry text, this Avriti, except retention, rote memory, there's no application because it's not connected to Brahma Vidya. And that's what he says in some place, any Vidya that is not connected to Brahman is Avidya.
There somebody has.
actually, the topic was pedagogical aspects in Vedanta texts. And Prasad sir also asked about any ideas that we can take from this and incorporate in research. So I just connected the yesterday's drama, the Bhranta Shodharthi.
Yes, yes.
And one sentence was there that the researcher has come to research because of some force. Like he was enforced to do the research, not interested. But an important aspect of Vedanta or the text written by Shankara is that the student is one who wishes to get liberated. So only such a person is given directions by the Guru. So I think that aspect can be implied in research, where a researcher should be really curious and really focused on the solution of a problem. Then only he can do the research properly, and only he can be directed properly to the research. Yes. The academic conditions are different. People are just coming for a degree, but actually the interest in the subject. And then we can see people who are 30 or 40 or 45 or 50, they are coming to research just because of the interest.
Yes.
So a Vedanta student can be the appropriate person, or he can be an appropriate example for a researcher who has wandered in all the situations, and one problem is striking in his mind and he is wishing to get the solution. He approaches a proper guide, he has the proper situation, and then he proceeds to get the solution. I think that can be incorporated.
Okay, I appreciate your interpretation. So that kind of passion, I was talking about passion, ichcha. So, and what you said is, that is an ideal situation. But all of us don't live in an ideal situation. We address different kinds of students. Teachers are also different, coming from different, they also have different perspectives, students also. So we don't live in an ideal situation, but an ideal situation is there. So we have to strive to reach there. That's the only thing we can do. Thank you. Thank you for the interpretation.
I want to add one more thing. Avritti means not repetition actually. Avritti means a sort of practice.
Practice.
Why? Because in Yoga Darshana, Abhyasa Vairagyabhyam Tannirodha. How to control the mind. So these two yuktis, upayas are there. One is Abhyasa and other one is Vairagya. So what do you mean by Abhyasa? So चित्तस्य अवृत्तिकस्य प्रशांत वाहिता स्थिति tat sampipadeshaya tat sadhananushtanam tadartham virya. So here we are missing some, means avriti means we are taking the repetition road. That is not correct. Actually,
okay.
Abhyas,
Okay, that the
Avriti
avriti has that specific meaning in Yoga Sutra. Here, the Shankara addresses the question, Shravana, Manana and Nididhyasana have to be done ekavaram va bahuvaram. That is the question he is trying to address.
Okay, maybe.
Address the context. According to the context, it is like that.
Does it also have Drishtavyaha, Srotavyaha?
Shrotavyaha, Mandavyaha, Shravanam, Mananam, Nididhyasana.
realization.
Does it come in the end or?
That is different variation. Mantavyaha, Drashtavyaha, Shrotavyaha, Mandava. Different texts in that.
Drashtavyaha is the outcome. For that, what you need to do is Shrotavyaha, Mantavyaha, Nididhyasana.
And there is a discussion about the Shravanam, Mananam, Nididhyasanam, which is more important. Shravanam va important or Nididhyasanam va, like the difference. Yes, yes. I am also to that. For me, Shravanam is more important. Somebody says Nididhyasanam, not somebody, some philosophers say Nididhyasanam is more important.
There should be some input for.
Yes. Shravana has to be there. Yes.
And,
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, while we contextualize pedagogy in Indian context, can we take Prasthanatraya to realize the learning process Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana chronologically?
Prasthanatraya chronologically.
Yeah, first Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana.
Prasthanatraya means Upanishads, Brahma Sutra and Bhagavad Gita.
Yes. An application level.
Application. Actually, not that much all. It is Adhikari Bheda. It is Adhikari Bheda that determines
we can order according to our convenience, I think.
My point is,
Yeah. Maybe Brahma Sutra, Upanishad and Bhagavad Gita.
this is putting like that.
Actually, chronologically, Upanishads are ancient, were written in Upanishad.
For our convenience, we can order it as
No. We will have further discussions.
Okay.
In the beginning of the slide, in the initial of the slides, you mentioned that pedagogy is a kind of methodology based on which text has been written. But generally, as a BA student, we used to write text such a way that teacher can utilize multiple pedagogical techniques for the individual differences.
Yes.
But you have contradicting here. Don't you think that it will limit the freedom of a teacher to utilize multiple techniques?
Yes, I have told the multiples that Vichitra Pratyatvat Pratipatrinam I have told, and then Adhikari, Vishaya, Sambandha and Prayojana. In accordance with the difference in Adhikari, to whom the learners, difference of learners, the design and the curriculum of the pedagogy or of the syllabus has to have difference. I have told that. Maybe that sentence may be giving a different meaning.
Point. I was just from that particular point which you mentioned, based on that I was
Okay. Maybe that sentence may give a different meaning to you. That's all.
And one more question, ma'am. How Ichha liberated the whole process from a purely technical one? You mentioned one, right?
Pardon?
You mentioned that Ichha liberates the whole process from a purely technical one. What does that mean?
Technical one. If the class begins at 9:30 the teacher comes to the class only for the sake of attendance and passing the exam. Students are present there, and that is the technical one. But yes, but if there is ichha on the part of the teacher, ichha on the teacher to teach, and ichha on the part of the students to learn, there will not be the barriers of time. There will not be the barrier of syllabus. There will not be the barrier of anything else. That's the.
Okay. Thank you.
Add to what Professor Muthulakshmi is saying. See, the technical aspect that, from what I understand, we get students into BA and MA and research students. So there is no ichha from the teacher or from the students because we haven't met each other at all. And students are just dumped on us. And we are given a timetable and says, you go and teach in this class, you go and teach in that class. So in the ancient system, there cannot be any kind of teaching unless the teacher and the student know each other and they accept each other. So that aspect is now found only in the form of electives in current scenario. So there the student has an ichha to come and join this particular elective. But otherwise the core courses, everything is just dumped on the student. The student doesn't even know why he or she is in the class, why this subject is being taught. The teacher also, most cases, they don't know. Syllabus somebody is making somewhere. The teacher is stuck with the book. The student is stuck with the book. And entrance exams, all question papers are done by somebody else. Nobody knows anything.
In that sense, what do you think?
See,
what
that
we
is
should
the technical part. If the student has this jigyasa, this thirst for knowledge, and if the research question comes from the student, and the student really wants to know, the student will go to any extent to get the answers to their questions. But now students are questionless. And the teachers are also questionless. And questions appear only in the final exam paper, which has never been taught in the class. So there's a lot of chaos happening right now. But here, when you're talking of multiplicity of students, from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, all these classes in ancient times were always one-to-one. Only certain basic parameters were given to common students. But if the student had a doubt at 10 o'clock in the midnight or even 2 o'clock in the midnight, the teacher would be ready. That is why we had a residential system. We did not have a timetable. Now timetables are built up only for the walls. Timetable is not for your mind. How does one decide, even in a school or even in a college? 9 to 11, you have to be in this subject. You have to study mathematics. And 11 o'clock, you just switch off mathematics and move on to science. I mean, how do you come up with that? How do you know? It's because timetables are for the room. Timetable is not for the learning. So it was always tailor-made and one-to-one. So whenever the student was ready, the teacher was ready. And the teacher had to wait for the students to have the teacher and come and approach the teacher with the questions. If the students did not have questions, the teacher would probably sit down. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
Actually, we cannot bring all the ancient system to today's world.
We cannot.
That is correct
We
only.
can try to do as much as possible.
Yes. But we have to develop our ichha, our passion, and we have to transcend our limitations, technical limitations. That's all. Only the things we can do. We can bring all the things to today's world. We are living in a contemporary world.
So if I can add just one thing that Dr. Srideepa was saying, the whole education system, the way the school is running is very Western idea and which was developed in Victorian period. If you go before that Victorian period, even in the West, they thought the idea of child, they thought childhood is the closest form of life to God. As the experience goes on, man becomes more and more away from God. But in Victorian, which is again linked to two major historical events, one is Industrial Revolution and the other is colonialism. So they make it this concept of time. If you watch Charlie Chaplin's movies, how he satirizes the conveyor belt of Industrial Revolution and with the education. There is a cult text, if you can read, is Charles Dickens' Hard Times. there you can see how he criticizes the idea of a learner and how this rote learning, the way he criticizes it, because he linked the rote learning to the industrial conveyor belt and not as with education. So that's how the whole concept of what is a child, what is a student, and what is school education, these three concepts are very different from West and East, and not also West, because it is only conceptualized in 19th century.
Now, thank you, ma'am, for your enriching lesson. And then now I would like to request Dr. Shridipa, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Professor K. Muthulakshmi, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. He is a distinguished professor at the Division of Yoga Spirituality as Vyasa, Deemed University, Bangalore, specializing in yoga text, Sanskrita, and traditional research methodology. He earned his PhD in Sanskrit from the University of Madras, focusing on the doctrine of the Tantra Yukti. Dr. Jayaraman has held key positions such as Director of Textual Research, Yoga at Indic Academy, Director of Research at Krishna Macharya Yoga Mandiram, and has contributed significantly to institutions like Sastra University in Thanjavur and Veda Vigyana Gurukulam in Bengaluru early in his career. Nominated to prestigious committees and empaneled as an external expert for the World Health Organization sponsored project on standardization of yoga terminologies. He has authored several books including Ayurveda, Shatmanam and Patanjali Charitam, and has over 69 publications to his credit. Recognized as a research supervisor, Dr. Jayaraman has received notable awards including the Sanskrita Grantha Puraskara from Karnataka Sanskrit University in 2019. His expertise extends to delivering invited lectures in Indian research methodology in national and international seminars. So, sir, I welcome you to the stage.
I thank Professor Prasad sir for the invitation and to deliver this talk, a subject close to my heart for a decade. And I would like to remark that the very first talk on Tantra Yukti I gave was also from the same podium, that is from Hyderabad University, again from the Sanskrita division, somewhere back in 2010, 2011. So hence it's a kind of homecoming for me to deliver the talk once again on Tantra Yukti. I hope that I have improved more on, so it has not stagnated where it was in 2011. So let me commence with the two anecdotes from the Upanishads, because Upanishads are the fountainhead of our knowledge. It was stated by Swami Vivekananda himself that any knowledge, be it even the heterodox Buddhism, so it finds its origins in the Upanishads only. So even our research methodology, the spirit for research methodology, spirit for Indian research methodology, that is the quest, Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati. So the spirit for Indian research methodology also finds its origins from the Upanishads. It's not an exaggeration if I say that. As was discussed in the previous session, in research, of course, the subject is important. Subject doesn't exist in the space. Subject exists with the researcher and also the guide. So, or the one who is mentoring that person. So I'll just give two anecdotes as to how they were in pursuit of knowledge, how very sincere and serious was the approach, which set the intellectual climate or the mental climate for the later emergence of knowledge. See, again, this mental climate is not my terminology. Swami Ranganathananda, some of you may have heard him. He's a great exponent on Vedanta from the Ramakrishna Mutt. So he has written a lot of texts, especially the message of the Upanishads. It's a book worth pursuing by every researcher, every one who is setting out to learn about Indian knowledge systems. The message of Upanishads by Swami Ranganathananda, I would recommend. So he uses the terminology mental climate. So the mental climate for all later research pursuits was set by the Upanishads. So let me give just two anecdotes. One thing is about Tattvamasi, which was being discussed in the previous session. And there was also a question of repetition. So, Avritti. So there what happens is, this boy Shvetaketu comes back and he just stabdhaha anuchanamani eyaya. He just comes back. So he went late to the Gurukula at 12 years. Normally at the age of 8 one is expected to be inside the Gurukula. So his father, because of his preoccupations, he sent him to the Gurukula only at the age of 12. And he studied for 12 years and came back when he was 24. When he came back at 24, the Upanishad describes him as Anuchanamani Stabdhaha Eyaya. Eyaya, he came back as Anuchanamani. I am the one who is upholding the eternal tradition of the Vedas. Now I have learnt. See, if it is not for me, then who is going to take forward the tradition of Veda? With that sense of dharana, he came back. And then Stabdhaha. Stabdhaha means Shathaha, Apranata Swabhavaha. That's how Shankaracharya puts. Means the one who will not bend. Learn something new. Okay, sir, I don't know, I will learn. No, I know. See, you probably didn't tell me properly. That is the approach, intellectual stiffness. So with an intellectual stiffness, he came back. So then the father asks various questions and slowly brings him to track. In that conversation only between Shvetaketu and Aruni, you have the description, Aitadatme vidam sarvam tatsatyam sa atma tattvamasi Shvetaketu. So that's where the first time Tattvamasi is taught. You are that principle about which the discussion is about, that Atma Tattva. Now the Avritti comes from the student. He says, Bhuya eva ma bhagavan vijñapayatu. When he says Tattvamasi, father says, you are that principle, you are that Atman, Paramatman, Atman, everything is you, that Aikya is you, in you you find it. Then he says, Shvetaketu says, Bhuya eva ma bhagavan vijñapayatu. Oh Lord, please teach me about this once again. So then that father, he gives the answer in a particular way. So he takes various examples to prove that you are that ultimate principle. But sati sampadya na viduhu sati sampadyamaha iti. Means we are one with that Paramatman, but we don't realize. Just like he gives the example, bring water, add salt. So do you initially, before adding the salt, do you see water and salt separately? Yes, father. Now add salt. Yes, I have added. Now stir it well. Yes, father. Now do you see the salt separate from the water? No, father. It is in the same way. You and the Paramatman are one and the same. After teaching this, again Shvetaketu says, Bhuya eva ma bhagavan vijñapayatu. Again teach me about Tattvamasi. And then he says that, okay, see, the answers are so beautiful in that portion that now go to the banyan tree. You are seeing the banyan tree? See, as was mentioned, the teaching did not happen within the 4 walls. So go to the banyan tree. Yes, sir. Bring some seeds. Many of you might have heard about it. Break open, break open, break open. Finally, do you see anything? No. See, though we don't perceive, don't come to initially, if you don't perceive a thing, don't get disgruntled or kind of disappointed or discouraged that principle, or kind of don't jump into a conclusion that such a principle does not exist. Shraddhatsva saumya. Have some faith. See, whatever I speak based on my experience. Have some faith, persevere, you will certainly see that. So in this, again, Shvetaketu does not end there. Bhuya eva ma bhagavan vijñapayatu. In this way, for 9 times there is avritti from the student of the self-same question, but there is no avritti from the teacher. Every time he gives a different approach, a different answer, different illustration, and then he teaches the same principle. So this was the spirit of the guide. So that set the intellectual climate. Now let's see the spirit of the student. How was it? This is from Prashnopanishad, where, so the farmer was from the Chandogya Upanishad. This is from the Prashnopanishad. 6 students. They are not students actually. They themselves are professors, scholars, knowledgeable. Te haite brahmapara, brahmanishtha, param brahman veshamanaha. That's how the Upanishad describes. They themselves are established in Brahman. Param brahma anveshamana. They are in the serious pursuit of the knowledge of Brahman, such people. 6 of them. But they have certain serious naughty. N-A-U-G-H-T-Y. No. K-N-O-T-T-Y. That naughty questions. They have such granthilaha prashnaha. So such naughty questions they have in their mind. So they 6 of them join together under the leadership of Sukesha. And then they go to sage Pippalada. Sukesha waits for his opportunity, and then he finally asks his question. He allows others to ask the question, though he is the leader. How do I know that he is the leader? Because the very Upanishad starts with Sukesha, Bharadwajaha, Shaibhyascha Satyakamaha, Kausalyascha Ashwalayanaha. So the Upanishad itself presents Sukesha as the first person, while enumerating the list of 6 students, but Sukesha asks the question at the last. And his question was also very serious about the Atman. So before placing his question, Sukesha gives a background to his question. See, Sukesha is now a seeker. So he gives a background to his question that Hiranyanabhaha Rajaputraha Mamupetya Enam Prashnam Apricchata. There was one prince who was called as Hiranyanabha. I was sitting in my ashrama, Sukesha says. I was sitting in my place. Then one prince, Hiranyanabha, he came riding in his chariot. All this is there in the Upanishad. He came and asked me a question. Shodasha Kala Purusham Vetha. Do you know about the Purusha or the consciousness of 16 aspects? The consciousness with 16 aspects, do you know? He asked. Then I told. So all this is being reported to sage Pippalada. So Sukesha is giving the background of his question. So he says that Nahamimam Veda. Sukesha says, Oh Rajaputra Hiranyanabha, I do not know about the Shodasha Kala Purusha that you are asking about. Then what did Hiranyanabha do? He simply is staring in disbelief. So then Sukesha says that Nahamimam Veda. He has to emphasize that, and he says Nahamimam Veda. Yadyahamimam avedisham katham tena avakshyam. See, don't stare me in disbelief. I really do not know about the subject. If I had known the subject, why would I not share that knowledge with you? Samulova yesha parishushyati yo nritam abhivadati tasman narhami anritam vaktum. A teacher who knows and shares not will dry from the root. Samulaha parishushyati. Parishushyati means dries. What is the teacher drying from the root? What is the rasa that the teacher has which will dry out? Knowledge. So a teacher, yes, the rasa, the essence that the teacher has is knowledge. So how will it dry out? The more I suppress the knowledge with me out of bias, no, I will not tell it to her. I will not tell it to him. I will just suppress this knowledge. No, that person, he disrespected me. No, I will not share. If a teacher keeps on suppressing the knowledge, his knowledge will one day or the other will dissipate. It will vanish. It will get dissolved. It will be forgotten. So hence I am very well aware of this. Oh Hiranyanabha, when you are asking about this, I really do not know. So then Rajakumaraha Tushnim Ratham Aruhya Pravavraja. He silently goes out, climbs into his chariot, and then he went away in disappointment. Then I somehow managed a student and sent him away. Now let me take my Facebook and then browse. Did Sukesha do that? No, Sukesha did not do that. Acharya Shankara, while commenting upon it, he says, Anuttaritaha saha prashnaha, I am paraphrasing this. So, Hridi shalyamiva avidham means that question which was not answered was like a thorn pricking in the heart. So that was a thorn. So just like some thorn is pricking in our feet, until we get rid of it, we are not at peace. Swasthata will not be there. We will not feel at peace. Similarly, Sukesha, the inquirer, had the thorn in his heart of unanswered question. So with that urge, with that impatience, or with that kind of pain in his heart, Sukesha comes and then asks the question to sage Pippalada. So this is the urge of the seeker portrayed in the Upanishads. Earlier we saw the patience or the multiple approach or the different approaches that a teacher had in guiding the student. So such was the intellectual climate which gave rise to what we now confidently are running a workshop on Indian research methodology. It has its origins in the Upanishads because such was the intellectual climate created, and that was a very strong foundation. Based on this, all the Shastras, all the disciplines emerged. So there is no doubt about the concept that there is a Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati. And one important cog in that wheel of Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati is Tantra Yukti. So actually, when I was starting my PhD thesis, I started with the Upanishads only. I was a student of Prasthanatraya in the Gurukula Paddhati. I was inspired by this Upanishadic conversation, so I thought I should do something about this. I learnt under the traditional Gurukula system with this thing. Then I was discussing with a scholar, Dr. Kalyanaraman, who is a great researcher in the field of Saraswati Nadi civilization. So he said, okay, many people have written about the Upanishads. Another dimension of Upanishads is the Tantra Yukti. While Upanishads give the intellectual foundations or the inspiration, etc., Tantra Yukti is the meticulous devices and documents which help shape a thesis, structure a thesis, and then manifest a thesis. So why don't you work on that? So that inspiration from so Tantra Yukti, my personal journey into Tantra Yukti also started from the Upanishads. Conceptually, historically and factually also, Tantra Yukti has its origins in the Upanishads only. So it is also an Arsha Parampara only that we have in the form of Tantra Yukti. Now, so I just structured my talk in whatever time available. I have 3 parts. Let me see how far I can cover. One thing is, what is currently the structure of thesis writing in Indological studies, which is prescribed, which can be applied, means some variations will be there in other subjects also, and that we will know. And then an art, and then is there a unified methodology which conveys the essence of thesis construction, which is obvious. The answer is Tantra Yukti. And then of course summary and conclusions. So I just took one example. Normally, as I saw in the Kanchipuram, I am from Chennai, originally from. So the nearest university, of course, Madras University is there. Of course, in Kanchipuram University, I just looked at their research methodology, this thing. So there we see 3 papers, research methodology 1, research methodology 2, and research methodology 3 papers are there. One is about research methodology as such. Second is about the Samskrita subject in which this Indological studies are happening. And then of course, and then about the specific Shastra a student wants to pursue his study about. So let us not worry about paper 2 or paper 3. Paper 1 is the focus, that is research methodology as such, not specific only to the field of Samskrita. So you can see in their RM1 paper, you can see it is of 5 units. So one is, the fundamentals of research, meaning and characteristics of research, research methodology, aim and scope of research, motivation. Most of you would have gone through all these things, I hope. So and then second is qualification of a researcher, basic qualities, specialization, proficiency, command over language, selection of a topic, importance and utility of synopsis, so on and so forth, blah blah. And then type 3, unit 3 is, you can see types of research, historical, critical, experimental, interdisciplinary, comparative, and so on and so forth. And unit, I'm just setting my base. I'm not reading it out. I am reading it out for a specific purpose. And unit 4, again, tools of research, history, dictionary, encyclopedia, bibliography, etc. And finally, presentation of a research where collection, classification, preface, acknowledgement, introduction, abbreviation, table of contents, and so on and so forth. So this is the typical there may be certain variations, improvements, improvisation in other university syllabus also, but basically these are the aspects which are described in. So if you have to summarize this, to bring it to Tantra Yukti, you have to summarize it. You have to understand the Atma or the heart of the research methodology. So in the unit 1, if you have to summarize, it is fundamentals of research, which basically contributes to the content. And then as my observation, unit 2 is qualification of the researcher, means how the researcher should express, what should be the language. And then types of research again contributes to the content of his research. And then tools of research has elements of content and structure of a given thesis. And then finally presentation of a research, 5th unit, generally conveys about how structured the thesis should be. So basically, from the 5 units, 3 themes emerge, that is content, structure, language. So in any given research, when you speak about research methodology, basically you should concentrate on what is your original content that you are contributing, and then how beautifully or how aptly or how tightly you have packed your thesis, and then what kind of language, how refined your language is. So these are the 3 dimensions or the take homes from these. So then if you are looking for Indian or Bharatiya parallel for research methodology, then you have to look for ideas on creating original content and structuring and then the language. So if these 3 dimensions are covered, then we can say it is a reasonably comprehensive manual of research methodology. So this is the premise that we are slowly building up towards Tantra Yukti. Now, do we have parallels in the Vedic, Indian, Hindu, Sanatana Dharma tradition? So where there are so many ideas. So from the genesis to the evaluation or the evolution of the thesis, there are so many scattered hints across the Bharatiya Shastriya Vangmaya. So right from that's why I would say always from thought to thesis, there are so many hints that are given. See, because any knowledge starts with a thought. Means someone was sitting under a tree, something fell on his head. Who was the one? Newton was sitting and then something fell on his head. Suddenly he got a thought and then started working and then gravity emerged. So in this way, everything starts with an event, a thought, a vritti. So similarly, so there is ideas about thought. Pancha vrittayaha, pramana, viparya, vikalpa, nidra, smritayaha. There is thought about thought. How many classifications of thought are there? And then after thought comes the question, means I have an initial spark. I have to systematically question that. So then, what is question? What is answer? That itself has a lot of description in our Shastra. So for thought, you have the Yoga Sutra as the source. For question, you have to run to Nyaya Siddhanta Manjari or Gadadhari or Yoga Yajnavalkya Smriti, where what is the ideal question, what is the ideal answer, Pakshasya Vyapakam Saram Asandigdham Anakulam Avyakhya Gamyam Ityetad Uttaram Tadvido Viduhu. Whatever answer is being given, it should cover all the aspects of the question, and then Asandigdham, it should not be, means again it should not lead to a rejoinder question. If a question is asked, answer is given, the person should sit down, and again he should not get up. So, Pakshasya Vyapakam Saram Asandigdham Anakulam, and it should not be mixed up. First what has to be stated should not be stated later, and all those things. Avyakhya Gamyam. The second person should not give an explanation to the answer given. Avyakhya Gamyam Ityetad Uttaram Tadvido Vidu. So there are, thought, then question. Again for question also we have so many words. Prashnaha, Pritha, Jignasa. Each of it has been defined. I am not going into it. I usually do a workshop on all these things which takes 15 hours. Whatever is spoken in 15 hours, I am trying to condense in 1 hour. So it will be a bit fast. But I think if you follow the flow, you will be with me. So, and then after that you have initial thought, initial question and answers, then you will slowly, the area starts emerging, and then you will be defining the area of work, avyaptya, ativyaptya, asambhava, or the tools In that, I'm not elaborating about this. So for that, you have to run to Tarka Bhasha. So for thought, Yoga Sutra. For question and answer, you have to go to Yajnavalkya Smriti or Gadadhari or some other text. Nyaya Shastra you have to go. Then Tarka Bhasha. And then logically develop a research question to solution. Madam mentioned in the previous talk about Pratigna Hetu Udaharana, 5-step syllogism. Pratigna Hetu Udaharana Upanaya Nigamanam. So, Parartha Anumanam. So, how are you convincing the others by your systematic exposition? So, that is there. So, and then slowly the thesis develops, and then you have to put your thought, knowledge that has emerged into a particular structure. For that, there is Adhikarana Lakshanam. What is how to start a particular chapter, how to end a particular chapter, what are the hints therein. So, Mimamsa, you have to go to Mimamsa Shastra for that, for Adhikarana Lakshanam. And then again, how to convey one theme as pervading the entire thesis. For that you have the Tatparya Nirnayaka Lingas, where you have Upakrama Upasamhara, Abhyaso Purvata Phalam, Arthavadaha Upapatti. So again a set of 5 tools are there, where you uniformly convey the same idea across the given text. So and then finally, diction. What kind of language you should use. For that, hints can be derived from Sutra, Bhashya and the Vartika Lakshana, Alpaksharam, Asandigdham, brief, it should be there. And then Asandigdham, there should be no doubt in the language. So all these hints are there. What I am trying to convey is that when you analyze all these things, of course, all these hints which are just sampled. I don't say that this is the be all and end all of all the ideas scattered across the disciplines, or the Ashtadasha Vidyasthanas are there, 18 disciplines of traditional knowledge is there. This is not the sum and substance of all of it. These are a few hints, which itself shows there are scattered hints across the literature, which gives a lot of potential for so many research papers, theses, etc. So, it is scattered across the literature about content, structure and language. So, we started out with content, structure and language for any given thesis. So, for defining or understanding the content, structure and language, to get an orientation about it, you have all these hints. For that, you have to go to each of the Shastra and then study and understand the context in which it is presented. So then the logical next question is there one stop shop? Can I go to one supermarket where I will get all the ideas about, or at least a reasonable hint or guideline or margadarshana, orientation for content, structure and language dimension of a thesis construction? So then the one stop shop is Tantra Yukti. That's where we are coming. Now, let us go to one Dr. W.K. Lele, who is a very prominent scholar who started out the research on Tantra Yukti basically in a very, very serious manner. So, he asked a few questions for which the answer is Tantra Yukti. Had the ancient Indians conceived a form of scientific composition? Had they developed a method of treatment of the scientific subject in an orderly manner? Did they expound all the aspects of the given subject, or they confined their discussion to a few of them only? Did they reproduce the views of the past and or the contemporary thinkers? What was their mode of making cross references? What style did they resort to establish their new thoughts and theories? Did the idea of rendering the subject matter intelligible as well as enjoyable ever strike them? Had the ancient Indian intellectuals devised any methodology of writing scientific works? So again, if you deconstruct or kind of go into the meta details of these questions are also about content, structure and language. So in our thesis, whichever subject you are writing about, the basic focus should be content, structure, language. So how is my content? How is the structure? Have I structured it properly? And how is the language? So did the ancient Indians do any job in this direction? So that is the question which is answered ably by the answer, the word Tantra Yukti. So Tantra Yukti, It's again not an exaggerated claim. Means Tantra Yukti is a very beautiful plastic document. What is plastic? Or rather, you can use the word elastic documentation. What is elastic? Elastic can be stretched. Plastic is also used sometimes in the same sense, which means Tantra Yukti gives a particular framework within which you can accommodate any new ideas. It is not rigid. Tantre samasa vyasokte bhavantyeta hi kritsnashah ekadeshena drishyante samasabhihite tatha. This Charaka says that in a text which is in the form of a sutra and bhashya, samasa vyasa, there all the aspects of Tantra Yukti, more and more aspects of more and more devices on content, structure, language can be incorporated. If the text itself is a very brief text, ekadeshena drishyante samasabhihite tatha. So it can be tailor-made. So depending upon the nature of the subject, Tantra Yuktis can be tailor-made. In the sense, when I say you can, it's an all-stop shop. When I said that, it's not a very high claim, but the idea is that it is elastic to accommodate so many ideas that, oh, this is not there in Tantra Yukti. If you say the very nature of the document is, if you point out something is not there in Tantra Yukti, please include in Tantra Yukti. So in that sense, Tantra Yukti is comprehensive. It is made in such a manner that it accommodates later thought, addition, development also. Such is the beauty of that document. Okay. Now let us get into the word Tantra and Yukti. In most of our regional languages, the word Tantra Yukti means a cunning strategy. That is the meaning that you get. But what is the technical meaning that you can see? Before that, when we say that Tantra Yukti is a scientific research methodology, etc., am I saying it for the first time? Or chronologically looking back, it has been noted as a scientific, theoretical text construction methodology since the beginning of the 20th century. Even before that it existed, but we are all we are learning Samskrita through so we need some English references. So I am giving it for you. So you can see Shama Shastri, who for the first time translated Kautilya Arthashastra into English. So he renders Tantra Yukti. Tantra Yukti is the last chapter of Kautilya Arthashastra. So he says Tantra Yukti is plan of a treatise. And then later, see, you can see the chronological movement. Then Vidyabhushana says forms of scientific argument. See, these are all not my words. These are all the words which are pre-existing about the doctrine of Tantra Yukti by much acclaimed, respected scholars. And then later you see Gerhard Oberhammer, a German, again, a foreign reference. So he says formal elements which gave form to a scientific work. He says that. And then N.E. Muthuswami on his Tantra Yukti Vichara text published from Kerala, he says that methodology and technique which enabled one to compose and interpret scientific treatises correctly and intelligently. And then, see, this word intelligently is very interesting. Research is not a boring job. Means how intelligently you can write. The more intelligence you apply and employ, it will be appreciated. So it's a very interesting job. And Tantra Yukti ably helps you in that. So it's not a dull, boring job. So if you take it that way, perspective only. Perspective matters. And Esther Solomon, in her work on Indian dialectics, she says, method of treatment, maxims for the interpretation of textual topics. And then Lele, he says, methodology of theoretico-scientific treatises in Sanskrit. All this is about Tantra Yukti. So again, we should. And then Satish Chandra Mittal says, an expedient in the writing of science. Science in this sense means any systematic body of knowledge. So that is the science he is referring to. And then K.V. Sharma, another acclaimed scholar of our recent times, whom I had the opportunity to meet in his very old age. He passed away. Methodology in Sanskrit texts on science. So in this way, chronologically, see, we started out from 1909. And then, so till 2006, we see how Tantra Yukti have all along been noted as a methodology of writing science. while it has been noted for a century, more than a century, now we are thinking about Indian research methodology. This shows the apathy, ignorance, or keeping it mindfully or willfully, wantonly away. So when such a wonderful document, both Indian and Western scholars, they have all appreciated this document, or kind of, they are lauded, or they are very sure about what this document contains. Now, going back to where we started out, what is Tantra and what is Yukti? In Tantra Yukti. So not in the normal sense it has to be taken. Tantra is defined in the Ajitagama as Tanoti Vipulan Arthan Tattva Mantra Samanvitan Tranancha Kurute Asmat Tantram Ityabhidhiyate. Tanoti Vipulan Arthan. That in which Vipula, in plenty, Artha, subjects are there. There in which in plenty lots of topics are discussed. And then what is the nature of the topic which is discussed in plenty? Tattva and mantra. It has certain fundamental principles. Tattvam, tasya bhavaha tattvam. Tattvam and satyam are synonymous. What is its real nature? What is the truth? So that is a tattva. And mantra here means matri gupta bhashane. It is derived from that root, which involves a lot of advice. Mantra not essentially means, of course, in the context of Tantra Shastra, it is mantra means the sacred utterances. Mantra, that's why you call a minister as a mantri. Why is he a mantri? Does he chant mantras in the presence of the king? No. Matri Gupta Bhashane means he gives certain confidential inputs only to the ears of the king. So he is mantri. So mantra can be equally interpreted as certain very well considered inputs. So mantri always thinks a lot. Or the king always delegates to the mantri certain serious evaluation. You evaluate and come back and tell me. So mantra. So in what is tantra? Tantra discusses about subjects in plenty and are widely, it covers a lot of topics, and then which are of the nature of exploring truth, tattva. Mantra, which includes very considered output. So whatever the mantri tells to the king, what kind of data will he mislead? Does he have the audacity to mislead the king? Then his head will be gone. So hence whatever he gives, it's a very considered input. So mantra means such considered thoughts, tattva and mantra, and then following of which tranancha kurute, it protects. So if you read Arthashastra, it will protect you from the pitfalls in administration. If you read Ayurveda, it will again avoid or kind of what are all the unhealthy way of sedentary way of living, what is the healthy way of living. So tranancha kurute, it protects. So tantra is that discusses things in plenty, which has the truths, which gives considered output, and the following of which will give you some protection in any field that you take. So this is a comprehensive definition of Tantra. So biology, chemistry, biotechnology, nanotechnology, whatever emerging frontier fields you speak, that field will also be included under this fourfold parameter. So any Shastra, any discipline of knowledge can be called as Tantra. While this is given in the context of Tantra Shastram. Tantra is a kind of Shastram. This can also be generalized, and it has been generalized in the tradition itself. It's not that we are doing that, words are not enough. So even one has to define what a structured abstract should be. It should have the devices used, it should have the definition of the devices, and also an illustration. If not the comprehensive illustration, while Kautilya has done the comprehensive illustration, for each of the yukti he has provided illustration, at least a representative illustration should be given in the research methodology protocol. This is a beautiful learning that can right away be incorporated in the current day research methodology, thesis, construction practices. Now, this was a protocol, as I said. And this was a protocol not only followed by Kautilya, you have the entire Ayurveda literature following the same protocol. Charaka has used, Sushruta has used. So all these, they have also towards the end they have given. And in ancient Tamil literature, in Tolkapiyam, which is the most ancient text on grammar of various kinds, that is the first, in the beginning of the text. While Kautilya has given the protocol at the end of the text, Tolkappiyar gives the Tantra Yukti in the beginning of the text, and then he proceeds with his, typically like the current day thesis, where we give the protocol in the, or the research methodology protocol in the beginning. So, this is how it appeared. We will get into all those devices, etc. But I am just giving you a kind of, we are slowly zeroing in on Tantra Yukti, but these are the fundamental ideas. If you want to explore on your own also, all these peripheral or zeroing in details will help you. And then, now, Tantra Yukti, as I said, is not a standalone document. You have some more additions to it also. Something comes along with Tantra Yukti as a package. Tantra Yukti is 32 devices or 36 devices or 40 devices, depending upon which text have used it, but Kautilya gives 32 devices. And then there are some documents which describe Tantra Gunas. What is the virtue? If Tantra Yuktis are devices for text construction, Tantra Gunas are the characteristics, is a list again, is a list of characteristics of a good treatise. Tantra Dosha is the flaws that impair a systematic treatise. So to evaluate a thesis, if you just know what Tantra Gunas and Tantra Doshas are, you can evaluate. In one of the earliest presentations, sir, when I made a presentation, Varkhedi sir was there, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Central Sanskrit University now. So he said, if not Tantra Yukti by the students, means Tantra Yukti is essential for students to, or PhD scholars to construct the thesis, that the PhD thesis evaluators, they can right away use Tantra Gunas and Tantra Doshas, and while they write a report on a thesis, they can refer to Tantra Gunas and Tantra. So these are the Tantra Doshas I found in your thesis. How are you going to rectify? Or initially you can say these are the Tantra Gunas, very well, wonderful contribution. So you can determine the quality of the treatise right away. Again, ready-made takeaway. So as I said, the protocol, how to present the protocol is a ready-made takeaway from the Indian research methodology systems from Tantra Yukti. This is one ready-made takeaway, not for the students, but for the teachers or the guides or the thesis evaluators. So hence, this comment was given by Varkhedi sir. So hence, this is a ready-made, right away usable document for researchers on both sides of the table. So hence, there is a list of, while just to show the list of Tantra Gunas, because I am not going into it, Sumahadyashasvi, Dhira, it's not that in Shastra Parampara, na kevala pratignatam artham sadhayet. I cannot merely make a statement that there are 19 Tantra Gunas and go away. I should also show that it is a reality. It really exists. So I am just showing you the list. I cannot go into the details of it. Why? Because our focus is Tantra Yuktis. So hence I am just showing that Tantra Gunas and Tantra Doshas do exist. The list does exist, especially elaborated, commented upon in the Ashtanga Hridaya, in the Sarvanga Sundara Vyakhya, Uttara Tantra, you find the list described. Okay. Now, sir, it's one, sir. How do we do? So, see, these are the...
I request you to continue after the session.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So,
Don't mind losing lunch.
Okay.
We cannot lose this.
In Tamil, there is a saying, sir. What is that? Exactly. Exactly. When I run out of my content, then go for lunch.
For the years, Guruvada was saying only then should there be food for the stomach.
Yeah, that's what I summarized. When I stop bombarding your ears, then you can, or we can all together go for lunch. So now we actually come to the core of the discussion, that is Tantra Yukti. How do they contribute? Again, this will again be an introductory kind of an orientation only, because each of those yuktis can be discussed with illustration and definition. It will be a very interesting task to do. I enjoy doing it. But for the sake of an orientation, I am just giving. So how do Tantra yuktis help? So as I said, we can, and I limit my elaboration or restrict my elaboration. The scope of my discussion is based on Kautilya's understanding of Tantra Yukti. Because there is Ayurveda, there is one of my friends, they have written a thesis on the Charaka Samhita Tantra Yuktis, and even in Charaka Samhita there are 3 different commentators. Each of those commentators is interpreting the Yukti in a different manner. So, though the nomenclature is one, you have 3 definitions. Actually, Tantra Yukti is rich in that sense, that layers and layers of meanings are there for research things. So that's why I restrict my interpretation of the Yukti to what Kautilya has said and how he has defined it. But of course, I will freely transgress the limit in taking the examples from Ayurveda also to exhibit it, so that to show that it is not limited only to the humanities. You can find examples in the sciences also, like Ayurveda, medical discipline. So for among the 32 yuktis of Kautilya, you can see, or this is my analysis. For the content, you can find 11 yuktis. This is my analysis. And for structure, you find 12 yuktis. And then for refining the diction of the language of the thesis, you get 9 yuktis. So this is the distribution of the yuktis of Kautilya Arthashastra as I observe it. So content, structure and language. So if these 3 points keep ringing in your mind, your thesis will certainly have a quantum jump in quality. So to me, what are the 11 yuktis? So I already showed you the list of Tantra yuktis, beginning from Adhikaranam, Vidhanam, Yogaha, Padarthaha, Hetvarthaha, Uddeshaha, Nirdeshaha. Those 32 yuktis, I see it in, among them 11 contribute to the content. So Samshayaha, Anumatam and Apadesha, Hetvartha, Upadesha Ekanta, it is in some other text it is called as Niyoga, Apavarga, Vikalpa and Samuchaya. So these are the 11 yuktis that contribute to the content. So when I speak about the content, see how does the thesis germinate. You have to go to the genesis of a thesis. A genesis of a thesis, as I said, can be a fall of fruit on your head. But it can germinate anywhere. It can have its origin anywhere. Basically, it germinates from a doubt. Samshaya. So that's why I see, that's why even everywhere they will ask in any thesis examination, what is your research? Question. So hence, any commencement of any useful, worthwhile thesis should commence with Samshaya. Now, when I see this, what Krishna has said in Bhagavad Gita, can we have Samshaya? No. Samshaya Atma. Then how do you say that in the beginning of, this is against the teaching of Krishna. How do you say that we are all, then all of us are researcher here. So we all have Samshayas. Then what Krishna has said about us, he doesn't have good words about us. Samshaya Atma Vinashyati. You have to see, Krishna has carefully worded it. He doesn't say Samshayavan Vinashyati, Samshayatma. What is Samshayatma means? Atma there means Samshaya Swarupa. Means he is a wandering embodiment of question, doubt. Of course you can have doubt, but you have to settle down or seek answers. If you are a Samshayatma, Vinashyati. You can, of course, Ashraddhadhanascha Samshayatma. There are certain pre-existing dimensions are also there.
Samshayatma who is a Ashraddhadhana.
True. Certainly. See, only an Ajna and Ashraddhadhana becomes a Samshayatma. Means he is a wandering source of doubts, because he doesn't trust in anything. He also does not read anything. He only just asks, keeps questioning. Questioning alone, while questioning is a virtue, always questioning is again a vice. You are not led anywhere. So hence, sir? Pariprashna. Yes. So hence, Samshaya is good or not? Samshayatma Vinashyati. That's why later he says Shraddhavan Labhate Jnanam. As an answer to Samshayatma Vinashyati, he says Shraddhavan.
What is the difference between Samshaya and Prashna? Is there a difference?
Of course there is a difference. See, Ubhayakotikaha Samshayaha. Ubhayakotikaha, whether is it this way or that way. So, is this the solution or that the solution? That is a samshaya. So, or it's not merely ubhaya kotika, multiple also. Is this the solution or that the solution, that the solution? So, multiple possible solutions. So, for example, how to illustrate a samshaya? And then in our shastra we see sthanurva purushahava. Something you see, something along vertically there in half lit this thing, you are not sure whether it is a sthanu or a post of wood or it has certain branches. It also looks like hands, head, etc. Is it a human being? Rajjuhuva sarpahava. Is it a snake or a rope? Or shuktihiva rajatamva. Is it a shell or a conch shell or a silver? So in this way, generally ubhaya kotikaha. Many kotis can also be there. Many possible these things can also be there. Prashna is a kind of definition where you desire to know. Jignasa avishkaranam prashna. In one of the definitions, you express your desire to know certain thing. That is prashna. So which can, for which samshaya can be a subset. Yeah.
Which I heard in a lecture somewhere, where the quote, I think it's from Bhagavad Gita, where it says, Tatvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. So questioning is a very important aspect of knowing. That's what I wanted to
No doubt at all. I am perfectly with you. Yes. Actually, see, if you go to Upanishad, that's again another topic of lecture. There is a prashna, atiprashna. There is interesting discussion in the Prashnopanishad also about atiprashna. Atiprashnan pritchasi brahmishtosi tasmat te aham bravimi. You are asking atiprashnas. Your questions are probing. You are closer to truth. Hence I will teach you. In the same Upanishad, atiprashnan pritchasi murdha te vyapaptat. Means you are asking questions which lead only to a dead end. Your head will break into 1,000 pieces. So Ati Prashna has 2 days. So questioning also has been thoroughly discussed in our traditions. And what is the golden mean or what is the golden guideline that is there in questioning? That is also discussed. So that's why I said the mental climate set by the Upanishads is imbibed in all these things. So it's my analysis that Tantra Yukti is while there is a traditional sequence of yuktis given in Kautilya and other literature, we can reorganize from our current understanding, starting with the samshaya. You should have a doubt. Okay, I have a doubt. How do I go about finding this thing? Oh, see, my doubt is unique in this world. So hence I am supreme. Don't feel that. Go to literary survey. What others have spoken about it. So anumatam and apadeshaha guide you to, if you have a doubt, don't declare that I have found out the core problem of the entire universe. Don't say that. Go to the pre-existing literature, anumatam and apadesha. So literary review, try to see whether this question of this nature has been already raised and answered, to which extent it has been answered, all that you can see. So it doesn't mean, and one more thing is, on literary review, if your question seems to have been answered, there is no need for a researcher to get discouraged. He can feel which are the dimensions of my question not answered. So you can still explore. It's not a dead end. There was a particular, this is my personal experience, on a particular day doing my thesis, I felt that there is nothing remains in this field for me to do. That's all. Then how am I going to complete my thesis? So that thing, and then further as I persisted, keep studying, kept looking for references and resources, then so many things opened up. Oh, all these things have not at all been touched by anyone. See, it only comes by perseverance in the form of looking for the pre-existing answers on the question. That valid guidance of literary survey has already been given in the Tantra Yuktis in the form of Anumatam and Apadesha. Anumatam means you simply admit the answers of others. Apadesha means this person has said this way, which I may not agree. Or to this extent this person has brought this knowledge, let me explore further based on this. So you can see in literary review also 2 dimensions are there. Anumata is paramatam apratisiddham anumatam iti hi tantra yukti hi. Acharya Shankara also uses this anumata tantra yukti. While he doesn't use the word tantra yukti, in Panchavrittihi Manovad Vyapadishyate, in one of the Brahma Sutras while explaining, he says that just like the Panchavrittis of the Manas, similarly one can consider the Panchavrittis of Prana. The Panchavrittis of Manas is spoken by the Yoga Shastrajñas, while I don't accept, while Yoga Shastra is a paramata for me, but that framework of 5-fold division of the vrittis of the manas can be applied to the 5-fold activities of the prana. So paramatam, which I don't say, I may disagree with you on various counts. It doesn't mean that you are an untouchable for me completely. That intellectual untouchability is not there. Whichever is a grahyamsha, whichever I can grasp from you, I can take it. And Shankaracharya has shown that he is not in favor of intellectual untouchability. In the sense, whatever is good to be accepted frameworks from other streams of knowledge, I have taken it. So that is anumatam. And then apadesha means you merely quote others. Maybe you partially agree or you don't agree, but still you have to quote others. In Kautilya also shows in various occasions, iti bharhaspatyaha, iti aushanasaha. You cannot just say that these are the views. Who said this? If I want, so why is it essential that who said this should be mentioned? Because one thing is, it avoids plagiarism. Number 2, as a researcher, if I want to know in which context are you misinterpreting, are you selectively quoting, if that has to be avoided, you have to have the guts to quote it and show that you can find an elaboration in that context. Even if you contextually read it, it will be the same sense. So that's where that view is still invalid. So for that intellectual, what do you say? Intellectual strength, to show your intellectual strength and also intellectual sincerity. So all these have been already considered. See, these are all, plagiarism is a subject in research methodology. Literary survey has already been mentioned and with quotation from the others Shastra. Yeah, with citation. It's very essential. That has been shown. Okay. Then, Hetvartha. So, you had a doubt. See, in those yuktis also I feel there is a sambandha. There is an anupurvi. There is a flow of the yuktis. That's why I have rearranged in this particular flow. You have a doubt, you look into literature. And then, on studying the literature, finally you come to the Hetvartha. Hetuhu artha sadhakaha hetvartha. Hetvartha doesn't mean the meaning of the cause. Hetu, the cause which will answer the question. Artha sadhakaha. So you finally arrive at, this seems to be the problem. This seems to be the core area or the crux of the problem. So, or you also have a semblance of the solution. So, Hetvartha. So, hence, Samshaya, Anumata Padesha, then Hetvartha. See, what happens in between all these things? I have a Samshaya and then Anumata Apadesha. These are all the hints. So, we have to work. So, between Samshaya to Anumata, from Anumata to Hetvartha, there is miles and miles to be crossed. That's why they don't expect you to submit your thesis. You register for the thesis today, tomorrow submit. It is not expected. That way. That's why they give 5 years, 6 years, sometimes extension 7 years. If Corona comes, 9 years. So in this way, so from the commencement of the thesis till the conclusion, there is no urgency. But the point is, quite some distance has to be covered. Means a lot of effort has to be put in. How is a pilot evaluated? A pilot is evaluated based on flying hours. So similarly, we should also have flying hours in between these yuktis. So then we can slowly progress, strengthen our thesis in this way. See, these are all the hints. That's why you cannot say this is not, this is comprehensive. Just in the traditional Rangoli, how do they do? The dots they put. And then if everything is fed, then what is there for the researcher to do? It is we who have to connect the
dots and make a new rangoli, a new pattern. That is our new contribution. So hence these are in themselves comprehensive. I have no doubt in saying that these themselves are comprehensive, and a researcher is not a LKG student. He doesn't require everything to be explained from A to Z or A to Z. So hints are given, you develop, think based on these hints and make useful, meaningful connections between these devices. So hence in that sense, is the content description comprehensive? Of course it is comprehensive. And also earlier I meant Tantra Yukti is not a rigid kind of structure. It can include other ideas, and traditionally also this is how it has been. I quoted from the verse. And then so you arrive at the core area, the problem, and then slowly you give out your output. So you have thought about it, and in what way your output will be? Your output should essentially be in the form of various observations, rules, frameworks. So all that is indicated. So Upadesha, it can be in the form of an advice. It can be in the form of a suggestion. See, researcher always doesn't say idam ittam. Sometimes, see, this is how it is. No. It could be considered also. See, most yoga researchers, when they say yoga is also a complementary approach, while allopathy is there, these yogic practices can also be considered as an add-on for this allopathic practice. So hence most of this are in the form of Upadesha. Most yogic research output, it doesn't say stand alone. If you stand upside down only, your health problem, no, you cannot say that. It can be in the form of Upadesha. See, along with that you can integrate so that it will be beneficial. You can also ignore my suggestion. So it is in the form of a suggestion. But still it is a valid research output. Upadesha is also a valid research output because I have given you an option. See, you can also add on so that your healing process is quickened. So while the number of the dosage will come down, the mg or the steroids or other things or the necessity for going for a surgery, all that will come down. Or else, see, surgery is also a solution. It also gives a solution, but make the yoga add on. There is a probability of your requiring a surgery will come down. So hence output can be in the form of suggestion. So research output, I am saying that. So it is not that originally just like what is that? Some new concept only you have to unearth. No. Even if you are making some valid, useful, add-on, complementary suggestions, that is also a research output. This understanding was not there for me as a researcher. As a researcher, I did not have. I thought, research means a big word and then I have to bring an earth-shattering output. No. Everyone cannot, or it is not necessary also to make earth-shattering findings. So hence, output can also be in the form of Upadesha and of course, Ekanta and Niyoga, invariable rules also. I can also, by repeated observations, research, by using the Samshaya, Anumata, Apadesha, all these things, I can also say, if this phenomenon happens, this will be the output. So I can also say rules without exceptions. You can see in humanities, in science, everywhere you can say, if you behave in this particular manner, the other person will respond to you in this manner only. So in behavioral dimension, in humanity, so in psychology and other things which fall under the humanities, this thing, so you can predict that if this happens, that is bound to happen. If a king behaves, if an administrator behaves or kind of does these things in a particular manner, this is bound to happen. If you indulge in too much of a dyuta, he says, Kautilya says, if you indulge in too much of dice, gambling, etc., you are bound to fail as a king and you are bound to face your end. These are niyogas or ekanta, rules which will certainly produce that outcome. The cause-effect connect is not arbitrary. The cause-effect connect is very firm. You are very sure about it. So in this way also you can contribute. While you can make suggestions, you can also make a firm rule or kind of firm observation that this is the cause-effect connect. And most scientists, they do this mostly. Means it's not that every scientist do this. scientific output can also be in this way, but along with that apavarga is also there. Means I see that in 90% of cases this is the cause effect, correct? There are also exceptions. So when you present a rule with an exception, which means, hey, see, whatever rule I have presented, it has exceptions. Don't feel that way. It means you have observed it so many times that you have also noted the rule and also the exception. It applies equally to science and humanities. Does it not? So everywhere. So see, even in literature, it happens. If you write these kinds of words, invariably this is the kind of emotion it will evoke. But on certain occasions, if such other characters, see, there are flat characters. I am also a student of literature. So there are flat characters and round characters. Flat characters you can predict. So if you create a flat character, this is how the story is going to end. See, certain movies, even before they begin, or by reading the review, or even by looking at 5-10 minutes of movie, you will finally say whether the hero will live or not. For example, Rajinikanth, when he comes, can he ever die in the movie at the end? Not at all. We will not accept. So, certain predictability. They are flat characters. But whereas there are certain round characters where you can insert them. So that's why I said in literature, which is also part of humanities, in science. So in science, you can give these treatment. There are examples in Ayurveda where you see, in certain cases, you can adopt this treatment approach, whereas if the patient has this particular condition, don't do this. Or if the patient is experiencing fever, fever can come from various reasons. Generally, the fever treatment is like this, but if the fever is caused by some other thing, then you have to use alternative approach, which means your study is comprehensive. If your rules are with exception, then it is still good. It is really good actually. More than, but because what happens is, if you say that my rule, the rule that I have observed and I have stated is without exception, some other day I will come and say, see, in this case there is an exception. But if you yourself are able to find out those areas of exception, then your work will be appreciated better. It doesn't mean that I cannot add more exceptions. That's why in Vasishta Ramayana we see Vasishta speaking to Rama, Timingila gilopyasti, tadgilopyasti Raghava. Timingila is, have you heard? It is a kind of Timi, Nakra, Jhasha. All these are types of big fishes. Timingila is there. Timi is a kind of fish. Timim gilati iti Timingilaha. A bigger fish which swallows this Timi is called as Timingila. Vasishta doesn't stop there. There is a Timi. Timi is swallowed by Timingila. Timingila, Gila is also there. There is some other fishes which can swallow Timingilas. Tadgilopyasti Raghava. There are bigger fishes which can swallow this Timingila, Gila also. Timi, Timingila, Timingila, Gila, Tadgila. So in this way, research is like this. So rules, exceptions, more exceptions, further more exceptions, even more exceptions. This is how a field develops. It doesn't mean that if your rules are with exceptions, fine. Later, someone will come and refine. So hence, apavarga or exception is they have noted it already. It is not like whatever I say is kind of unchanged. See, if it had not been a science, apavarga will never have existed. Whatever Patanjali has said, I accept. I should not contradict. No. Whatever the other sage has said, no. In the sense that there are exceptions. That's how the Vyakhyana Parampara has developed. I don't agree. These are my additions. You cannot merely say I don't agree. You should also say why I don't agree. What is the new theory that you are proposing? That's why Vada is accepted. Vitanda and Jalpa. Vitanda is also accepted. Jalpa is not accepted. Jalpa is merely refuting your argument because you have said it. And Jalpa is, I will refute your argument because you have said it, but I also have a proposition, alternative proposition. Vada is, I will also place my thought, you also place your thought, let us follow all the rules, going by the rules. That is Vada. Okay. So hence all these beautiful frameworks to develop a science are already there. So hence Vikalpa, Samuchaya. See, certain factors will not work on their own. Two more dimensions, it can be done this way or that way. Or Samuchaya. So that is Vikalpa. Vikalpa is, there is no one approach to the solution. There may be a multiple approach to the solution, either this way or that way. And Samuchaya is, a combination of factors only will solve this problem. So in this way, your research content can be in these many ways. So this is how, see, if you are contributing, if your content of, if the output or outcome of your research is in the form of Upadesha, in the form of Ekanta, in the form of Ekanta or rule with, or a Niyama with Apavarga, or it presents a Vikalpa and Samuchaya, then it is a very useful contribution. Means your own original Vikalpa, not copied Vikalpa. Original Vikalpa, original Upadesha, original Ekanta. And to come to this, you have to take the steps of Samshaya, Anumata, Hetvartha. Then only you can come to Upadesha, Ekanta, Apavarga, etc. So this is a resume of what you can expect in the in making your content really unique, valid, respected, and oft referred to. See, when does a thesis survive? When it is unique and it is solid, and at least the core principles are not refuted. So madam mentioned about the Chaturvyuha. Though many people may not accept Buddhism, but the Chaturvyuha principles are universally accepted. The Chaturvyuha, as it is mentioned in Ayurveda, it is found in the Yoga Shastra also. Rogo, Roga Hetuhu, Arogyam, Bhaishajyam, iti Chaturvyuha, where Heyam, Heya Hetu, Hana, Hanopaya, all this is accepted. See, whether or not it originally originated in Buddhism is another question, but still, the earliest available idea of the Chaturvyuha you find in Buddhism. So hence, the point is, see, a thesis or a concept you provide, if it is in any of these dimensions, then it will survive. Even now we can apply that Chaturvyuha, because it has certain original frameworks, wonderful ideas that are there, which is in the form of Upadesha. Where do you classify this Chaturvyuha? It is Upadesha. See, how do you structure your thought? You can put it as Heyam, Heya, Hetu, Hana, Hano. That's the original contribution of Buddha and his followers. We still take it that way. So it is in the output is in the form of Upadesha, and it is unique and it is comprehensive. So it is followed. So hence, if you take the spirit of the content from the Tantra Yuktis, I have just given a description. There is a definition and how Kautilya has illustrated. That will be more interesting. So this is the part 1 of Tantra Yukti, where we have covered about content, which is critical. And the next 2 are, next is structure. After content comes structure, and then only comes language.
Can I please have a huge round of applause for Professor Jayaraman sir?
Overview, introduction, and also we covered the content dimension of thesis construction. These are the major yuktis that help in helping arrive at a useful content of the thesis. Let us see. Let us now. I'll just give you a couple of illustrations. See, I theoretically mentioned about these yuktis. So we can just look at a couple of examples how Kautilya has elaborated upon this. See, it is not just a notion. In detail, we have the definition and also illustration. I mentioned that. Let's see a couple of examples for content and then quickly move on to structure and then on to language. So, as I said, Samshaya is an important. How is it defined? What is the definition of a doubt? Doubt is a doubt. Why do you need to define it? No. Until you define, you do not know whether it is doubt or not. Okay. That every concept that you mention doesn't remain as a notion, but it has to be defined. It is defined by Kautilya as Ubhayato Hetuman Arthaha Samshayaha. An issue with 2 sides with valid causes. A point, a concept or a discussion, a point of discussion. The translation is not very perfect. A point. Hetuman, hetu. The hetu is there, cause or kind of reason. Hetu, if it is reason, there are two alternatives, and both the alternatives have reasons behind them. Both the alternatives are not unreasonable. Both alternatives are reasonable. So the question is, which is more reasonable? That you have to arrive at. So that is the task at hand. So hence samshaya, ubhayato samshaya. Samshaya is a particular subject, vastu. There are many meanings for the word artha. In Amara Kosha, you see, artho bhideya rai vastu prayojana nivrittishu. Artha means abhideya, rai, vastu, prayojana, nivritti. All these meanings are there. Vastu, object, prayojana, purpose, rai, wealth. So word artha has so many meanings. So here artha means vastu. Vastu here means a topic, a concept. So what kind of an artha? A concept or a topic that has ubhayataha, on both sides, hetuman, having valid reasons. So that is samshaya. So now Kautilya himself gives an illustration of the expression of samshaya. He says, Kshina lubdha prakritikam, apachita prakritikam va. This is the question. So which kingdom should we attack? A king, see that strategy is also there. Arthashastra is all about, what is the definition of Arthashastra? Arthashastra is about Prithivyaha labhaha palanam cha. Prithivyaha labhaha. It is essential to go on expanding your territory. Prithivyaha labhaha. And it is not enough if you keep on extending your territory, but you should also administer it, maintaining it. On one direction I am expanding. From the behind it has left unmaintained. Then finally what I have conquered? Only little. So hence Arthashastra is about Prithivyaha acquisition, labhaha and palanam. So in that context, which king to attack is quite a subject area of Arthashastra only. So which territory to conquer first? Where should I attack? So Kshina lubdha prakritikam or apachita prakritikam. Prakriti means subjects, citizens. So two kingdoms are there with prakritis. Kingdoms are not without citizens. But what happens is, one kingdom or with subjects which are kshina lubdha prakritikam. When there are two assailable enemies, one of virtuous character under worse trouble and another vicious character under less trouble. Do you see? Two territories are there. People are happy, but they are lurable. On the other side, people are not happy in the sense that the kingdom is under drought or some other condition, financial crisis, but the people are good. They are loyal, they are patriotic, they are dedicated to the king. So which king to attack against? Both are possible. Because these people can be lured. You just have to pay money and you can lure them. You can easily create traitors in one side. On the other side, no need to spend anything at all. They are already weak. So both are possible, no? So a king can decide either to attack this side or that side. So later, this is the point of discussion. But finally Kautilya also doesn't merely create the question and leave it. A doubt again he creates and doesn't leave it. He says, attack a country where the subjects are lurable. Even if people are under worse trouble, they will rally behind the king and then they will fight.
When he says that, that is what is Nirnaya, right? But Nirnaya as a concept is missing in whatever Chanakya has proposed.
See that he states, you have that Purva Paksha, Uttara Paksha. In that Uttara Paksha dimension, certain conclusions are presented there. And one more thing, again by Samshaya is not again left hanging in the air. Samshaya is created only for Nirnaya. So doubts are created, the doubts are expressed really eloquently well, and then the response is also given.
It is not coined, but it is subsumed into.
It is implied. One more thing is, he is expressing the samshaya. See, the Kautilya knows the samshaya, and Kautilya also knows the nirnaya. But he is slowly if samshaya is present, if I write a samshaya in the text, I write the samshaya only to provide a nirnaya. I cannot merely leave the subject open. In the then only, so I will not as a researcher, but see, this is called as swarthanumana and pararthanumana. See, I will have the doubt in my mind, I will resolve in it. But in the process of conveying it to the others, it has to be conveyed systematically. How I travelled, see, that's how in research paper, in the documentation, you have to write about your hypothesis, null hypothesis, possibility, impossibility, everything you have to put it. And then finally you have to write as to how you came about to this decision. So hence, it is very essential that the samshaya is elaborated, and while I write about samshaya, it is implied that there is a nirnaya for which I have raised this samshaya. Okay, so when the enemy of the vicious character under worst trouble is attacked, his subjects will help him, whereas the subjects of the other vicious character under less trouble will be indifferent, etc. So this dimension is samshaya, the nirnaya is later given. So it is this which makes a person think, that's all. So that is the limited purpose. So one should think about the various possibilities. So one should have a question. So that's an elaboration. And then let us come to a reference on, this is a very interesting thing, on literary survey or studying others' view. So, apadeshaha, evam asau aha ityapadeshaha, quoting others' view. So, it was already there referencing, quoting others' view. So, Mantri Parishat is cabinet. So, what should be the number of ministers in a cabinet? So, for that, Kautilya presents this. This is an expression of the Tantra Yukti Apadesha. So, when the question of number of ministers in the cabinet comes, then what Kautilya says? Dvadashamatyam kurvita iti manavaha, shodasha iti barahaspatyaha, vimshatihi iti aushanasaha, yatha samarthyam iti Kautilyaha. So, what should be the number of ministers in the council? Dvadasha, 12 ministers. You should have 12 ministers in your council. This is according to Manavaha, the followers of Manu. Shodasha iti barhaspatyaha, 16 ministers should be in the cabinet according to the followers of Brihaspati. Vimshatihi iti aushanasaha, the cabinet should have how many ministers? 20 according to the followers of Ushanas or Shukracharya. So this is Apadesha. This is Apadesha being expressed. So the number of ministers. So when the question arises, so he looks into various treatises, various sources, he sees that there are so many numbers given. See, one thing you should observe about Kautilya, and this is a sound research practice, that when you collect or refer previous existing data, you should also organize the pre-existing data properly. You can see 12 ministers, 16 ministers, 20 ministers. There you can see he has put the number in the ascending order. This is a hint. This is a hint that when you have a question, when you do a literary survey, it should not be just a random work of collecting and putting things. Even that literary survey, you should find a order, flow, sequence and certain hierarchy in those thoughts. That should also be thing. And then finally says, and there is a response on this original thought of Kautilya is also there. What he says, Yatha samarthyam iti Kautilyaha. So how many ministers should be there in the council? According to the capability of the king. Yatha samarthyam. Samarthyam is the capability. So if the king is able to have many and delegate the jobs and get it done, he can have many. Or if the king is running a coalition government, there will be a jumbo cabinet if 96 ministers will also be there. So it is the capability of the king that determines the number. There cannot be a fixed number. Is the considered view of Kautilya. How has he arrived at that? Initially, he had the data that 12, 16, 20, and then he analyzes the entire situation and then makes a statement according to the capability of the king. If you have to make a statement like this, you have to have this prior data and data to be organized systematically. So this is the Apadesha Tantra Yukti. How you do a literary survey and then organize your information that you have gained therein. So in this way, there are many such examples. So I'll just give another example for content. See, this is how you slowly move towards original content. See, you should have an original doubt of your own. You should have studied the literature of your own. Means you should have studied on your own effort. You should have surveyed the literature, organized the literature, and only then you can arrive at a conclusion. So this is a useful conclusion, original conclusion. Unique contribution can come about only if you have samshaya and apadesha. If you have done that, only that will lead you to this. And then now you are expressing, based on your study, expressing your views, suggestions, responses, contributions. As I said, exception, rule and exception. So I will give you one example about exception. Abhipluta vyapakarshanam apavargaha. So restricting a pervasive rule is exception. Abhipluta, pervasive. Vyapakarshanam, limiting it. So limiting a pervasive rule is called as apavargaha. So that is the definition given by Kautilya. So now let us see the description, give the example. Let's see the example given by Kautilya. He gives nityam asannam aribalam vasayet anyatra abhyantara kopa shankaya. So where should the army be positioned? As a rule, the army should be positioned near the enemy forces. Where will the enemies be? There will be in the borders. So if Pakistan army is there, Indian army should be face to face with that. So most of the army concentration should be in face to face with the Aribala. The enemy force is there. You have to post equal number of forces there. But this is the Abhipluta. This is the pervasive rule. What is the exception? Anyatra abhyantara kopa shankaya. If there is a possibility of a civil war, if there is a possibility of abhyantara kopa, civil disturbance, you can draw the forces first to establish the stability within, and then you can take care of the external. So the exception case here is, at all times place your forces or army stationed near the enemy lines. The exception to this rule is, if there is a civil disturbance, don't place them, don't keep army out of action, bring the army inside. So this is the exception to the rule as provided by Kautilya himself. And then from science also you have, from Sushruta Samhita, Asvedya Vishopasrishtaha Anyatra Kita Vishat. Poison bites happen. Visha Upasrishtaha. Visha is poison, Upasrishta means being bitten or having a poisonous bite. So Asvedyaha means this rule is in the form of a prohibition. The rule prohibits. The pervasive prohibitory rule is when there is a poisonous bite, fomentation or sweat therapy. So sweat therapy or leading to perspiration. Sweat therapy should never be applied for poison bites. This is a pervasive rule. But Anyatra Kita Vishat. If that poisonous bite is from an insect, you can do fomentation. So in all other fomentation, in all other poisonous bites, the pervasive prohibition is no fermentation. But if the bite is from a insect, then there you can make an exception. So these are exceptions and rules that you can get from this parampara. And now we move on to, these are a few examples. It is not that they merely remained as a theories. You can see that they have been very well illustrated both in the Prachina medical system and also in the Kautilya Arthashastra humanities. Now let us come to the structuring. Now you have created a wonderful thesis. You have wonderful suggestions, prescriptions, rules, exceptions, all that you have created. Now that has to be offered in a proper, structured, intelligible manner. So that's very essential. As the milk is important, the container in which the milk is given, that is also equally important. So there are yuktis. Mostly they come in pairs. Interesting dimension is the yuktis, you can see they are individual only, but they beautifully fall in pairs. Adhikaranam, Vidhanam, Uddeshaha, Nirdeshaha, Purvapakshaha, Uttarapakshaha, Atikranta Vekshanam, Anagata Vekshanam, Atideshaha, Pradeshaha, Prasangaha. So all these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 only. The numbering is wrong here. So this is 9 and 10, this is 11. So numbering is changed. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. That's a typo. So you have 11 yuktis. Let us see what is there in this. So first, the first structuring element. See, it's a new way of looking at things. The first structuring element is adhikaranam. Adhikaranam is a subject matter and it also means the title of the thesis or the initial passages that introduce the thesis. So see, that is it a structural yukti? Will you accept it as a structural yukti? The initial passages which introduces the thesis, it is called as initial lines even. The title and the initial few lines, that is adhikaranam, and I have put it as a structural yukti because one gets to know what is there in the thesis. Means the structure should convey what is there. See, it is not about the content. There is nothing original content that you are creating or something like that. So that is a structural element which conveys the subject matter in a very crisp manner. That's why people struggle a lot to name the title of the thesis. It's a very tough job because it should be anyuna anatirikta. Means it should not be more or it should not be less. It should not, again, what is that? There is an expression in English. Inflate to deceive. What is that? Something. It should not be an exaggeration of what is not in that. Or it should not be an understatement. So many wonderful ideas will be there, but the title thesis does not reflect it at all. It should not be that way. So Kautilya gives this as adhikaranam. So if that is the title, so title or those lines, initial lines which crisply convey the content, that is adhikarana tantra yukti. In every thesis, this adhikarana should be there. Yes, madam.
What about keywords? Is there a mention of keywords somewhere?
No, madam. We have to create. You can add a keyword as a tantra yukti under this. So, the point is adhikaranam is subject matter and then vidhanam. See, it's very interesting. The elaboration of adhikaranam is vidhanam. Vidhanam is a TOC, table of contents. Shastrasya prakarananupurvi vidhanam. See, you say that this is what I am discussing in adhikaranam. How are you discussing this? What are the chapters and the sub-chapters and titles and subtitles? So enlisting it is called as vidhanam tantra yukti. Table of contents is a tantra yukti. Title is a tantra yukti. And they are not just the dispensable elements of a thesis. They are fundamental elements of a thesis. That's what makes you go into the thesis. Someone says, this is my PhD thesis. Initially, what will you read? First, I will read what the title of the thesis is. And then next immediately you will go into how this person has approached the title. You will go to the table of content. Oh, all these topics. Okay, it seems to be a comprehensive attempt. So we come to the very structure is expressed by both adhikarana and vidhana. Are you with me? Yes. So and then again we get into the topic. So then you get uddesha and nirdesha. So you make on a particular chapter, you are going to, I will give you examples for this. So in every section, you make a small list and then you follow the order and then elaborate based on it. For example, I cannot hold myself from giving the example. Prithivya pastejo vayurakasha iti. No, these are the navadravyani. In Tarka Shastra, 9 dravyas are given. Prithvi, Apaha, Tejaha, Vayu, Akash and other things are given. So Navadravyani are given. So the list is given and then based on the list, first Tatra Gandhavati Prithvi. So the listing is Uddesha. Elaboration for respecting the order of the list is called as Nirdesha. Let me quote from my own Shastra, that is Yoga Shastra. Pramana Viparyaya Vikalpa Nidra Smritayaha. So 5 vrittis, 5 activities of the mind is given. The list is given. Patanjali Maharshi gives the list of 5 types of vrittis. Pramana, Viparyaya, Vikalpa, Nidra, Smriti. Pramana, right knowledge. Viparyaya, wrong knowledge. Vikalpa, imagination. Nidra, deep sleep. Smriti is remembering. So 5 vrittis, the names are given. Then after that, Pratyakshanumanagamah pramanani viparyayo mithyagnana matadrupa pratishtham shabda jnananupati vastu shunyo vikalpaha abhava pratyayalambana vrittir nidra anubhuta vishaya sampramosha smritihi. What is the order of the list? Pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa, nidra, smriti. Thus all the subsequent sutras, they respect this order and then first pramana is defined, then viparyaya, then vikalpa, then nidra, then smriti. So all these are beautiful structural aspects. There will be no surprises. If you remember Pramana, Viparya, Vikalpa, Nidra, Smriti, next 5 sutras you remember already. So this structuring is very important because our tradition was a oral tradition primarily. So hence, if there is no structuring, there is no remembering. You commit the list in a particular order and elaborate in a different order, then it is lost. You cannot remember it. So the 2 yuktis of committing the list and then elaborating based on the committed sequence, which is very critical. Every chapter can have this. So at the beginning of the chapter you can say, for example, huge machinery. In this chapter, I will speak about definition of machinery, the parts of the machinery, and so X, Y, Z. So that is Uddesha. And elaborating the subsequent passages based on the same thing, that is called as Nirdesha. So that gives a structure to the thesis. And then Purva Paksha, Uttara Paksha means objections and responses to the objections. So this should actually come in the content. Why is it put under structure? Actually, if you observe that, see, of course it has a shade of content. It contributes original. I'll come, sir. It contains it has the elements of content, but basically, if you study the Shastra literature, if you can see the Purva Pakshas and the Uttara Pakshas organized, so they will take up the Pradhana Purva Paksha. There is a Pradhana Malla Nibarhana Nyaya in Brahma Sutra, where the most powerful opponent is first taken. And then his views are rejected. And then the lesser. And then the lesser. And then the lesser. So there is also an element of structuring. So while it is conceptual dimension, content dimension only, but still in Purva Paksha, Uttara Paksha also, how you take on your objections, how you respond to the objections. The most powerful one or the most kind of compelling arguments you first place, then gradually you take up lesser compelling arguments and then reject it. So there is predominantly an element of structuring in this also. So then people, they can remember, oh, first this was refuted, then this was refuted, then this was. So this also helps in retaining the structure of the thesis. All this is exemplified in the Brahma Sutra Shankara Bhashya, where especially in the Tarkapada, where all the opponents are taken one by one and then systematically refuted, and then Advaita is established. Of course, Advaita Tattva is described, but the approach to it is also beautiful. How the various arguments are organized. Uttara Paksha and Pura Paksha. Then Atikranta Avekshana and Anagata Avekshana is very beautiful thing. It is like hyperlink. To read more, go to that chapter. To read more about this, go to a later chapter. So that is Atikranta Avekshanam and Anagata Avekshanam. See, Atikranta Avekshanam means I'll give an example to this. This is, I don't know whether I have the example. Let me see. You go ahead with a particular discussion, and then you see to know more about this, go to, if you are in chapter 6, you will say for more elaborations on this, go to chapter 2. There you will see the elaboration. So what happens on, similarly, this is Atikranta Avekshanam. Atikranta means that which you have already crossed. Avekshanam means you go and see there. Avekshanam means to see. See, you choose not to elaborate a particular thing here, though it is relevant here, but you have already elaborated it there. So to avoid prolixity, means unnecessary elaboration, you choose where you want to elaborate and which is the place the elaboration can be made. So you just refer to that place. Or you can also say, while I can explain this here well, but in a later chapter, the elaboration will be more appropriate. That is Anagata Avekshanam. Anagata means yet to come. Avekshanam means you can, if you are in the 6th chapter, you can say, in the 9th chapter, you can see the classification about this in more detail. This again makes the text what? Compact. You don't keep repeating the topic. You choose them, and it is not that you have knowledge, you have original knowledge. It doesn't mean that you need to keep repeating it. See, your knowledge only. No one is going to object it. It's your own knowledge, but see how to intelligently position it. See, if you structure it properly, it will be more intelligent. Means people will appreciate it. People will enjoy reading it. And there is an opportunity to go back and read it in a more relevant portion rather than in the current context. So these are beautiful structural tools that you have in Atikranta Avekshanam and Anagata Avekshanam. Now this is what we call it as hyperlink. Like you give a link for this and go there and see more about it. So and then see, Atikranta Avekshanam, Anagata Avekshanam, if this is a reference to previous and later chapters on certain elaborations, Atidesha and Pradesha is recycling arguments. See, you create a particular argument in a previous context, you see that you apply the same argument here also, or rather you are particularly discussing a particular context here, concept here. For that you have to provide a logical argumentation. You can take it from a past context, that is Atidesha, and Pradesha is in a later chapter of your thesis. You have created a new argument. From that you apply it to the, see, I have argued about, so you follow the same pattern of argumentation which has been elaborated in chapter 9. In chapter 8 you can state like this, which means you have absolute control over your, not only the words, also the number of arguments that you have created. Unnecessarily creating more and more arguments is also not necessary. If you have a particular argumentation pattern that can be recycled from a past occurrence, from a previous, from a later occurrence also, you can use it here, which means you know what is there in the 2nd chapter, what is there in the 9th chapter, and how you are going to apply it in the 4th chapter. So means you are in perfect control. Sometimes we ourselves do not know what we have written earlier and what we have written later. All that structural pitfalls can be avoided, and then the intellect that you have spent, the knowledge or the energy that you have spent can be optimized. Why to create more and more redundant, similar argumentation if you can just go with pre-existing models? See, brevity or kind of compactness in argumentation means you have seriously studied the subject. It is not that for elaboration purpose you are creating again and again. You are very well aware wherever certain things can be reused even intellectually, you are reusing it without unnecessarily. There is a joke about Albert Einstein. So he was a great physicist, or all those things are there. He used to have a pet cat. So he created means his cat always followed him wherever he went. So what happened was, he created a small entrance for the cat. If it butts it with its head, then the door will open. So then that cat entered and it went out. Later the cat had some kitten. So Einstein created smaller holes for the kitten. Then people laughed at him. Hey, in whichever way the cat goes, the kitten can also follow. No need to create a separate path for the kitten. So, in the same way, we should not create more kittens in our thesis. I'm just giving it, if this is managed by the cat itself, we can use the same cat everywhere. Means the same argumentation. In the sense, just giving that example that way. You can say that how the kitten can butt the head. Don't get into all those things. This is just a story. Yes.
Cross-referencing that you're talking about here, 9, 10 and 13, 14, is it applicable to Apadeshaha as well, or my own arguments as a researcher?
Apadesha is exception, madam.
No.
Apavarga.
Literature review.
Literature review.
So, are we talking of referencing my own?
No, others. This is within your thesis. This is within your thesis. How you are structuring your thesis. Your own thesis. No, your own arguments. So, in the later part of my thesis, in the earlier part of my thesis, the later argument that I am going to give, in the earlier argument that I have already given. So, this is all within the thesis. You are tightening your thesis in this way.
No, but can it also refer to a Shia?
No, madam. It will be an extra interpretation of that. It's not necessary. Not necessary. This is, we are looking to structure my thoughts, my thesis. So this is limited to my thesis. So then prasanga. Prasanga is again very interesting. In the previous passage only I have elaborated. In the next passage, 60% or 70% of thoughts are the same. You only have to make some adjustments in this. So what you have to do is, same as above. No, you use the expression same as above. You just say same as above, adding to the only unique aspects for the next context. For example, the example for this is, how this comes in the context of appointing spies. A king should appoint Gudha Purushotpattihi. How the king should appoint the spies and how the spies should cover their activities. While they will be spying for the king, so a certain person can be a farmer. A spy can be a farmer. A spy can also be a monk, means a kind of a sadhu purusha. So in their behaviors, in many issues, they are common. So they have to report to the king. They should not reveal their things. So many things are common between both the spies. But a farmer should be situated in a particular place, operating out of a particular place, whereas a sannyasi should keep moving around. While certain commonalities are being expressed in the next passage, no need to repeat all that is common in the next passage. You just say, same as above. Prakaranantarena samanaha arthaha prasangaha. So, see, it is not a lacuna if you say same as above. See, I shall not write same as above. It will not be good. No. This is a perfectly good structural yukti in your thesis, whereby the evaluator will understand that you are not unnecessarily filling the number of lines, filling the number of pages. You are conveying the message that you are optimally elaborating and not over elaborating or stating the already stated things. So that is prasanga tantra. Do you agree that all these contribute to structuring a thesis? So let us see a couple of examples. And also Viparyayaha, one more dimension. Viparyayaha is, it's again common, everyone knows. You state a particular thing in this order, for a reverse case, the reverse holds good, that's all. For example, the example is, if parasya vachi vaktre prasannatayam lakshitayam. So that is a king sends an emissary to the other king. Now it's a tense situation. So the Duta is sent. An emissary or ambassador or a Duta is sent to the other kingdom. So the behavior of the Duta is now being commented upon. So the Duta or the diplomat who is now interacting with the opposing king, he should parasya vaktre vachi. So in his face and then in his speech, if there is a pleasantness, the Duta should now understand that this is a right situation to convey certain things. So this is a positive atmosphere. So if his speech and his face, body language, so already Kautilya comments about the body language. If the body language is positive, the words are also encouraging from the opposition king, then the Duta should feel that this is a positive atmosphere and some things will move forward. Viparyaye ananukulam iti means you don't say it once again. If the king's speech is not proper, if the king's body language is not proper, you simply don't say all those things. If the other king's body language is good, speech is good, you feel that this will be positive. On the contrary, that's all. On the contrary, this mission is going to fail. So stating on the contrary, that's all. Yes, vice versa, on the contrary or vice versa. So that is also a yukti. This will again avoid restating everything in the reverse. You merely say on the contrary, on the reverse. So that's all. So this again will make the structure very, very tight. You don't keep repeating. You don't see here there is no repetition. Here also there is a repetition in the reverse order. No need for that. Just say on the contrary. So in this way they have thought out everything. So with regard to structuring a thesis, from recycling the argument to recycling the elaborations, in structuring the for and against arguments, in the table of contents, in structuring every single unit of the chapter. So you see beautiful Tantra Yuktis. Let me give you the examples. I just gave, in the process itself I gave you a lot of examples. You can see, Kautilya's Uddesha and Nirdesha. I will show the example of Uddesha and Nirdesha. You give a list and then stick on to the sequence of the list and elaborate properly. So I have given the example of Pramana Viparyaya Vikalpa, which I spoke already. So Vidya Vinaya Hetuhu Indriya Jayaha. Indriya Jayaha. He speaks about the concept of Indriya Jaya. What is Indriya Jaya? So that he will elaborate. But he says that Vidya Vinaya Hetuhu. That is, if there is a control over the senses, Indriya Jaya, then it will lead to Vidya and Vinaya. Good knowledge and the humility will come about if there is control over the senses. Now what is Indriya Jaya? So for that, there is a sequential elaboration where he says, Karna, Tvak, Akshi, Jihva, Grana, Indriyanam, Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandheshu, Apratipattihi, Indriya Jayaha. See, here you can see that the Indriyas are given. And then the objects of the senses are given in the same sequence. Karna, Shabda. Tvak, Sparsha. Akshi, Rupa. Jihva, Rasa. And then Grana, Gandha. So these are the Indriyas. These are the objects, and then these Indriyas not getting overly involved in these senses. These objects, Apratipattihi is called as Indriya Jaya. See, you drop a topic and then you elaborate it in a systematic manner. in a very relatable manner, in a sequential manner. That is also. So while I explained that in subsequent sutras, pramana viparyaya vikalpa nidra smriti, the same line is maintained and then the description is made. Within the sentence also, you can be systematic. See here, you could have said, I say ears and then I can say rupa. You can violate the order. There is a possibility of violating the order here also. But Kautilya ensures, or every researcher should ensure, there should be no violation of order. See, the meaning might not change, but if you violate if you committed sequence, then the text doesn't remain with you. We will not keep going back to Kautilya Arthashastra for reference if it is not a systematic treatment. So,
wrong interpretation would be possible.
Wrong interpretation is also possible if you violate our own, you create your own rules and you violate your own rule. That also is a bad comment upon your logical thinking. So, now, let me quickly move on to, move on to the language dimension of it. So, there are 9 yuktis. In this, I see 9 yuktis towards the language aspect of it. Padarthaha, yogaha, vyakhya, nirvachanam, upamanam, nidarshanam. So, see, you can see before going into these yuktis, what should be the nature of a language in any given thesis? It should clarify and explain. It should also imply, which indicates refinement. So, it should explain, it should imply. There is export, import. Both are there. So, it should also be elaborate in places which are required. It should also be kind of creating lots of thoughts, unstated implications should flash in your mind. That is when it is more enjoyable. Certain novelists are successful because you read certain passages, then what would have happened? So what is the implication? Certain things play out in my mind. Even a PhD thesis can be like that. You can make your thesis language imply so many things. Not everything has to be written. So hence, the language should explain, the language should imply, the language should also allow you to invent. Then that is when it is scientific. So, see, I have the knowledge, but I don't have the words. Science is like, see, science pushes the language. So, science brings out, or researcher should push the limits of the language. So, hence what happens? And also, the language is lenient enough to allow the break of rules. I think I read one book by David Crystal, who has written about the nature of language. The language rules are meant to be broken. The language rules are meant to be broken in the interest of insights. If your insights, you want to say some long compound, if you feel that this long compound word only will, see, many times we say infotainment. Information is there, entertainment is there. Now when there is a marriage of information and entertainment, you create a new word. So new concepts have come about. The language mends itself or lends itself for mending and bending and creation. That idea already existed in Tantra Yukti by Yukti called as Swasamnya. And this itself indicates our Shastra research discipline allowed further development of language, no stagnation. If the knowledge is moving ahead, let the language be created according to it. So let's see some examples. So Padartha. So Padartha is, see, you have to clarify what is the meaning of the word. So you cannot just, see, jargonistic, see, I can use bombastic language. Finally, a person who reads, he doesn't make anything out of it. Or sometimes you have to use a very critical scientific term. You have to use it. You can use it. You must use it. But you should also clarify what it means. So that is padarthaha, padavadhikaha arthaha. And also, it is, certain terms are bound to be misinterpreted. For example, the example that Kautilya gives is Moolaharaha. Moolaharaha. What is the meaning of the word Moolaharaha? Mula, the root. Haraha means the one who destroys the root. Is Kautilya speaking about someone who is digging the trees and destroying the root? No. Mula haraha here refers to a person who sits and enjoys the wealth that he has inherited from his fathers and forefathers, and he doesn't work and create his own wealth. His mula. See, even in English you have the expression M-O-O-L-A-H. Mula. Mula means your source wealth. If you sit and enjoy without creating new wealth, you are called as Mulaharaha. So, while the word is not uncommon, Mulahara is known. But in this context of destroying the wealth or mismanagement of wealth, Mulahara points to a person who just eats up his inherited wealth without creating any new wealth. So that is to be clarified. Again, in Ayurveda also, Vedotpatti Madhyayam Vyakhyāsyāmaha. So I will explain about the Vedotpatti. So in the initial passages, in Charaka Samhita, I think, Vedotpatti, I will speak about the manifestation of the Vedas. Vedotpatti Madhyayam Vyakhyāsyāmaha ityukte Katamasya Vedasya Utpattim Vyakhyāsyati. Which Veda he is speaking about? Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda? No. This is Ayurveda. So when you say Vedotpatti, I am not speaking about Yajurveda, Rigveda, Utpatti. I am speaking about the Utpatti of Ayurveda. So the Padartha here is you are clarifying the meaning of the word Veda. There you are clarifying the meaning of the word Mulahara. In the similar way, in whichever discipline you are working in, of course, there should be certain terminologies, jargons that you might have to use, but ensure that you clarify those words also. Apply this Tantra Yukti called as why. Ultimately, why do you write a thesis? Why do you write? To show it to someone, others should read and apply, use it and find the benefit. So if it is not at all intelligible, why to write it at all? So hence, Padartha and Yoga. Yoga here doesn't mean Shirshasana, Pranayama, etc. Yoga means connecting the sentences. Anvaya should be proper. Sometimes in Shloka, what happens is the subject, the verb, the adjectives, etc., because for certain metrical or prosody considerations, because the number of letters, etc., syllables are defined, certain words have to be put at a distance. Normally, I ate lunch. If these are close by, then the subject, object, verb, all the SVO, that is the structure which makes sense to us in understanding any sentence. If they are far apart from each other, because most of the traditional texts are in the form of shloka, sometimes the subject, the object, the verb may be apart from each other, removed apart from each other. If there is such a possibility in your own composition or in the commentary that you are writing on a particular text, then you should ensure that the Anvaya is made. Yoga here essentially means paraphrasing. So making the sentence proper. If Padartha is about clarifying the meaning of the word that you chose to use, Yoga is about clarifying the sentences that you have used. Sometimes in scientific writing also, we have so many things to convey. Certain things would have come earlier, certain things would have come later. It is essential. See, how do you revise your draft? See, this can also be taken as tools for revising the language of how to revise. See, so sometimes you go and submit the draft to the guide. He says, go and revise it. What do I revise? How do I revise? You can use these Tantra Yuktis to revise this thing, especially from the language dimension. Have I clarified the words? Have I clarified the sentences? So it is means the utility of it need not be elaborated at all, more than this. So at the sentence, at the level, and Vyakhya is concept. So your words are good. Your sentences are also good. But the concept that is conveyed, it is still unintelligible. You are trying to say something, but what is that? It has not yet completely emerged. Or the gravity of what you are trying to speak, if it is not adequately expressed in 2 or 3 sentences, don't worry, go about explaining it. Dyuta nimittaha bhedaha papishtatamaha. In Kautilya Arthashastra, he says, among all the vices, means all the bad things, bad habits that a king can have, the baddest among it, baddest may not be an expression that you find, papishtatama, the most bad, okay, that will be an appropriate expression. The most bad vyasana, or the bad thing would be vice, would be gambling. See, the sentence is called Dyuta, Bhedaha, Papishtatamaha, all these are very clear. But how that gambling is a disastrous vice to have, that has to be elaborated. And so many examples are to be given, how it impacts your wealth, how it impacts your mental state, how it impacts the kingdom at large. All that, if it is not sufficiently adequately elaborated, even if your words are good, sentences are good, your job is still not done. So hence, in this process, you can also use nirvachanam. Nirvachanam means etymology. In clarifying, see, this padartha and nirvachanam can go together. Means in clarifying, see, normally the contextual meaning of word is explained by padartha, whereas nirvachanam helps in analyzing the meaning of the word. So what is the root? What is the prefix? What is the suffix? What is the original sense? What is the now acquired sense of this word? All that clarification is nirvachanam. So certain doubts. See, initially we discussed about tantra yukti. What we did was essentially nirvachanam. What is the non-conventional sense? What is the intended etymological or grammatical or the compound related derivation? So that also helps in clarification. That's why I have put it after Vyakhya. So as a tool for Vyakhya, this can help, nirvachanam. And then of course, Upamanam and Nidarshanam are illustrations. So adequate illustrations can be given, and that too, wherever it is essential. Upamanam is a simile, and then Nidarshanam are examples. There are certain distinctions between Upamanam and Nidarshanam. I will let's see whether if I have the example, I will clarify. So, and then you have, so you can use illustrations. Both the essence of Upamana and Nidarshanam is illustrations. So, and then these clarifying the meaning of the word, meaning of the sentence, paraphrasing, using the etymology, illustrations, all these help in ultimately clarifying. So all this together, see the language, the important role all these put together play is clarification and explanation. So a PhD thesis, the language of a thesis should explain. How do I explain, sir? You can explain in these many ways. In these many ways you can explain. That's why I said anything you state, it is very well defined in Samskrita Shastra Parampara. When you speak about Indian research methodology, at the end of the course, you can summarize your learning in, if you memorize those 32 Tantra Yuktis. If you remember those 32 Tantra Yuktis, you have covered one full research methodology paper. Can you remember a research methodology book like that in the current English context? No, all these are unit-wise, subject-wise, etc. If you remember these 32 Tantra Yuktis, and if you were attentive in the class, then you have the 32 Tantra Yuktis, the book, the chapter, methodology paper, everything is in your mind. So in that sense, that's the beauty. So when I said explain and clarify, in all these ways you can explain and clarify. And then imply. How to imply Vakya Shesha and Arthapatti. It is not that when I say open, what is the sentence complete? Open. See, when I look at that direction and open, then it simply means open the door. That's all. So you can, in certain expressions, if you can just limit your words, so that itself will help understand. Not necessary to state the obvious in words also. You can limit the number of words that you use. So, and this is a very simple example that I gave. See, in a chapter that describes about the health of a human being, Shiraf, Pani, Pada, etc. The example that is given is, then the head of whom are you talking about? A human being whose health is now being discuss. The head of, every time should you respond, write that head of a human being, fingers of a human being. No. So purushasya ityetad gamyate. So that is vakya shesha. In the sense, this is sentence wise implication. Means purusha is implied in the mind. Door is implied in the mind. So in that sense, so in a science class, open your notebook. If the teacher says, which notebook you will open? Science notebook only you will open your science notebook. There is no need to say that. Certain things are implied. See, implication comes naturally to us. Consciously you have to build it in your thesis. See, as I say, I had given a lecture and then finally said, sir, all that you have spoken is common sense. This is nothing new. See, everything is common sense. Of course, research methodology is common sense, but we don't use it. We think research has something great, but in the sense, ultimately it is common sense. See, I think I remember G.K. Chesterton. In my school, I studied a book, a lesson was there from G.K. Chesterton. He said, he's a famous author in English, of bygone times. Adventure wrongly considered is inconvenience. Adventure wrongly considered is inconvenience. Inconvenience rightly considered is adventure. So he gives the example of, in those times London is flooded, and then I am a taxpayer, and then people are not, the civic authorities are not maintaining all these things. This is inconvenience. But why do you consider it as an inconvenience? See, you need not go to Venice. Venice is there in the London itself. What is Venice? In Venice there are no roads. There is only water. So you go from one house to other house in a boat only. So in this way, what I was trying to say is implication. In the sense, you can imply so many things and implications will be very interesting that way. Okay, so this is word implication and this is concept implication. So words can also be implied, concepts can also be implied. They're very standard. This arthapatti is also considered a pramana. See, in epistemology, arthapatti is seen as a pramana. When you come to tantra yukti, it becomes a tool for implying concepts by the intelligent use of the language. Means, what is that? The example is, Pino Devadattaha Divana Bhungte. This is the example. Pino Devadattaha Divana Bhungte. Devadatta, is there anyone with, sorry. This is to show. Sir certainly knows the meaning of the example and he will take it in the lighter sense. This is in the traditional, sir. You use it. Yes. So not this Devadatta. There is one person called Devadatta. So he is a fat or stout. But in daytime he does not eat. You leave it at that. Which means he eats at night. So that is the conceptual implication. This person eats at night. No need to say. In this way also you can make certain concepts appear in the mind, because certain things may not be or need not be or would be dangerous to, see for example like this, to explicitly mention. So they can be made to appear in your mind. So that is arthapatti. So thus conceptually also certain things can appear in your mind if you mind to work with your language that way. And then finally swasamnya. I will come, sir. I'll certainly. See, actually, I wanted to see this artha. I will not leave without swasamnya. I will certainly explain. This arthapatti is not merely for the enjoyment of expression. Arthapatti has a therapeutic significance also. See, especially in disciplines like medical discipline. See this example. I should have given this example, sir. It would have been a more serious this thing. Odanam bhokshe ityukte arthad apannam bhavati nayam pipasuhu yavagumiti. See, some patient is lying down. Means he is there or he is in the process of healing. You try to feed him with yavagu. Yavagu means porridge. Hey, your health has this thing, so you should only eat porridge. Whenever we fall ill in the house, immediately we are fed with bread and milk. Nothing else. No. Nothing else you should eat. No, when the person has improved. See, he says, Odanam bhokshye. Now I am feeling better. I can eat. See, and the person who is ill, he cannot speak more also. He can only give hints. So a physician should take, or a person who is their attendant should understand the implication. Oh, this person currently, it seems, since till yesterday he was happily accepting the porridge. Today he says, I can eat rice, which means don't pressurize me with porridge. I want to improve. I want to see how I am developing. So this also has a therapeutic implication where you closely observe the expression and grasp the implication so that you can treat the patient better. So at that stage, he may not elaborate so many things. Those implications has to be grasped, and that he has built in his text. Sushruta Acharya has built, that is a training for the doctor or the people, the attendants especially. So hence, this is very important. And now we come to, so we saw elaboration. We saw conceptual and verbal implication, and finally invent. So paraihi asammitaha shabdaha swasamjna asadharanaha paraihi anyashastreihi. A word that is not known or not measured, not understood by other shastras, which means a creation, a original creation of your own. Whenever you can come up with a new word for your own discipline. See, how can you come at, as I earlier already have elaborated upon it, how will you arrive, why would you need a new word whenever there is a new discovery, new invention? So a geologist digs and he understands that, oh, certain new things have emerged. So let us give us this particular name. So bosons are given. After bosons is a particle. So given after the name of Bose. So it didn't exist earlier. He understood that particular phenomenon, and so it was given as boson. So in this way, so those are certain new things you invent. The word will come, and the word is, the concept emerges first, and then the words are added to it. So you can do it. So this is a hint. See, naturally it happens. For a researcher, it is a guideline. So in the process of your research, if you stumble upon, if you develop or invent or discover something new, don't hesitate to create a new word for it. You can create it. So this is the confidence. This is the orientation. This is the possibilities that are opened up for a researcher. Hey, no, you are not qualified to write all these things. Stick to the, no. You can break the frontiers of research and go ahead and do more research and bring in new terminologies. So that's what, that is the very existence of swa samjna. Your terminology. Samjna is terminology. Swa means your. So Kautilya has created swasamjna. Charaka has created swasamjna. See, what is the work of Kautilya? Is about acquisition of land, administering of land, expanding of the land area, especially in the context of country. So he says, as an example to swasamjna, Kautilya has invented two words, added two words to the vocabulary of Sanskrita. Bhumyantara, Bhumyekantara. These are the two terms. What is the meaning of Bhumyanta? Other than Kautilya, no one has used. For the very first time, Kautilya has given these two terms. We know Kautilya as a person of Arthashastra. He has also contributed to vocabulary by his study of the discipline. What is Bhumyantara? Swabhumi avyavahita bhumihi. My neighboring land. If I want to, my neighboring land, no, this is a longer expression. Can I come up with one terminology? Bhumyantara. So anything that is related to adjacent land, if I want to address, I will simply say Bhumyantara. And And maybe, so in the entire Vyavahara, the entire descriptions of Kautilya Arthashastra, he limits it to the expression Bhumyantara. And similarly, Bhum Ekantara, Deshena Ekena Vyavahita Bhumihi. My land is there is a neighbor and there is an adjacent land. If you want to address that adjacent land, what is the terminology? Bhum Ekantara. So, probably Bhum Yantara is not a new expression, neighbor is not a new expression, but Bhum Ekantara is a newer expression. So, in the context of Bhum Ekantara, Bhum Yantara also comes into the picture. So, hence, so he says something about the next to the neighbor. For that, he uses the term Bhum Ekantara, which is the original contribution of Kautilya. Now, let's come to Charaka. So, we earlier spoke about fomentation, that is a sweat therapy. If sweat is created, it is also a kind of therapy to overcome Jwara Chikitsa. Under Jwara Chikitsa, sweat is also used. So, in that case, certain the heated, so he understood or he developed certain methodologies to create that sweat. So for that he created underground cellars. So Charaka. So he uses various methodologies to bring about that sweating. So he tried that sweating therapy by creating physically First he created an underground cellar and then made a person lie down there, and then that sweating happened and then that person is cured. Curing has happened. What are you going to call this underground cellar as? Jentaka. He gave the terminology Jentaka. And then similarly, making a person not necessarily an underground cellar, you create a kind of a structure over the ground itself, but you paste it with cow dung on all sides. Even within the structure, if a person lies down, he will sweat, and that also cures a person. So what do you call a structure smeared with dung? Holaka. So the treatment he created first, the terminology came later. So Jentaka, Holaka, all these are the terminologies that followed the invention. They followed the treatment invention protocol. So in that sense, these are swasamjnas of Charaka. So hence, this is how you invent and you make your language more interesting. Yes, huh?
That word you created.
It should be. I have not gone into it. It will be there. Are very clear. Whereas Jayantaka, see, sometimes what happens is these acharyas also take into consideration certain folk expressions also. So that might also have played a role in that terminology. As I am not aware of the etymology of Jayantaka and Holaka, I cannot comment upon that. We can of course look into the dictionary etymological this thing. But these are the examples cited for Swasamjna in Charaka Samhita. So now, thus we have completed the topic as such. Now I just want to give certain observations finally about Tantra Yukti. So, is nuclear energy described in the Vedas? See, Vedas are not, in the sense, were not intended for that. Means, Vedahi yajnartham abhipravrittaha. For yajna prakriya is the mainstay. How to describe, what are the various devatas, how to do the yajna. I don't deny that there may be certain initial thoughts about nuclear thoughts or kanada, all those nuclear thought and atoms and other descriptions might be there. It is only gramam gachanna trinam sprishati. Means it may have been expressed by the rishis. See, rishis, they know everything, but still they had a focus in stating these are mantras in this context, these are mantras for this purpose. All that is well defined. If you find certain new insights, etc., etc., that's a derivation. It's an implication or kind of not a primary meaning that it wanted to convey. So, why I am saying that is, Tantra Yukti is not such a derivative knowledge. It is meant as a methodology. See, normally, in Indian Science Congress, certain things happened. So people claimed that so many claims are foisted upon Indian knowledge systems. Means it may be a derivation or an indirect implication or a derivation from certain mainstream or certain things which are stated for a different purpose. Tantra Yukti certainly is not like that. It is stated for some purpose. It is interpreted for some other purpose. See, in that sense, Tantra Yukti was stated as a research methodology, and we are presenting Tantra Yukti as a research methodology only. We are not deriving something out of Tantra. So it's a direct meant purpose. So that's why in Kautilya Arthashastra we see Adhiyanopi Shastrani Tantra Yuktyavi, not Kautilya Arthashastra, Charaka Samhita. Adhiyanopi Shastrani Tantra Yuktyavi na bhishak nadhi gacchati shastrarthan artham bhagyakshaye yatha. Means a person who studies various shastras. What are you reading? Currently I am reading Kautilya Arthashastra. What will you be reading? Next I will read Charaka Samhita. Next I will read Charuvaka. Then I will... See, no use in reading without knowing the yuktis is of no avail. Means, if you without reading pages and pages together, without understanding the workings of the mind of the author. See, how do you know the working of the mind of the author? If you are aware of the methodological devices, you can, even by reading 2 lines, you can know what is going to be stated in the entire passage. So similarly, if you are, see, Tantra Yukti actually is an empowering tool. So if you are empowered with your Tantra Yukti, then you can confidently approach both modern and traditional subjects with equal confidence. This is not a overclaim. This is what it is. As all the descriptions we have all together discussed, we can understand this lays out the fundamentals of all disciplines of knowledge. So hence, merely factually reading any discipline without getting into the workings and approaches and methodologies is not going to help a person. So hence it is very essential that one studies the methodology, framework, approach, and based on that how it is expressed in various so many words. If you understand, that is the right way. And then, ekasminna piyasyeha, this is what I earlier mentioned in one of the individual conversations. Ekasminna piyasyeha shastre labdhaspadamati sa shastram anyadapyashu yuktignatvat prabudhyate. This is also from Charaka Samhita. Study one discipline. Go to the depths of the methodological approaches in that. If you understand that, based on your grasp of the methodological approach, you can pursue other disciplines in the same way. For preparing for one of my papers on Shalaka Pariksha Vidhanam, I had an opportunity to discuss with a great scholar, Manidravada Shastriji. So he said that he is a great scholar of Vedanta and Mimamsa. So he told me that, I have recorded in my paper also, that earlier in Kashi, when the Pandits examined any person, they would examine, okay, what subject have you come for examination? Vyakarana. Okay, come on, sit down. So they will go to such depths that they will understand whether he has grasped the methodological aspects. What are the cornerstones? What is the scaffolding upon which the entire Shastra rests, or kind of the structure and the support structure, etc. for this Shastra? Has this person understand this? So if that is, they will thoroughly analyze, then how will they certify him? This person has an extraordinary command on Vyakarana. On his own, now he can pursue any other discipline. So it is a pervasive certificate they used to give by going to the depths of one particular Shastra. So hence, one Shastra you study, but go to the depths of it. By what is the meaning of going to the depth of a Shastra? Understanding the methodology, Tantra Yukti. If you know that, you know every other discipline. So hence, just to, how many, so I'll just finish in another 5 minutes. I think I have to catch a flight also. I'll finish now. See, the thing is, one more thing is, we human beings always need role models. In Yoga Sutra also, how to attain the focus of the mind. Maitri, Karuna, Mudito, Pekshanam, Prachardhana, Vidharana, Abhyamba, Pranasa. Emotional tools are given, and then pranayama related details are given to focus your mind. So one of the tools is Vitaraga Vishayam Vachittam. Think about certain Mahatmas or know about certain people who have. So how to attain Vairagya? How to attain Vairagya? Read about the lives of people who have attained Vairagya. So you can develop the dispassion by pranayama and other things also, but one of the most potent ways of attaining Vairagya is looking at role models. Ashoka, Vyasa and great other Sadashiva Brahmendra, all these people have attained Vairagya. Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. If you have role models, if there are precedents, we think that it is possible. So many concepts about Tantra Yukti has been spoken. Are there people who have used it earlier? That question, the history of utilization is also needed. Across disciplines, Tantra Yukti was a living methodological tool for more than a decade, more than a millennia and a half. So, Kautilya Arthashastra in polity, Nyaya Sutra Bhashyam, Yukti Deepika in Sankhya, and of course, in this list, Acharya Shankara has used one Yukti, and then in Ayurveda, Charaka Sushruta Ashtanga Hridaya, and then in Purana, in Vishnu Dharmottara Purana, there is reference. There are independent works like Tantra Yukti Vichara and Tantra Yukti, and then in Tantra Shastra itself, you have Ishvara Pratyaya Vigna Vivrti Vimarshani, Swachhanda Tantram, Vamakeshwari Mata Vivaranam. Note the chronology here. So, from 500 BCE till 12th century CE, to when I completed my thesis. So this much of textual references are available. So more than a millennia and a half of utilization of either all the yuktis or a few yuktis or at least one yukti. You find references in Samskrita. So many disciplines have also used. And one more thing, as I indicated in one of the earlier mentions, it is not limited only to Samskrita. We are doing an Indian research methodology. Bharatiya Shodha Paddhati. Bharatiya is not limited only to Samskrita. Samskrita, of course, is integral, essential, important, critical, central. But along with that, other languages, other literary traditions are also there. In Tamil, also you have 1900 years of history of utilization of Tantra Yukti, right from Tolkappiyam till Swaminatham, written in 1800 CE. All these texts have utilized Tantra Yukti, Tandira Uttigal or Uttigal. So such expression is there. So not only that, so it also has, Tamil tradition also has Tantra Gunas and Tantra Doshas. Samskrita is a major literary tradition in the Bharatiya Parampara. Tamil is a major critical tradition of Bharatiya Parampara. Pali is also a major linguistic tradition. There also you have this Neti Prakarana, Petakopadesha. A.K. Wardner in his book called Indian Buddhism, he observes that all the elaborations that you find in Tantra Yukti approaches methodology, it seems to have been inspired by the Tantra Yukti methodology, he mentions. So I have elaborated upon this Pali, Tamil in my thesis, while I have compared it with Kautilya Arthashastra's treatment. So hence, it is really a Bharatiya. When you say Bharatiya, it includes three major linguistic traditions of Samskrita, Tamil, Pali. So all these have influenced, utilized, used, so this Tantra Yukti. So, and one more thing interestingly, I left out the spatial spread. See, the temporal, subject-wise spread of Tantra Yukti I mentioned. In polity, philosophy, etc., Ayurveda, etc. Time also you saw from 500 BCE to 12th century, the time is there. And then the spatial spread. Which area is this Kautilya Arthashastra connected to? Kautilya Arthashastra. Kautilya. Takshashila. Mostly we associate with Takshashila, the Mauryan, if I am not wrong. So, that region. So, there, that text. And if you come to Tantra Yukti Vichara in 900 CE, it is by Neela Megha Bhishak from Kerala. So, and one more thing, all these Tantra texts, Ishvara Pratyabhijna, Swachhanda Tantram, Vamakeshwari Mata belong to Kerala, Kashmir. Kashmir Shaivism. So, hence from Kashmir, Takshashila to Kerala. So, there is a spread. and also Tamil Nadu, especially when Tolkappiyam, etc. have utilized. So from Kashmir to Kerala, you have a spatial spread. So the real Bharatiya Parampara in spatial dimension also. In the subject, linguistically, this is a Bharatiya Parampara. Spatially also, it is a Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati. And also in time also, it has lot of spread. So you have thousands of, to sum up, you have thousands of years of utilization. So across languages, disciplines, geographical location, and then it is, can we call it as a comprehensive? Because it deals with content, structure and language. And one more thing, this is intrinsic to the tradition. All this also implies this research methodology is intrinsic. How can you study an indigenous subject with an imported methodology? And more than that, if you don't have any, of course you can go for import. Or else it will be like importing garments from Manchester. Well, you here itself can produce Khadi Vastra. So, our Khadi Vastra here is Tantra Yukti. Why do you import from Manchester? So, hence, intrinsics to the tradition. While Tantra Yukti has all these things, then it should have been included as a paper. Slowly now it is happening. In the last decade, it is slowly happening. We have workshops, wonderful change of atmosphere is happening. And as I said, it could be a dimension in research methodology. It can be an evaluation tool for PhD thesis. And also, of course, people can use this as guidelines for peer-reviewed article. Hey, stick on to the Tantra Yukti methodology. The paper will be evaluated based on this. You can very well we have so many Bharatiya Shodha Patrikas. But how many Shodha Patrikas have Tantra Yukti as a guidelines protocol? No. So we can bring in Atmanirbharata. It's not only Atmanirbharata, pride element. Of course, that element is there. This is also intrinsic to the tradition, the terminology, the expression, the etymology, the explanation of it. All this will be very close to what is expressed in the methodology. Need not see an external thing into this. But as the philosophy goes, as Vivekananda said, best of the West with the best of the East. We will take both together, but we have never looked into, we have only looked at best of the West. This is the best of Bharat. Best of the East, of course, best of Bharat, why not? So one thing is negligence, westward gaze. That's always there in the academia. But there are some serious internal problems also in Tantra Yukti. See, there is intra-text, inter-text, inter-tradition problems in arriving at one grand document of Tantra Yukti. As I said, there is a Tamil tradition of Tantra Yukti. There is a Sanskrit tradition of Tantra Yukti. There is a Pali tradition of Tantra Yukti. You have to integrate this. And even as I said, in Charaka Samhita, there are 3 or 4 commentators. Each of them interpret those Tantra Yuktis in a different manner. So there is a intertext consolidation that needs to happen. And then subject. For example, you have to compare, you have to do what is that? There is a particular expression for that. You should compare and contrast the Kautilya Tantra Yukti with the Charaka Tantra Yukti. Charaka Tantra Yukti with some other text. So, interlingual comparison needs to happen. And then, so between the linguistic traditions also, so all this, there is a lot of work. You can use Tantra Yukti for your thesis is one thing. Tantra Yukti itself can be your area of work is another wonderful area that is opening up. So you can contribute in solving intra-text problems or inter-text problem in the same tradition or inter-tradition inconsistencies or things. So we can arrive at a grand document of Tantra Yukti. That's a potential. At least some 50 PhDs can be done based on this. So there is one Jean-Luc Chevillard who has compared the Tamil and Sanskrita Tantra Yuktis. At the end he says, It's only by painstaking comparison of individual glosses, and this is true in Tamil tradition also. For one Tolkapiyam, the ancient text, there are 4 or 5 commentaries. Each of the commentator has interpreted it in different way, illustrated it also uniquely. So hence there is a lot of potential. While it can be seen as a challenge, it can also be seen as a potential for lot of work. So hence it's only by painstaking comparison of individual glosses for Tantra Yukti, making extended use of many other works, that one can hope to finally discover the lost bridges. And one more important thing is, each of these linguistic traditions were bridged by Tantra Yukti. Tantra Yukti was the Vichara Setu, was the conceptual bridge that connected all these linguistic traditions. If Tantra Yukti we have forgotten, the bridges between the tradition is lost. See, that Westerner, that Frenchman knew that there existed a Vichara Setu between all these. We have forgotten. We have to rediscover those lost bridges that have linked Tamil and Sanskrit technical literatures for a long time. In his article on Tamil, he says this. So it has a pan-Indian implication in the intellectual tradition. So hence, both for the current research needs and also to study the past intellectual contributions of India, irrespective of the linguistic traditions, it is very essential that we take Tantra Yuktis more seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The space is now open for questions.
Sir, I have a question. So, how is the question of ethics in research addressed by the doctrine of Tantra Yukti? See, we have this curriculum for research methodology for PhD now. We have a parallel course suggested by UGC called research ethics. So how is this topic too much introduced by the concept of Tantra Yukti?
One thing is, the Apadesha Tantra Yukti itself is see, you quote others, name others. While quoting others, you should give just the Bharhaspatya, Aushanasa, etc. So an ethics is inbuilt within that. And then, as I said, Tantra Yukti is hardcore content, structure, language dimension. So, if you want to add an ethical dimension, from Upanishads, as I said, as I already said, that this is an elastic tradition, you can bring in all those ethical dimension if of course, and one more thing, I am not forcefully try to interpret, no, Tantra Yukti involves ethics also, no, I will not say that. If it is not there, the tradition is already elastic. Include that also. And that can be included from the Upanishads. If you want to include, go to the Upanishadic literature, go to the other approaches in the tradition and bring that ethical dimension also within this. And one more thing, all our research pursuits are Satyanveshanam. Satyameva jayatena nritam satyasya pantha vitato devayanaha. So, the ultimate goal is also Satyanveshanam, and in our day-to-day transaction also, Satya is always there. Ahimsa, Hatya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, all this is well built within our tradition also. So, see, one more basic answer that can be given is that there is no secular spiritual divide in our tradition. The scientists are not spiritual. They are only scientists. Such a thing never existed. Everyone came under the framework of dharma, artha, kama, moksha. See, this is the purushartha. To achieve my purushartha, I am a scientist. To achieve my purushartha, I am a vaidya. To achieve my purushartha, I am a teacher. But still, I am governed by the principle of dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So whether it is a personal life or whether it is your academic pursuit, dharma is already there. If dharma is there, what better ethics can always be there. So seeing ethics as a different component in research is again non-indigenous, non-intrinsic approach. Or as I said, no, we need a chapter on this. Okay, have a chapter based on the Upanishads.
Yeah, sir. Hello. So actually this is really baffling for me to know that such a comprehensive methodology existed in our tradition, and there may be some limitations to the methodology I use, like I'll say I use some data, like some years of data, like I mentioned that in the limitations of the of my study. So like is it like can I include it under the Tantra dosha?
See, I didn't give the example of the Adhikarana Tantra Yukti. Please sit down. So, in Adhikarana Tantra Yukti itself, the scope is very well defined. The title itself should, by implication, provide the limitation. I will say how Kautilya has provided the limitation, or kind of the scope. I will not say limitation. He has defined the scope. If you define the scope, then what is not included in it is implied. So, Prithivyaha labhe palane. This is Kautilya's Adhikarana Tantra Yukti illustration. Prithivyaha labhe palane yavanti arthashastrani purvacharyehi prayuktani tani samhritya ekam idam arthashastram kritam. This is how he defines it. Which means arthashastra means acquiring land and governing the land. Okay. About this so many people have already spoken. What is new? So then he says that yavanti arthashastrani purvacharyehi prastutani. Very many earlier acharyas have spoken about this topic. Tani samhritya ekam idam arthashastram kritam. I have collected all their views, organized them systematically and presented it as one compendium of knowledge. So he has defined the scope of his work, which means he is not going out on to write something new. It is an analytical work of the existing topic. So what you cannot find is newer and newer additions or newer dimensions you may not expect. You can expect a comprehensive harmonization of thought among the existing wisdom. So the limitations of it of not adding something new or something kind of critical is mentioned here. So again, as I said, we have to, in my knowledge, limitation dimension is not explicitly mentioned. Again, the doctrine is open to newer terminologies.
One more question, please. Like yesterday we were talking about statistics and also like many were mentioning that in Arthashastra there is mention of some data and all. So like is there any like mention about the data, like numerical data? Like in Arthashastra he also Kautilya talks about the taxes and trade, export, imports and all. So is there any mention about data aspect? Like I mean just numerical data. This is all the I'm
not going into because I am not qualified to speak about data or statistics, because that domain, I am not of that domain. But one thing I can say that Kautilya was aware of data and organizing data. I gave an example, number of ministers, organize the number of ministers, the data about that, and then present your conclusion later. So collecting data, organizing data dimension, we can say more than that one has to explore. I have not looked into Kautilya Arthashastra from a data perspective or statistic perspective. It's quite possible. Or in the Vedic literature, where there are a lot of mentions, Ekachame, Tisrachame, Panchachame, Saptachame, Navachame, Ekadashachame, all those numbers, numerical data and all those things you can find in the Vedas.
Thank you.
Sir, actually, first of all, I want to thank you for taking a multiple session. I mean, the second session. And you yourself has applied some sort of Tantra Yukti in presenting the theme. So we were clear in that presentation also. And you are not at all tired of speaking the subject. That shows your interest also. Thank you for that. And I have just two questions. First is whether this Tantra Yukti, Tantra Dosha or Tantra Guna include the fallacy, logic, syllogism, etc. Anything like that. That's the first question.
Syllogism is separate.
Separate.
Okay. 5-step syllogism, pratignya hetu, udaharana, upanigam is separate.
Fallacies and all? Yeah? They are not mentioned.
Fallacies, no, that is Tantra Doshas or fallacies.
Oh, okay.
Tantra Doshas or fallacies.
Okay. Sir, my second question, it's not actually a question. See, you told about researching using the methodology and researching on the methodology, right? So my research topic is Vitanda.
Super.
So, you are the only one from whom I heard that you can't just demolish Vitanda. It has some positive uses. So whenever I spoke about my research topic here and there, people were just, oh, you are a Vaitandika, so that's why you are always wanting to argue and all. So my question is, somebody who is much into the argumentation, fallacy, presentation of your content, see, there is a fault, this is a fault. So people are not much interested in accepting them. I feel this not in Indian tradition, but in Western tradition also. Maybe among the researchers and students, when they write the thesis and we are trying to point out the faults like fallacies and all, they feel that it's not necessary. Why are you looking into those things? You can just take the content now. So that is why logic as a paper is there. That is why research methodology or something like that should be there. So I think it's the attitude in us. Maybe in this workshop we are accepting this thing just to say that our Indian tradition has this much knowledge about Tantra Yuktis and all. But it is not sure that we will be applying the same because we feel tired of applying all these rules. We just have to somehow present the content. So how do you feel this and how your interest in such methodology? Can you just share some experience like that?
Means I have to answer for half an hour. The point is about dosha is intrinsically our tradition respects those who find dosha. Vidwan vipaschit doshagnyah. The scholar's synonym itself is a doshagnya, who knows mistakes, his and others. So doshagnyah. And but doshaikadrik purobhagi nikritas tvanrujushataha means only a doshaikadrik means a person only who looks at the mistakes, that is also a problem. Means the one who knows the fallacies and knows to eradicate, he is a vidwan. A person who only looks at dosha, he is not considered as a respectable person. And then there is an expression, popular expression, unknown meaning, the word chhatra. What is the meaning of the word chhatra? Yeah, that is the translation of it, student. What is the derivation of it, chhatra? Chhatraha chadayati acharyagata doshan iti. A student is a person who moves close with the teacher and knows all his mistakes. So but he will not reveal the mistakes of the teacher. See, the point is, see, you have learnt 90 things from him. You know 10 things. And the teacher also accepts yanyanavadyani karmani tani sevitavyani no itarani yanyasmakagam sucharitani tani tvajopasyani no itarani. It's a Vedic injunction also. Whatever you have done good, please follow that. Wherever we have made a mistake or there is a possibility of misinterpretation, don't take that path. So in that sense, our tradition is open in having the role of a dosha is very important. If anyone runs away from dosha, he is not a shastrajna. So that's why you have Shatadushani also. There is a text called Shatadushani. 100 mistakes I will point out in your text. Someone wrote a text called Shatadushani. 100 mistakes he has compiled and written. So hence the tradition in as such is open. And one more, the second, so this is an objective response. When you come to a subjective thing, how do you got interested into it? I was not interested. I was pushed into the subject and then the subject later pulled me. So in that sense, as I spoke more and then as with this topic I could relate with, I thought that when I reached out to people with this topic, they found it useful. Then I thought I should be very honest in going deeper into what I am doing. So I tried to do to the honest level what I can share. So this is how, there is a pull-push approach which got me into this subject. Tantra Yukti only. Study the doctrine of Tantra Yukti, a study, a comparison of Kautilya Arthashastra and Tolkapiyam.
Sir, we have one last question.
Yes, yeah.
This is in continuation with Mr. Anirudh's limitations question.
Sir.
Actually, you have explained about the scope, but the limitations, I think what he is intended to just inquire is, in normal research, we have the limitations like resources, like time and money, and then also technical resources, like accessibility to, like in our literature, accessibility to the original grandhas or talapatras or something like that. This can be correlated to any of the Tantra Yukti, or we have to this.
Sir, there are three mistakes. That is Lakshana Dosha Trayam. They say avyapti, ativyapti, asambhava. You can take the sambhava possibility. See, asambhava means impossible. So sambhava means whatever is possible, whatever is probable, whatever is a person, whatever for which material and resources, as you said, whatever for which materials and resources are available, only upon that we can work on. So in that sense, again, it may not be an explicit, and at this point of time I may not remember when such an elaborate framework about research and this thing has been explained. It should certainly be there. I will take this as a question for my research, and then I will maybe come up with a response, a detailed direct response to it in due course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for imparting a thorough knowledge, a thorough understanding of Tantra Yukti, especially within a constrained time limit. Now, moving on to the next program, that is felicitation program. I would like to request Professor J.S. Prasad, sir, to felicitate sir.
Excellent. Excellent. Namaskar, sir. Thank you, sir.
Once again, a huge round of applause for.
This is going to be our last academic session for today, and this session will be taken by the convener of this workshop, Mr. Sayantan Lahiri, and he is going to present a topic that is SOP and research writing in the IRM way. So Sayantan, stage is yours.
So the host has asked me to introduce myself. So just for the last 4 days you have seen me with the camera, and another introduction is all the emails you have received are majorly written by me. So I have, hopefully I have communicated with you well. So this will not be a lecture. This will be an interactive session because I also I'm not a Sanskrit person. I can't read Sanskrit. I did my MA in English literature from the same university. So you can think of myself as a part of you. So this will be a very interactive session where we are trying to first explicate the model, IRM model. What is IRM model? I sent you the Google form and almost the data we have, that almost 75% said that they don't have any idea about the IRM model. What do we mean by IRM? So hopefully by the end of the workshop, you will have a good idea what do we mean by IRM. So in this presentation, I will try to present the IRM model, what do we mean by it, and especially in the context of research writing. So this hands-on session will be more focused on research writing. And as we do in any literature research, we need a text. So for this session, the text will be all the SOPs you have written. Okay, so but for specifically, I have tried not to be personal, so I have omitted any names. If there are names mentioned on the SOPs, I have omitted that. So we will only look at extracts from the SOPs just as a specimens. So let's begin. Yeah. So we can start with, when we think of writing, there can be some questions I will just try to pose as a thinking point to begin writing or approach writing. So the first can be, where to begin our writing? How to begin? What should be included in the introduction section? How am I going to make a case for myself or argue in my writing? How to structure the writing? What should be the ideal length? Is there any anonymous understanding of it? Actually, I use the term anonymous, but you have already, all of us have listened to Professor Jayaraman, and he used a very interesting word which I will want to change the anonymous with. He said, is there any unified paradigm? So this unified paradigm is a great word to change with. So is there any unified paradigm or understanding of what should be the ideal length of a written work? And last but not the least, how to organize paragraphs, and where should we break the paragraphs. So this is not just a slide, so we can start the discussion. So if we can give a mic to the audience, you can just start speaking and you can share your thoughts. What do you think about any of the questions mentioned? So is there anyone who will want to talk? Just take any question mentioned on the slide and you can share your thoughts. So we can move forward. Yeah. So as Sir also mentioned, so if we are going from a macro level, the essence of any written work will be the three levels, that is structuring, argumentation and presentation, that is the linguistic aspect of the writing, and IRM can help us in each of the above levels. Okay, so this is the case studies I am giving. So we asked for SOPs from each one of you, and we didn't give any rules or regulation or structures. So this is what we have from the range of SOPs we have received. These are some of the examples or extracts, you can say. So my aim is to, in these slides, are to show that there is no similarities in the length of what should be an ideal length of SOPs. There is an inconsistency because we received some 1 or 2 sentence SOPs. This is the shortest we have received. And this is the longest SOP we have collected. So clearly there is an inconsistency that the writers are not sure how long an SOP should be. Yeah. So this is probably, to me, it is a very suggestive opinion that this can be taken, this SOP again written by one of our participants, and this is the positive and negative. That the positive is if you have done some poor writing, I will not be personal intentionally, but the other side is if you have written a very good write-up, I will not take your name also. So this is an extremely good example. So we'll be back to it again in the next slides. So this is the IRM model we have done over the last 1 year or so with Professor J. Sir Prasad Sir and Dr. Sridhapa Ma'am. So we have tried to interlink the interconnected 4 ideas which are Tantra Yukti, Tantra Guna, Tantra Dosha and Sangati. Professor Jayaraman Sir has already discussed at length what are they. I will just only briefly touch upon the Sangati part. That Sangati is the principle that underlies the organization in proper sequence of various logics that comprise a treatise. So this is also another model of structuring your writing. So this is an extract of the paper or poster we presented in IIT Roorkee, the first national conference on IKS. So let's go back to the questions I asked in the very first slide. I think this is visible because it's a screenshot from the poster. Everyone can see the screenshot, right? Read it. Yeah. So the first question is where to begin. So what does IRM suggest? So as Jayaraman Sir has already asked, that we are starting with Adhikarana, Prayojana, Niyoga, Sambhava and Pradesha. So I will only take it for 15 minutes, so I don't want to go to everything. Let's talk about only Adhikarana, which is topic or subject matter. Where should we begin? You should clearly mention either in the title or in the very first sentences or in the first paragraph what is the subject matter or topic. So let's take the example of again the SOP. So when you are writing the SOP, what should be the topic or subject matter of the SOP? What do you think? Just say, anyone can just. Prayojana is the aim or objective. What I am just asking about the topic or subject matter. So when you send an SOP to us or anyone, we are looking something in your writing because we have to select you for the participant. So what should be the topic? Where should you start the writing? What should be the topic? See, to me, you should start something about yourself, something interesting that makes the board or selection committee, whoever it is, being interested about yourself. So what do you bring to the table when you participate in the workshop? Who as a participant, what do you bring? What is your unique positioning? So that can be the adhikarana of your SOP. So let's take some specimens again. This is changing, yeah. So let's look at the first example. Sanskrit is that language which holds the key to mankind's ultimate source of jnana. So who are you? This is very vague. Second, being a research enthusiast and aspiring academician, I always look for opportunities which help improving my understanding on research and its methods. Still better than the first example. But again, why are you here? Third, Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati is the need of current academic milieu. First, it will be helpful to negate the effects Western coloniality which has influenced Indian brains with Western research methodology. That can be a great sentence for a brochure or a concept note. But it's nothing about you. Next. So, in our IRM model, which is very specific to Indian research methodology, which the way it differs from WRM, I think you have understood from Professor Jaraman's talk as well, that IRM is very reader-centric. So you write in a way in which the reader is expecting to read your paper or research writing or thesis or anything. So you write so that, as he was mentioning about the order of the structure, that you mention A, B, C, D, E, then when you explain, you start with same A, B, C, D, E. So as a writer, if you are writing in B, C, D, E, then A, it doesn't harm your writing or argumentation as much, but it harms the reader. So when you are writing, you should always think about who is your reader, to whom are you writing, why will they read your work. Have you considered these two questions when are you writing? What do they doubt? So if you are arguing something or making a case for yourself, you should know what the readers doubt. Then you can provide evidence that work. If you don't know what the readers doubt, how will you convince them? Which is persuasive writing. What do we do in any academic writing? What is the level of language expertise? Is the language you used in the write-up intelligible to them? So this is, again, I just want to add another sentence that don't think that this is only one way. That you are writing, you should think about the organizers of the workshop and they will read your SOP and they will. When we are also reading your SOPs, we have also to look at your level of language expertise. So we also know that not all of you are from English background or anything. So we can't keep a level of language expertise. What do we expect if it were 100 students only from English department or Sanskrit department? We cannot expect the Sanskrit understanding or the level of Sanskrit knowledge from our participants when we are selecting the SOPs, that everyone should know this level of Sanskrit knowledge when we are shortlisting SOPs. So this is both from the writer and also when we are in, let's say, within quotes position of power in selection committee, we should also think about who is our audience. So let's look at again the structure of how to structure the written text. So there we have tried to link the Tantra Yukti with Tantra Guna to show that whether these concepts are interrelated or not. So the way, let's take the example of Vyakhyana. So which is a explanation or elaboration or clarification, as Professor Jayaraman sir said. So this idea is linked with the Tantra Guna Trivida Shishya Buddhihita. So what does it mean? That your writing should be intelligible to three kinds of scholars, which are experts, which are those who have medium knowledge, and those who are a beginner. So when you are writing, you should not write in such a way that only the experts can understand it. Your writing should be intelligible to also a beginner who is just entering into the study of the Shastra, which is by far the greatest disparity between Western research methodology or academic writing you think of and with the Indian research methodology. If you read a translation of, because I don't know the Sanskrit language, I have read English translations of Professor Lele's book or others. I can guarantee you, even if you don't know the topics, if you just know the English language, you can understand what they are talking about. Just with the language of English. You can start with the English translation of Charaka Samhita. You will very good understand it. But if you take a recent research paper of quantum physics, you know the English language. Will you be able to understand that research paper? Or I doubt a sociology paper with Derrida Foucault or with Lacan. Again, let's take a specimen about the structuring. So this writer starts with, I am more interested in Bharatiya culture and knowledge since childhood. Again, very vague. I attended many workshops on this and 2 courses on Brihat community like Ramayana, Mahabharata, Ayurveda. I also took courses like Sanskrit learning, Rigveda from Bhandarkar Oriental site, and learning shlokas meanings from our mantras. I am more interested in philosophies from Indian tradition, and I am an independent researcher on these topics. I am into film editing field, so I am more interested in Bharatiya knowledge and to include this in movies. So this is the sentence which interests me when I am reading a applicant. This is the most interesting sentence that gives me your unique positioning. That this person, this writer is into film studies and he or she is trying to implicate or apply IRM into film editing. So this is like a thought experiment. So I have tried to rewrite the whole SOPs using IRM models, and I have made that sentence the first sentence. So I am a student and practitioner in film editing. So just for a disclaimer, all the sentences that are mentioned in blue that are added by me externally, all this is in black are just taken from the SOP. So if we start with, I am a student and practitioner in film editing. Specifically, I am interested in how to apply Bharatiya knowledge systems in filmmaking or film editing, because he mentioned movies, which is a very broad topic. So in which area does he or she want to implement it? To explore more about this problem, I have educated myself by taking courses in the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Ayurveda and Sanskrit Sahitya. To continue my exploration in IKS, I am now currently learning the meaning of the Sanskrit slokas from our ancient mantras. So kindly accept my request for participation, as I hope this workshop will further contribute more to my explorations in applying IRM in the film studies. This is just to show you that the potential, the content and the sentences, ideas, everything is there in all of us. What we lack is only the thought, structure and language. The content, structure and language, the 3 aspects, Professor Jaraman also said. So just by this, as you can see that almost 80% is the word, sentence, everything I have kept as it is. I have just added 20% from IRM. And it has just made so much sense. So again, let's take a good example. Again from one of the participants, just to show that if you can use good use of transition words, how it helps in the reading of the readers. So why I have chosen this particular SOP? Because there is no a paragraph break, right? This is just a passage. So just to show that what is the difference between this write-up and this write-up. both of them are written almost in the same manner as it, like a look wise, right? In a single paragraph. So the first thing, if you are now, let's change the position. Instead of a writer, you are a reader, and you have to read a SOP. You have so many SOPs, and you read this text and this text. What will you write? Oh, what will you read? You don't know about the language, what is there, any interconnected ideas or whatever, just by the look of this. And this doesn't work because of the block letters the writer has used. Because whenever you write in block letters, the first thing your attention goes is to the block letters. This works if those are the 3 or 4 ideas that you want to highlight in the SOPs. But the block letters the writer has used is Vishaya, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Sanskritam. So none of these 3 words tell us anything about the writer. And when I read the SOP, my attention directly goes to that. So that's why this writing doesn't work. But on the other hand, if you look at this write-up, look how the writer has used the effective use of transition words. And note the verbs, because in any writing, this is the basic, that if you can know the adjective and verbs effectively, you can make your writing so good in just, this is a trick, easy trick. So look at the verbs the writer has used: interested in, believe that, participating, and the transition words. Not only help, but also I see this course as additionally, finally, overall. So if you give your reader that, okay, these are the arguments, this is how I am connecting my arguments, and not only connecting arguments, I am showing you the exact words, I am giving you the exact words how to follow. So you make road for the reader to read your text, not just this is my write-up, now you deal with it. So let's go back again to that good example. So this is where I should end, and I let the floor be open. This is a good example according to me, but you have to say why. Why does this writing work? And you have already had the opportunity to listen to Jayaraman sir's detailed 2 lectures on Tantra Yukti. So you can say whatever you want. Why does this writing work?
Sir, he has correctly mentioned what is his research area and how the Indian, our workshop can help him, because he is in most need of learning.
True. Look at the first phrase. What does it contribute to? That this write-up is addressed to a reader. Right? Then look at the first sentence. I am going to pursue PhD on the topic this. So a bit of identity and the topic is mentioned. Next, my doctoral research is centrally based on IRM. So this gives a good prayojana, or as you were mentioning, the aims and objectives. Next, the writer has specifically mentioned the word aim. Then gives elaborations and examples and everything. Then the last sentence of the paragraph is, in dealing with such a vast literature with diverse research traditions for ancient India, the approach would be more of critical analysis rather than exegetical. Right? Yeah. So here the writer takes on a different approach. So from first to the from the initial part of the paragraph, the writer is trying to convince me why the writer is a fit choice for the workshop. In the last word, last sentence, the writer shifts the tone that I have a problem. help me solving my problem. So this is a very good surprise element for anyone who is reading the SOP, right? The tone shifts. If you can learn how to shift the tone, you have won half the battle. And then the writer breaks the paragraph, and I am willing to incorporate IRM principles into my own research projects and whatever, equipping myself through this workshop with the necessary knowledge and skills. So the writer is specifically mentioning what outcomes he or she is expecting from the workshop. So not only the writer has addressed the audience, introduced the topic, mentioned in a sentence how his candidature is linked to the workshop, then explaining the last sentence of the paragraph, tone shifts and introduces the problem which the workshop hopefully will be able to solve. And then the second paragraph, just one sentence, the hope the writer has from the workshop. So look at how the structure, the content, structure and language, if they come together and create a write-up, how easy the reading process becomes. And the easier the reading process becomes, the better the reader judges a write-up. So
they can even ask you why you consider so.
Okay, so I can show you this. Yeah.
So you can ask why does this something like this? You can have a question.
What this, yeah. Okay, the 10 seconds long silence will, okay. Okay. Yeah.
See, can you go back to what we thought, what you presented as a very good, right?
Yeah.
See, this is not to question you or to trouble you, but to take us further. Okay. See, now, if we took this, I'm going to pursue PhD on the topic consciousness and its determinate, indeterminate, ... My doctoral thesis. See, I can do a academic writing, Western tradition oriented analysis of this and say that it is good writing. Okay. So by analyzing an SOP from IRM, what is our purpose? Are we saying these new Western terms already are not something that we are learning and they're teaching us only now? We've had it then. So are we mapping Tantra Yukti terms into, so the research aims, see, PhD, the research aims to explore and details. Now, I would change in the research to in this research. And that will give me more coherence with the research. In this research, the study of various would be considered. Now, in dealing with such a vast literature, which is a link to Niyamshara, all the texts that are mentioned there. So that is good cohesion. Cohesive device used. With diverse research traditions, the approach would be. And of course, this big jump, that is why a new paragraph. So I can analyze this without using Tantra Yukti. Okay, that's the way I said I'm not criticizing. I'm trying to help us as a group understand what are we, how is Tantra Yukti, is it contributing in terms of terms or in terms of better analysis or both?
I think both, and the major thing is in the nuances. Because I was speaking to Dr. Sridipa yesterday also about the conclusions and the types of conclusions Tantra Yukti mentions. Ekanta, Nikanta, and others. So the first thing, if you look at any academic writing book, the first thing they ask to start a research paper is giving a background. So what do we, the students, think of background? Give a historical detail. Yeah. So if we look at Tantra Yukti, what should be the first sentence? What is my topic? So there is a clear distinction between the first paragraph. Second, I will say, even the Western research methodology also understood this problem of background, and they have now packaged it in a bit different. Now they are saying, no, you want background, but the role of the background is to create a problem. So now they have shifted from background introduction thesis statement to problem solution and benefit of solving the problem. This kind of a structure, this hourglass method is brought to narrow to again broad and went. So, but again they are asking you, okay, so start in the Genesis. So, but if we follow the Tantra Yukti is more, as I mentioned, is more reader centric. So as Professor Jayaraman sir also mentioned that when we as readers, because this is a very common sense I find, that we are both writer and readers, that we often forget. That you can just take a notebook and just write your own feelings when you take a book and when you read. So what is the first thing we look for when we take up a book? The title. Then we go to table of contents. Then I just quickly skim through which portion is relevant to my research or whatever. Then we look at the introduction, and it's better if in the first sentence or in the first paragraph the writer mentions how is it, what are the topics or what are the themes it will deal with. So if you start with the Adhikarana, which is the subject matter topic, you are clearly signposting the reader that okay, this book will be about this. So when as a reader we take up a book and we are thinking of, okay, so the first sentence gives this book is about this. So you can save a lot of your time if you thought from the title that this book can be of use of my research. But if the introduction first sentence says this book is going to deal with this, which is linked to the title, it is an elaboration of the title. So you can you can clearly understand that this book you can take a decision whether to go on reading or dropping the book. Yeah.
Can you just clarify how in the Western way of writing we start with background only and not with the content?
Not with the content, not. So if you...
I'm just comparing about a book and all those works.
Okay.
When we see the thesis also, we are giving an abstract in the first.
Right.
And in the abstract, we won't be giving a historical tradition. So we will be directly pointing out the content.
Yeah.
So that the person can understand it. And then only we will start the first chapter maybe as a historical analysis. And when we go to a book also, there will be a preface where the content will be clearly known. But in the ancient Sanskrit verse, we don't have a preface.
Right.
We don't have an abstract. So they start with the content only. So I think the comparison should be made between somewhat more matchable things.
Yeah, but whatever, yes, that's a great point. So now what we have, we're working on a paper about this. So we were downloading thesis from Shodhganga, which is the repository. So you can go and check how many abstracts are there of any thesis. Hardly how many abstracts are uploaded for a thesis. Yeah. So I think the number won't go more than 30%.
No, let me add to what science and because I've been supervising and then evaluating research for quite some time. Very often, in the name of abstracts, I have found that the first paragraph of the introduction chapter is cut or copied and pasted and thrown on at my face in the name of an abstract. This is more than 75%.
Can we say that is a Western style?
See, we are not. Let us go by this premise that there is no, milking of IRM. Probably this is one of the first few workshops using IRM. So that means we are not using IRM. Then what else are we using? We are using Western. Wait, let me finish. No, let me finish. Just wait. See, how do you know?
Let has been clarified. We will answer. Please take.
So we have not been using IRM. We have been using Western. Because if you're not using this, then you're using something else. Now, what is that something else? You have the name of Western research methodologies. Now, what happens, the problem that we have identified, and which is the crux of our entire project, is that Western methodology is inadequate and not directly usable. It creates a lot of confusion in the minds of research writers and also in the minds of research supervisors. Because I studied Western methodology. I have an A+ grade. But when I come to apply it, I am confused. And in this confused state, I go and teach research methodology. And I evaluate research, writing. My confusion is multiplied. You understand? Though I am an A grader, I did 2-3 papers in Western methodology and all of them 90+ is what I got. But then when it comes to application, I studied, yes, I'm qualified. So this paper and this number proves that I'm good at it. But when I come to apply it to my own research as a PhD student or as an article writer or as a chapter contributor, I'm not able to make that connection. So where did I lose it? So this is where I found my answers on a chance discussion with Professor Prasad. And then we said, we must work on this. Because this amalgamation happened, and I was ready to accept that there is a fault in the Western methodology. And I found the answers over here, and that is how the whole project came about.
Excuse me, madam, is it the fault in Western research methodology or is it ethics? Or is it in the student way? It's an ethics problem or it's a fault in Western methodology?
It is a comprehension problem. It's a fundamental problem.
No. First thing, what I want to say is when we are discussing about IRM models, first thing we should stop comparing with the Western research model.
That's what.
That's first thing. And then when we are finding a fault, is it really a fault or is it in ethics? Plagiarism and all. You see, you just told abstract is copied from somewhere without any basis.
No, not from somewhere, from their own thesis.
Yeah, their own thesis.
Huh.
Okay, that means, see, abstract is even in our Nirdesha also from their own thesis they have to say Uddesha.
No, that is okay. You take it in such a form, you take the essence of the thesis and make it an abstract. But in 80% of the thesis that is published,
But is it the fault of supervisor or the methodology fault?
I would say a combination of everything. Because the supervisor also does not know. I'm confessing.
That is okay. No, I'm not pointing out anybody.
No, that's what I'm saying.
See, I consider it as only ethics problem. And
It is not just ethics. If you say ethics problem, it's only a limitation. It's a very small way of looking at it. It is common sense, which is not common.
how I look at implementing IRM for the youngsters is what is not available in modern research methodology and what is easily we can comprehend from here is to be applied there.
Correct. That is still evolving. We don't have answers yet. It's still evolving.
In that evaluation, we are involving the youngsters.
Correct.
Who are engaged in the research.
Correct.
There ends the matter. We need not, his doubt is, if I understood well, why we are comparing and what is the problem in the modern research.
Just 1 second. See, you told about the Western methodology.
Correct.
See, there are good works in Western methodology.
For example,
many works are there. I'm not comparing any.
No, give me one example. When you say there are many good works. No, when you say there are good works.
Good towards in the sense,
Huh.
see, there are different styles of writing.
Right.
And there are Western people themselves
Huh.
who have told about how to write, how not to write, and different books are available.
Now, who are these people? What are these books? Unless we get the details, we cannot make general statements.
Just I will just tell about some English language using text.
Correct.
I think you might
Tell
be
me.
available of,
Come.
of such books.
Correct.
Different books are there now. Different books are there, and those books show us how the language is used in a vague way, ambiguous way, correct way, etc.
Correct.
People are trying to incorporate that in their works also.
Fine.
So there are people who might be incorporating such things, and there will be others who may not be able to do that.
Correct.
So it's not actually the fault of the Western style, maybe. That's what I'm saying. Even if a student has studied in IRM, if he is not personally interested in doing that, he won't do.
Agreed.
So our wording should be little bit more clear that it is not the fault of Western. It is not the fault of Indian. It is the fault of the person. And if I can get something good from Western methodology, if I can get good something I can get something good from Indian methodology, I can apply that. That's better. And this way of presenting a topic in Tantra Yukti like Adhikarana, all these things, I'm using this word. Please don't break me in between. Don't mystify those things. Mystification in the sense I'm saying this is something which is not written elsewhere. We can't say. Jairam sir also told that this is common sense, but we are not applying that. So this is there in IRM, maybe in every research methodology. So those things are there, but something will be unique in IRM. Through these texts and all, we can understand that. So I think he also told that we should be applying them. But I think for this workshop, if we are using words like this is the fault of Western, but we have already written this, or we have the best version, etc., I think that is not a fair practice. So this is what I am trying to convey, ma'am. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. I'm not supposed to talk today, but still the situation is demanding. That's why I'm talking. Don't mix language with the subject. There is a lot of difference. For Indians, research is not a subject. Research is culture. Research is value. This is basically has to be understood by everyone, which is very important one. Of course, tomorrow I'm going to touch that part. But still, I have to tell this one. That's why I'm telling. Coming from the point of language, the language Sanskrit is something unique, something different, which we are supposed to realize, which we are supposed to understand. It is having its own strengths. It is something beyond other knowledges, other languages, and it is having its own unique characteristics, which we cannot decode till today. Being a doctor, I'm telling this. So there is lot of requirements to do that. Okay. So that's why don't club the subject with the language. But for Indian research, that's why I'm telling this. For Indian research methodology, language Sanskrit is mandatory. Otherwise, it's not possible to understand the Indian research methodology. This is not the condition with any other research methodologies existing. So this research culture has to be understood first, which is very important one. What this Indian research culture that has to be understood. That's something unique, that's something special, which you will be able to understand if you look into this with two different perspectives. So tomorrow we are going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about research culture tomorrow. So I don't want to explain everything today itself. So then tomorrow nothing will be left. So please don't club both. Don't talk from the point of language regarding the concept of research. Don't talk from, no, I'm just talking. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just telling. Don't think about research from the point of language. But in Indian research methodology, we have to club both. How we can tackle this, how we can understand this, that we will come to know tomorrow. Of course, what you said, to some extent it is correct. We are doing everything retrospectively. That's because of some educational variations, some educational dichotomy what we are facing, because of which our thinking is also like that only. So whatever we study from primary to PUC, the method of studying will be entirely different. Then we enter Indian education system or Indian educational knowledge system, automatically what happens? Our thinking has been grown up. Our thinking has been developed with that orientation only. So automatically a teacher has to bring the student to this system from which the thinking of a student is going on. So automatically what happens? Everyone should come from that particular angle only, which is very essential to communicate the information whatever is present in the Indian education system or Indian knowledge system. So these issues we will touch tomorrow. Today itself, I don't want to talk everything today. Tomorrow we will talk about this one, because I am talking about the research from the point of subject itself, not from the point of language. So then you come to know how research culture has been developed in Indian tradition, which is very important one. Research is something specific in Indian tradition and Indian culture that we are supposed to understand first. Thank you.
I just concur with what Professor Srivatsa mentioned, the language and the research. We should not club these two things together. Sorry, I have a bad throat. And one more important aspect of IRM is, for example, if you look into the characteristics of a researcher, this is not at all addressed in WRM, Western Research Methodology. Nowhere they talk about the qualities of a researcher. How to do research, how to formulate a hypothesis, how to test it, how to evaluate, how to analyze it, how to conclude with some kinds of results. This many things are only clearly defined. But what about the qualities of a researcher? Today morning, Professor Muthulakshmi Madam was telling about that Sishya Agrahana. How the person is not grasping the subject matter. What are the problems? Pramada. Some sort of qualities are there which need to be removed. Like this is called Kantakodharana, debugging in programming language. That is the...
So I am just having the difficulty that...
No. I appreciate your definitely. This is Samvada. Definitely.
When I hear something that is different from what I have read,
yes,
or from some trustworthy sources or something like that, I can't agree to that easily. So you just told that in Western tradition nobody has told, or such things are not told. So when you compare the ancient Indian texts of BC period, we have the ancient Greek texts in the Western period. We have Plato's dialogues. Here you can see Socrates as a model for an inquirer, okay, or a seeker. So there you can see how should be a seeker behaving. And after that you can see the medieval philosophy, and after that modern philosophy comes. There are different people like Descartes, Locke, etc., who have told about how truthful a seeker should be. So,
are they part of research methodology?
Why not?
No. You are trying to equate. I agree. But are they part of research methodology? No.
The Vedantic ideals which Muthulakshmi ma'am discussed today, it is not actually part of a research methodology text.
Well, of course, but still, you yourself positively responded to that question in the morning. Yes.
So it is used in the philosophical works. Similarly, they were used or they were mentioned in the philosophical works. So I am just trying to say these qualities are very important. So in today morning when I told that a true researcher should be like a seeker of Vedanta. A true researcher should be like that. That is something that we can incorporate from India. In tradition, but actually the problem was responded in a way that that ideal research is not at all applicable today, because the situations have changed. So I think I don't know sir's name, Srivatsa sir. He also told about the culture of research in India. Yes. So that is something we can have a model upon. But saying something which is there in Western tradition also, which is there in Indian tradition also, saying something that is common, that it is not there and it is here, I think I can't agree to that. I apologize to all the people present here for just interfering in these things. Thank you.
You didn't have to apologize.
From the philosophy discipline.
India is one which is accepted even Charvak also. So there is no question of criticizing anyone. There is no question of declaiming anyone. We accept everyone. That is our culture.
See, you're talking of philosophy, but
All that we are saying is, with the years of experience that all of us have put together, as researchers, as research supervisors, as teachers, we are finding that there's a glaring gap. In courses that call themselves research methodology, you don't find any mention. I pose it as a challenge to the entire hall over here. You can go back and download all the research methodology syllabi from the different universities. You're not going to find any of this. You're not going to find a single mention, or maybe a very few mentions which you can count on your fingers about all these people that you've mentioned. Maybe in the philosophy course you will find them, but in the research methodology course, you're not going to find them. And second thing, you're talking of academic writing. As a supervisor, let me tell you, I put in about 20 years of experience, and these people have put in more years of experience. And I have a couple of my students walking around here. You ask them whether they are confident about academic writing. They are not. Though they have read all those books, theoretical. Even teachers like myself, we are not confident of writing. So what happened to all the education systems? And the only kind of education system I am talking of Western, because I was born and brought up and bred in the Western tradition. Because I was taught in the convent education system where my dominant language and the only language that I know really well is English and no other language. So I can speak from that perspective. Because you might be a multilingual, maybe you know how to read and write Malayalam. I do not know any other language other than English to read and write. So I am using myself as a counter example.
Yes. No, and can I add to that? See, can I add to that? We are talking about one kind of analysis that Shayantan has attempted to make a link between IRM and something else. Let's take it 2 steps further.
Let us look at styles of writing. Okay. Well-known quote-unquote Western text by Kaplan, Robert Kaplan. 5 kinds. I don't remember the names now. Cause, effect, something else, something else, something else. And that's it. But even that does not find its way into any RM course. There are so many here who are doing PhDs, who finished PhDs. How many of you have heard about it? Have you at least heard that name, Kaplan? Not at all. Academic writing is a course that I pushed for and brought into my university because I said students are not able to write well. Please let us bring in and separate and make it a mandatory course. And my students cried because when other universities have 3 courses, my university students had to do 6 courses. 1 compulsory mandatory RM, 1 mandatory academic writing. She's making us work, she's making us work, she's making us work. I did not know. There are so many of these terms here, which I'm looking at it and saying, how I wish I had known these terms when I was teaching academic writing. I could have given clarity to my students. That is why I asked Shayantan. The question was not to find fault with you. But the little bit of analysis that I could do, he is doing better because there are a more robust set of terms and perspectives in IRM. I mean, I think 1995 or 96 onwards, I've been teaching research methodology till I retired in 2020. At both the MPhil and the PhD level, for distance and residential students. And I'm talking based on that experience. These terms don't exist. The terms we have are narrow. They're very little. And I'm sorry, but I'm just going personal for a minute. When I read the write-up, my first request was, can I please come as a participant and learn about IRM? Either I want to attend to learn. I never thought I'd be asked to come and present. I was drooling at the idea of learning something about it. Not because they are bad and I'm good, but I find it deficient. Yes, there is Locke. Yes, there is Socrates. Yes, there is Plato. Yes, there was questioning. But now let me ask a question. Okay? Date Plato's dialogues. Anybody in philosophy? Date questioning here. Which one is earlier, historically? You please answer, any one of you who can. But we hold Plato's dialogue, Socrates taught one slave geometry as the beginning of teaching through questioning. It's held up there. Was that who is prior?
Prashnopanishad and Chandogam that he
Are much earlier. But we don't even value our heritage, and that is what bothers me. I'm not condemning Socrates type of questioning. Yes, he did it. Okay. I too thought it was great. Until I found out that an earlier and better alternative existed. And if that is the case, if I in my country, and I'm a Bharat citizen, not just an Indian citizen, I don't know how to call myself. If I cannot value what is in my country, who else will? We need a Max Muller to come from Germany to tell us that we are good. I'm sorry, I'm getting passionate about this.
And also when you're talking of demystifying, right? So the both of us, we have started columns and almost 12 columns have already come out. So the Western methodology we are trying to demystify.
We have called it
demystifying research. And it is being used right now in research methodology classrooms in IFLU.
My students who are teachers there,
they are using this.
Their students who are doing PhD write back and tell us, ma'am, your article, your column is being used, ma'am. See, I'm very happy, not because I'm great,
but because it's kind of making sense.
Making sense, because we are writing about things that are not there in any RM course. RM courses are not enough.
They're just confusing the students, as they did me.
RM. No hands-on experience.
Absolutely.
So I love
He has a question.
No, I don't have a question. I just want to add something. I am also a student of political science. I have studied political philosophy, Aristotle, Plato, everything. So I just want to give this small input to this. We have examples for sure. The deductive methodology, inductive methodology, we have studied Aristotle. He used the comparative methods. Yes. It's fine. But one thing, as you have said, if you'll see the historical examples, we have these smritis, these suktas, the Mahabharata, I'm working on it. So it might be very new. There are a number of interpolations are being made on it, but you cannot, reject this from the very base. There's nothing else. We just have to, we are just making it for the pride. We are using Indian text just for the pride. And
we are not rejecting it at all.
That is what I'm saying, that usually what happens, being a student of political science, usually the Western philosophy is having this stage.
Yes.
The Indian thought, no one is studied. What is this? This has no use. So
that is
the
because
problem.
of Macaulay.
Macaulay and everyone. No, not Macaulay is a long bag. We have a lot of people.
Macaulay.
All the information is open. There was a time during which it was very difficult to
get the text.
So you are very open. See, if you go through Bharavi's Kiratarjuniyam, you get very beautiful description regarding political science.
Yes.
Who stopped you to read that?
That's why what actually it is what happening, or maybe the problem is with this only.
I'm not from political science, I'm not from Sanskrit. As I already said, I'm from the field of Indian medical system. I'm very proud to say this. But still, it caught me too much. Bharavi's Kiratarjuniyam, the Duta comes to Yudhishthira and he explains about Duryodhana's administration very beautifully in the Prathama Sarga. It has been explained very beautifully. That guides very well about the guidelines related with political science. That's one part I'm telling you. So there are so many other informations which you can gather and which you can think very seriously about Indian political science.
Yes, that's why what I'm thinking, this particular platform is being provided to at least think about it,
Yes.
at least recognize
To
something
open
is
up
there.
your mind a little bit.
I'm not saying everything is so much nice, everything is so detailed, but something is at least recognized. I'm not asking you to just give a state of supreme.
Quotation from Kalidasa. Puranamityevana Nachamikave Naunityavadyam. Santa Pariksha Anyatarat Bhajante. Modha Parapratyene Buddhi. So clear they are. We never denounce any other cultures or languages or such systems. Basically, that is the reason we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the Rigveda says, let the noble thoughts from all parts of the universe.
Anubhadra.
So we are continuing that.
So how there is a dichotomy?
Not everybody.
You will not arrange. Maybe the way you use a kind of expression may sound something different to you. That's it. We are on the same boat.
And especially when you're talking of demystification, since I am zero in Sanskrit, each time Prasad comes up with one of the names of Tantra Yukti, I would sit like this. Now you're saying Sangati. What is Sangati? Is this Sangati?
And I'm quickly texting to find out the meaning of the word.
I mean, it's not very easy at all for me to understand. Even now I can say maybe many of you caught it a lot more. But maybe I caught only 10%. But I'm fascinated. I'm finding multiple uses of this 10% that I was able to capture. Sayantan, I'm sure he knows more of all those Tantra Gunas and Doshas because he was able to sustain. And he was there 24/7 and I was pulled into all kinds of teachings and other things. But the fascination to our own roots is what we are looking at. I'm dismissing it because I did not find it useful. I had to find my other ways to get written, to get published and to get noticed. That is the problem because these Western methodologies did not take me anywhere. When I went in and sat down as a researcher, it did not make direct connection. I was the quantitative methods, qualitative questionnaires, this, that, all kinds of tools are listed. Now which tool should I use in my research? When I go to my supervisor, he does not look at my face like yesterday's drama.
That
literally happened to me. They threw papers at
I have heard of enough students who told me that I don't do it, he doesn't do it. When you go and
we don't do it.
the paper is flung at you. I don't know how many of you have experienced that.
But I have experienced.
So my sympathies for all of you.
But those things did not solve my question. But I always wanted to do something different with my life and with my research life. But that accommodation was not provided at all. Because they would say, do you have secondary sources? If you don't have secondary sources, you can't work with primary sources. They would say, why? Why can't I work? No, because you won't have your bibliography section. One area was thrown away from me as a researcher because bibliography sections will not have enough papers to be filled in. You will have only 3 or 4 pages as bibliography section. Therefore, you cannot work on this for your PhD topic. And I was a young fellow. I thought, okay, my supervisor is God. Now I know what kind of a victimhood and what kind of, I call it academic rape that was done to me. Wow. I've written an article on this. Wow. Go and look up. Please write it. Go and check the title. It's called academic rape.
Just to, if I can add to your point that yes, I understand. If the paper we did for IIT Roorkee, Prasad sir was the writer also with me. So I am quoting from the paper. We have defined IRM as a quote unquote additional homegrown framework. So we are not homegrown framework. Yeah. So actually, we are not asking to just throw away the Western framework, and also like this one of the section is called the correlations between IRM and WRM. So we are not asking for a comparison. We are asking for correlation.
Yeah, actually,
So adding to
so many books are not available. First, you have to know that if you compare the world literature, world ancient literature and Indian literature, if you compare, so many books are not available. That is the main. If you Socrates or Thales, those books are not available now. If you go where the Vedic literature, all books are now available. So we are telling Indian research methodology is there. But where is the Westerners books? If you go Egyptian civilization, Egyptian literature, we are not getting so many books. In same like China. If you go China literature, we are not getting so many books. If you go other literature, Mesopotamia literature or so many literatures. Yeah. That is the main. You have to verify that. In our class, we are searched all things, but we didn't got any those references. If we in Egyptian literature, one book we found that man with discussion with fa. One is the book, the man with his ba. It is the very related to Nachiketo Pakshana. But in that book, that other, who is the other? What is the book? We didn't got. In same like we searched all civilizations, in 5 civilizations we searched, we didn't got anything. So conclusion is that India have that much literature potentiality India have. So we are telling India have a very good research ideology. So India, we will tell IRM is the there. How we can tell that point of view? If you review the Western books all, you have to tell that WRM also there. That is your duty, I think.
No, there are many commentaries also available.
Yeah, that is also other.
But for Western books, nobody is commenting on
First,
that.
no books.
My work is good, your work is bad. And that is why we call it do everything into one shelf. We believe in saying, look, you have these things, I have these things, let's take both, work together. We are not here to throw out Western research methodology because we don't, we don't believe in throwing things into the garbage bin. We don't believe in dismissing huge libraries of work. I'm sorry, I'm going back very passionately to Macaulay. We don't believe in taking everything and dumping it into one shelf. And what was that worst statement? Abridgments in preparatory schools. This is like those schools, I read those novels. Abridgment of Pride and Prejudice, Tale of Two Cities. I found them boring. Charles Lamb's retold stories. They never carried the value, and he takes all our literature as if they are worse than abridgments. So, but still, we are not saying you are bad and I'm good. That's not our purpose. That is why I asked him.
Basically, there is an emotion. See, we are all emotional because of this post-colonial effect. That's it. We are all Indians, right? We are all Indians. There was an American or somebody, foreigner yesterday and today.
One Sri Lankan.
Yeah, of course. I consider
Indian. Right. Yeah,
so, this is not a conflict between the ideologies. Is it that? We are all belonging to same continent, same region. We share the same culture. We have an agony. We have pain inside the heart. That's what expressed. Okay, don't think otherwise. That's why always I've been telling, let us go together. Chale, saath chale, chai piye, khana khaye. We are not making them separated from our company. So, anyway, the reason I'm just trying to inform is emotion is there. Emotion is expressed in such a way. That's it, nothing else. And by the way, yesterday and today, my talks were scheduled, but unfortunately, due to my ill health, I could not conduct the session. But tomorrow morning, maybe after Professor Shiva's session, I will take for some time, provided he permits me. 30 minutes, something like that. No. Because that's why I'm letting the resource person speak, then I speak, because they're more knowledge than me. I'm also learning like you. I'm also just a student like you. Okay, that's a clarification. And thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Santon, for the fruitful discussion. Now, on behalf of the team, I would like to wrap up today's academic session here. Taking this opportunity, I convey my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your unwavering participation and enthusiasm. Your presence has added immense value, and we sincerely hope you found today's discussions both insightful and enriching. With anticipation in our hearts, we eagerly look forward to another day of enlightenment and to unity tomorrow. Thank you once again for making today a memorable experience. Thank you.
Before you finish, can we please have a round of applause for the brilliant analysis that Santon did on those SOPs? Excellent work, Santon. Excellent work. Sorry, it didn't happen because we got back into our discussion. We have to thank you for that excellent work.